flexible hours, great benefits like free coffee. Scan this QR code and apply now. Mary Lou's, the best coffee in town. In 10 years, Lisa Snyder will have an amazing second act, thanks to career reskilling courses from AARP. To help make sure her income lasts as long as she does. The younger you are, the more you need AARP.
At Bernie and Phil's, we know Sealy Posturepedic Plus mattresses offer Sealy's best in materials and highest level of support. To elevate your sleep for an even better night's sleep, we'll include a free adjustable base with any Sealy Posturepedic Plus mattress. Choose from firm, plush, and pillow top models. We have the perfect comfort choice for you. 0% financing is available, and we'll remove your old mattress and deliver and set up your new sleep system for free. You'll sleep better on a new Sealy Posturepedic Plus mattress from Bernie and Phil's. Challenge yourself to change lives. Join 7 News and run, ride, or walk from Boston to the Cape. Support Best Buddies' mission to help people living with special needs. Help amazing people get jobs, become inspirational leaders, make lifelong friends, and live independently. Take the challenge. And meet 7 News at the finish line for a beach party, clamping, and live concerts. Sign up today at bestbuddies.challenge.org/HP.
There's a way to cut your dishwashing time by 50%. Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It removes 99% of grease and grime in half the time. It cleans the water. You can replace multiple cleaning products. Try Dawn Power Wash. Mary Lou's has news for you. If you are looking for year-round employment with flexible hours, great benefits like free coffee, scan the QR code and apply now. Mary Lou's has the best coffee in town. At 5:30, we're tracking a nasty orange stir that's dumping some spring snow on the region, and it's making for a potentially dangerous morning condition. Plus, strong winds causing flooding in coastal communities. Yes.
Good morning.
Reached their highest record high tide this morning. We have Team 7 coverage ahead. And lawmakers holding a special hearing on Beacon Hill, calling out leaders of
Got a little bit of sleep last night, a little bit more than the night before. It still wasn't that much sleep, but I'm afraid to use these heaters because I don't want to blow a fuse now that I'm here by myself. I don't know anything about that stuff. Although I do think she had this plugged in yesterday, but I'm not sure where she plugged it in from. It's not really, I mean, obviously it's April, but something happened with the heat. I don't know if someone shut it off. If people were here. A couple of weird things happened. It says it's on, so I would guess that. I would guess we're out of oil. Like we ran out of oil right that day, which is weird. I mean, it lasted long enough for her to leave. Yeah, it's not winter time, but it was wicked cold early last night. I had to leave the house because I had to call the police. And they suggested to leave because Cindy and Jake had told the police that they would be out of here by nightfall or something, right? So I was gone even longer than that. And I come back, I think it was about 9:30, 9 o'clock when I got back in. They're still here. Jake wasn't even here yet. So I saw that the door was open. I saw a car, and then I saw the door was open, and then I saw that the car was still here. And I just came in and said, "You're still here?" I'm like, "I can't believe you're still here. I thought you said you were taking her out of here." And she goes, "I am." And that was the gist of any conversation with her. I absolutely not going to do it. So anyways, I did her and her mother a favor, even though it seems like I'm wacko probably. By today or tomorrow, I think she'll realize that I'm not and that it needed to be done. I can't care for her here. And Cindy immediately called the VA. I found the paperwork. I'm living in the house with these two people for 2 years. I was living with Barbara and Tommy for 13 years. We were all three of us evicted from Dedham. I went to a shelter for 5 months. He came and got me. Not I even contacted them. like, I think it was only like 4 or 5 months they were here before he went to Quincy looking for me. Brought me back here, and it's been 2 years. So all of a sudden, here comes a person, and within less than 24 hours, she's called every person. She's confiscated Tommy's wallet, phone, and keys to this house, including this house, and to his truck. She's figured out who's going to have things of his by yesterday. She was already talking about it within hours of his body being removed from this house. I'm not used to, obviously, people dying, and then it's just a person you're living with, and then here comes another person. You haven't even indicated in any way, shape, or form that you're incompetent. You're just not aggressive. Okay, so she was handed the VA stuff. Probably it's God, just to see what she was going to do, because I'm not having a battle war. And I've never wanted to be that woman's caretaker. Okay? I'm a homeless person, and that's my mother. So she had a house, she let me stay in it. And then Tommy was taking care of her and paying the rent here, and he let me stay here. Not I was ever her caretaker. It was never going to ever happen. She never wanted that. And there was a brief time, maybe 12 years ago, she asked me, and I told her no. So she's too aggressive towards me. I don't know. Would she have been different? Who the hell knows? There was never any time to find out. But I really don't have the desire to be doing it. The only reason I'd be doing it is to not be homeless. And it doesn't fit in with my lifestyle because she requires round-the-clock care. And I'd be the only person, I presumably, in this house, which I find to be insane. I wasn't even given any time, so you just leave it alone. It's God's will at this point. Because clearly Tommy was preventing me from allowing anybody else to live here or to even visit here. So who knows if other people are still homeless that would have came right here last night if I had seen them. So, well, I probably should have gone to South Station. I was saying that, and it was like cold. And I slept maybe 3 hours the night before, and I ate like a croissant sandwich that the police bought me because had just began to prepare food when this issue happened with Cynthia. It's just we cannot get along. She's way too aggressive. She has the same mental illness, in my opinion, that Barbara and Tommy have. And she's just, I spoke with, I don't want to get into revealing stuff, but I spoke with someone very close to her. And that person could have nothing to do with her either. That person stated that they hadn't spoken to her in a while because her and I don't speak. She comes here to visit her mother, and you're forced to say hello to her. Even Tommy would retreat up to the bedroom, and they'd have inevitably, every single time she'd come here, have a fight, and she'd leave because they all talk extremely loud, and I could hear it all upstairs. Like they scream, and they scream at the bottom of the stairs right up to that bedroom. I know you're just the same insanity that was going on at the other house after Candy left. So they're having screaming fights because Barbara's in the living room right there. They're having screaming fights right here. And the bedroom I'm in is the first bedroom at the top of these stairs. And it just echoes right up. The same insanity. It's even worse than this house. So anyways, it's going to be a hell of a lot quiet for the number of days that I'll be allowed to stay here before I have to go to the shelter. So apparently she's even located the landlord because she took Tommy's wallet and phone and keys. So how would Mary get the landlord's number? Okay, so apparently she's it's good that I had her speak to the cops. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but she apparently spoke to the landlord. And the landlord said that I could stay here till the end of the month, and the landlord will keep Tommy's Social Security, Tommy's security deposit. Because Tommy was the person on the lease, not Cynthia, not Mary, not even Barbara, but Tommy. Okay, so he was the person who signed a lease. Things I didn't know before because I would never have gone through his paperwork before. I don't do that. I'd never even been in his bedroom before Tuesday. It's some word for it. It's called like the fistatory or whatever, where the money was put into an account at Dedham Savings. He had his separate bank account, which has nothing in it. And it was put into a separate account that is in his name. Okay. And then he would go to the bank, because I remember him saying he'd had to get a check. He would go to the bank and get a check and pay the landlord. And then he tried to put it on automatic. And I don't know if it was on automatic for a while. Get it? That could have kept going on forever. But I know it doesn't matter. I know I probably know homeless nurses will be like, I would have wiped her ass until she died. Exactly. Just let her go with their daughter. I mean, for months and months and months, she was saying she wanted Cindy. She was begging me to get her out of here and take her out of here. She was constantly screaming at Tommy to take her to a hospital. I mean, she says weird stuff, but it wasn't a good situation. I mean, just the last few years of this man's life, biggest mistake he ever made, obviously, and it probably killed him. All that screaming and yelling. Yeah, if it ends up that it was like a aorta dissension or aorta rupture or something, yeah, just uncontrolled high blood pressure. He told me what it was when I first came up here. He said it was 200 over 100 and something, and they wouldn't do anything about it. They wouldn't give him medication or anything. So that was like 12 years ago. Okay, so that's a lot of screaming and yelling and stress. And a person who's been laying down for 20 years of his life. So he mentioned Sunday morning that he woke up and he felt sick. Oh, no, I think he said Saturday morning. He said it on Sunday because he was talking about fixing his truck. His truck had been broken and we missed the food pantry. So Saturday I walked there. It rained for like 3 days and he couldn't fix the truck. So then Saturday, I guess, was the day he woke up because he was up when I was about to go to the food pantry. And it was just, he was acting a little bit weird. Like he thought he had to sort of like fix the truck. He was still trying to get me to the food pantry. And I go, oh, I'm going to walk. It's fine. And he goes, okay, yeah. And then the next day, I think he fixed it. And he goes, yeah, I was going to fix it yesterday. I got up, but I felt sick. So then Monday, was it Monday? Yeah. Monday, I find him dead in the bathroom. So pretty stressful. Also, I'm the person that cleaned up a whole bunch of blood. It's just kind of disgusting. Not that, but just everything. So that's part of the thing. As soon as she got here, she's suggesting that I could go to her house and help out. As soon as someone says help out, no. I can't go to Cynthia's house. I don't want anything to do with Cynthia. I mean, remember Plymouth? Yeah. I'd be dead in a month. I would have to leave there. I'm sure the cops would be called 14 times to take me out of there. And in Norton, where you can't get to anything. Like a shelter. It's already happened to me before, so no. Then at one point, because she had to think about what she wanted to do. Obviously, it's a sudden, unexpected death. Just even I was like at the point of being able to slightly relax after her stint of not getting out of bed at all and him screaming and yelling. He finally had figured it out that he had to get her out of bed every day. And she was saying that she felt depressed. So people keep making up stuff. I'm not a doctor or I can't predict things, but she's not as out of it as people think. She said she's depressed. She has an underlying mental health condition where she gets severely, severely depressed and can't get out of bed. Okay, so as soon as he started knowing to put her in that thing, first thing in the morning, she'd be rolling around all day, talking, eating, causing mayhem like her typical self. She just doesn't walk. She clearly can stand up. She was getting up and using the toilet day before yesterday and yesterday morning. So I don't know if she eventually could start walking again. I mentioned that if she's given the proper care. I don't even know if Cindy's even going to attempt to get her walking. It's very bizarre. She was not taken to a hospital after she fell to find out what was wrong with her. So maybe God will put it in Cindy's head to try to get her walking at all. after things settle down, because clearly, like I said, that's an emotional thing. But it's sort of life. When you decide that you're going to take over everything, which is, it was destined anyway. It's not bad that she was doing that, but her treatment of me is appalling. So, anyways, some of these people are completely psychopathic and just, it's heartless. I've been thrown out to the street, I don't know, 10 times by now. So the woman knows I don't even have an active SNAP card and that they won't answer the phone to recertify it. She was told all of that, that I've been using a food pantry. So just, it doesn't matter because I don't like to get involved in this, but anything that comes out of her mouth to anybody from yesterday forward in regards to Tommy, I'm sure Tommy wouldn't want this to happen to me. Okay, so enough of the crap. All you want is something you saw on another piece of paper. It's obviously God and the devil at work to get her to do something that she would have delayed for weeks if she could. This is what I was getting at. Then she says, if I take over the money, and whatever the word is, okay, if I take over the money, would you want to stay here? No. Like in care for Barbara and stuff. No, absolutely not. Okay, so she called the VA and they've already transferred it over her. That's what she told me. In a day and a half. My hand to God, but this is the thing that the VA, she clearly didn't tell the VA this. Okay, she clearly did not tell the VA this. She a la fucking candy, pardon my French. She didn't transport this woman to her house the first day that Tommy was gone. Or she wasn't planning on the second day. She was then trying to get me to care for Barbara until I had to leave here so that she would have time for something. She's got to have time to set things up. No, that's not what Mary is. Mary's got to have time to set stuff up, and I can't be anchored to a house 24 hours a day, Cynthia. People don't answer telephones. I already tried to call the shelter, and that's automated too. Right, so I'm going to have to physically go out there, and then if that's not going to work out, I'm going to have to physically go out to another shelter. Something is going on with people where they won't answer phones. You can't even call the shelter in Quincy anymore. You get that thing what do they call it? Automated system. I know, you just go, we get back to you in this amount of time. Okay, well, I'll be calling you again today because the weather is terrible. Unfortunately, I'm not going out there today. I mean, a person like that, because it's happened to me before, she would have just let me leave. Because every other time when the cops have had to be called in 13 years, I've been told to leave when I'm completely destitute and haven't done anything. So praise God, that is most definitely the last of that. There's not a way on God's green earth that these people could conjure up another way that I'm supposed to be somebody else's hostage, within this family anyway. Even though Cynthia tried to. And this is the other thing that I found out that I didn't know, is all of her children have moved out of her house. They're all getting their own place. So she was about to be there by herself. So the handwriting was on the wall that she's looking for a prisoner. Okay, well, your prisoner is your mother, not Mary. All you have to do is dollar signs. I don't even know if any of it's true. Dollar signs, and Whammo, Barbara Kent's out of this house. And a nurse sitting in a nurse's house this morning. Okay, because the woman is a nurse. She doesn't need to work anymore. She gets paid to take care of her mother. She's a homeowner. And she's already taken possession of Tommy's annuity papers that I handed to her. After she told me she spoke with the sprinkler fitters and that she's not even going to have to pay for his burial because of the sprinkler fitters. Okay. So all of that's all going to be taken care of for Cynthia, and Mary goes back to a shelter destitute. Okay, so that's all you have to do is flash dollar signs to these people, and they will take possession of their person. So I looked up this annuity thing, and it depends. It doesn't say if he didn't designate a beneficiary, it goes right back to them. They never have to pay out $41,000. It's theirs. But if he has a beneficiary, obviously, right? It's it's no way in hell it's Cynthia Kent. It's probably his mother, and she just took her mother's finances over, so she would get all of that too. So there you go. Take it and go, please. She's already trying to talk to other people about giving away a trailer and a truck. Okay, I can't make this stuff up. She was asking me if it was okay to give Scott Tommy's trailer within, I don't know, 4 hours of the body being taken out of here. Okay. She called all these people, which I guess is appropriate for the sake of Barbara, to come over here. In 2 years, I couldn't have a person here for a cup of coffee. I couldn't have Brian on the front porch. And then here we go, 14 people in a house. So that's a lot of ganging up on Mary Gladys to make sure Mary Gladys isn't going to do something and Mary Gladys isn't going to get something when Mary Gladys isn't even trying to do something or get something. But deal with what just happened to me and that I'm going to be homeless again suddenly with not even a SNAP food card. It's like 30 units left. So this, the level of psychopathy and sociopathy is shocking. So anyway, I got Cynthia you'll have her out of here this week though, because she was trying to extend it. That's why she talked to the landlord. She was trying to extend it because before that, before she ever talked to the landlord or the VA, she goes, well, you'd be able to stay here till the 16th. She's completely psychopathic. Okay. She was going to make sure come hell or high water that I couldn't stay here. She's completely psychopathically deranged. And it's just to the point where the police had to be called. And then the police had to actually talk to her and talk to Jake on a phone. And they still didn't do what they told the police. She was still here when I got back here. So it wasn't until about 11:30 they finally got that woman out of here and left. All you have to do is call for a transport. There's transport companies. And I said to her, just have her transported to the hospital, Cindy, and then you can sort out all your stuff. She wouldn't do that, and she wouldn't leave the house. Because she came here, she took keys. She claims she doesn't have them on her, okay? Because she doesn't want to give them to the cops. She's probably lying, okay? So she still has keys. Her children couldn't stop at her house on the way here and pick up those keys and give them to me so that she doesn't have access into this house. She's that insane. So anyway, if she comes back here, the police will immediately be called because Barbara's not even here. And Cynthia Kent is not on a leash. Tommy Kent is. So anyways, and by her own words, she's already straightened it out for me with the landlord till the end of the month. But I wasn't given a landlord's name or phone number. I have a stack of paper here to try to find it because I'm destitute. I don't know if she explained that to the landlord. She probably did when the landlord said he'll take the security deposit to get through a half a month. It's like, I have no way to clear this stuff out of here. Even my own stuff. Remember when I was like, maybe I can store a basket of stuff at Cindy's house? Forget that business. It's that bad. This will be the 4th time. I counted it out last night. This will be the 4th time from my house to 2021 to the stuff at the hotel to now. 4 times. Everything I have, which is by this point, I never had anything anyway when I came up here. Not much. So apparently I think it's 59 and a half. So I guess he's 57. like so close but yet so far of trying to set your, and she knows everything. Before I found that paperwork, before she called the sprinkler fitters, it's a union he was in because of his father and his uncles. But he was never able to work. He had a house that I think was foreclosed because of his mental illness. I mean, it's evident. So it's difficult when you're living with people like this, and I can't care what people think because of my situation, they're gonna make up something. Because clearly, a woman is now gonna go to a homeless shelter again with the medical condition. So it doesn't matter. You can't care what people think. You have to understand psychology. They're all gonna make it up when none of this stuff is mine. I was never even allowed down here. Remember that? He came down here screaming in my face right after he brought me here. You don't have to be down here all the time because of their mental illness. Like it's a territory. And because Barbara was complaining to him about it. So, are these my dishes that aren't going to be my dishes? No, these are different ones. I don't know what happened to my dishes. Are they in here? They might actually be in they're in this cabinet. Remember I was talking about that? Barbara had a thing when she had children that she had a ring to give each one of her daughters, and she sold the one that was supposed to go to mine. She sold it, I think, to buy booze or buy oil or something when she was living with George Johnson at the house. So then she allotted me these dishes that I've never taken possession of. And they're sitting in that cabinet. So I don't know, maybe Cindy or Candy or one of these people where the scavengers will come. And then that's another thing they take, like my step. Remember that? For the Mary Kent show? So I'm aware of the scavengers after dealing with Alfred's family. That's when I found out about the scavengers and went, oh my God, I couldn't believe people like that. So, anyways, this isn't Dedham. This is Boston. I found that out yesterday. Praise God, because it's terrible outside. I mean, it's inevitable anyway, but right, maybe give it a week. Yeah, because I remember when I first got here and I called an ambulance for myself and they wouldn't take me because I have a do not treat. And it was like major fighting already in it's stressful. Like the amount of stress is like really not good for a person. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm sure that contributed to Tommy's death. So, they said to me, this isn't Dedham, this is Boston. I don't know if they wanted me to have him sectioned to a hospital, and I probably should have done it. I was talking to someone last night that told me they were just thinking about doing it, and they called people to ask them about doing it. Can you imagine? I didn't know this because he didn't have my number. He was calling other people in the family about a concern and to have him sectioned, and apparently they told him to mind his own business, and now the guy's dead. But I mean, we don't really have to play blame games because I'd be the one to blame. I mean, I already explained it, but I have to keep telling myself it wouldn't matter because it's already done. Just, someone's been in a bathroom for a long amount of time, and it's almost like something or whatever, and you're in like a denial. So I'm sure legally there's a law. If they actually did an autopsy and it was something that he could have been saved had I like knocked on the door hours before that. I'm sure there's a something you could be charged with, all these people that want to put me in jail. But I don't know. If people were honest, there's probably a support group for people like me. If people were honest where they go, it wouldn't have mattered. But we know, like people that live with drug addicts, probably this happened. They probably hands down know exactly what I'm talking about. As I speak the words, there's probably people where you know that you're not hearing the typical music or whatever coming from their room or smelling that that hour's drugs coming out of their room. And so but you don't want to do it. Right. Probably. I just thought of that. That's probably unfortunately commonplace. But
With features you won't find on Honda CR-V, Toyota RAV4, or Subaru Forester, the Hyundai Tucson puts the other guys in their place. Namely, the rear view mirror.
I don't want anything to do with people in this family. I've been saying that for years. But yeah, I think everybody in general should try to be nicer. But some of the things are obviously true. Like, I don't even know if my fiance would be still with me had he been able to come here, or if he died, if he'd still be alive, if he was able to come here. So that's a long time of isolating me. And for the first year, I didn't have a phone. And I remember it freaked me out because I went for a walk and I had that AT&T phone. Obviously, I can talk openly now because the guy's dead and Barbara's gone, where I could never do this before for fear of my own safety. Sometimes when people are screaming and yelling like that, you don't want to over dramatize it, but obviously people kill people. So we don't know what it takes for them to cross the line and actually kill you. Like, say that he felt like I was the one person he could camaraderie with, and then he saw me on a live stream talking bad about him. That could be enough to make a person go over the edge and in the heat of the moment kill me. Just as an FYI. So I've never really sort of like, I've always held back, and I never wanted to talk about stuff in front of Barbara. I couldn't really talk about spiritual stuff because I didn't want to discuss it in front of Tommy. So the past 2 years, it's better than being in a shelter for sure. Definitely grateful that he did that, but it's not the ideal conditions, let me tell you. Barbara went through a lot in the past 2 years, so people that, and that's the other thing about Cynthia, she's responsible for the past 2 years of Barbara's life, because had she gone to the VA, they would not have put Barbara in Thomas's care. It's because that for some reason they never contact me, so it's another damnation about the VA. But it probably would have ended up the same had they contacted me, because I would have never taken over all that stuff. I've never been wanting to be her caretaker. It's too much. And she's too aggressive, and she would have been even worse because Tommy was still living, and it was too soon from Candy. So Tommy had to take on the brunt of that. But she knew that Candy left, right? As an example of how out of it she is, she didn't even say anything yesterday morning, even when she first got up, about where's Tommy. Okay, so I'm sure the VA knows that maybe, but I mean, it's been a few years since they've examined her. People that keep saying a person is out of it, it's because of her mental health for the most part, but she didn't forget that he was dead. It was just the first hour she's in shock. And honestly, I observed her every time people came and went, and it's part of her show. It's part of her histrionics. The grief sets in, but I guess sometimes when you see people, you know something's real. So there's some of that, but like every new person, it was almost like the prelude to a wake, right? So yeah, Cynthia's going to have to figure out how she's going to transport this woman to a wake, or she's going to miss her own son's wake. I know, it's probably difficult to decide if you're going to deal with someone going, where is he, for the rest of her life, or you're going to have to put her through that. So it's good to be in good contact with the VA, but when she hasn't been keeping up with her appointments, I don't know. So it seems like they're petrified of her ever being near an ambulance or a hospital. Like, they completely believe that she can go to a nursing home, and I don't believe that, but I'm not in charge of stuff. Everything I say, they argue with me. And if she works in a nursing home, she knows. All I get is what I'm told on this internet and television, which could be false. Okay, so they want to make people believe there's any nursing home, so you stop bringing your family there. I could see that when there's one or two of them left. But good luck. You're a nurse and you want to put your mother in a nursing home? They wouldn't let her have a penny. They'd be like, we're going to take all of her money. We're going to find someone else to take care of her. right? Like you just removed her from another next of kin because you want to put her in a nursing home and we haven't even talked to her. I don't think I could care for her. I gotta say it's just too much. Right. You just go, it's the same thing. Dollar signs and homelessness. For me, it's homelessness because I don't care about dollar signs. Right. So I got to be honest. If I was in Florida and I got that phone call, I'd go, I can take over her finances and set her up in a nursing home, but I'm not moving her into my house. Yeah. But I wouldn't have known that had I not been living up here. Yeah. I wouldn't have known what she was going to degrade into. Alfred and I tried to get her to move. Here's like a really sort of turn of events. From the time Alfred and I got married, he was trying to negotiate with her to move into the house, to buy the house and fix it up. Nope. Then years later, move in with us and we'll buy a new house with an in-law apartment. Nope. And then he offered it one more time and she said nope, and it was never offered again. That's probably the work of the Almighty because she's too abusive to be around children.
Here on the sidewalk and then on the road. And you can see how slushy it's getting. It's been about 2 to 3 inches. Right now we are expecting about 3 to 6 inches here in the Pittsburgh area. If you take a look here in the lights here, you can also see how the wind is pushing it a little bit sideways, but it's not too bad if you're standing outside. It just feels like snow falling outside. So I want to take a look at the road again. You can see again cloud drivers are making way for drivers, making sure.
One thing about Cynthia too is she's very, very dirty. Yeah, just obviously people. It's the whole time I've been living up here. People come in here, right? All due respect to another person, but I mean there was pizza in the box, so that's probably why it was left there. They come into a house, right? And they all have to comment about how dirty it is, and then they leave filth around it for other people to clean up. So yeah, just constantly dishes in a sink. I'm done washing dishes, Cynthia. Yeah. You want an egg? I'm gonna do this because what I give her isn't good enough. You know how it is? Oh yeah. You haven't even been living here, and you just go, all right, so you're taking over her care. I don't think Cindy got it at first. She was still doing the shit she probably did to Candy and Tommy, right? Like Tommy died, okay? So you need to take your mother out of this house so I can go to a shelter. My hand to God. So it's going to be this week, and then she's trying to negotiate that. You can't let Cindy negotiate anything. Unfortunately, anything to do with Cindy, you have to have a mediator. And maybe the police at first. Okay, just if anything ever like this comes up again with anybody that knows her, you don't try to discuss anything with her, especially alone. She is wicked aggressive and she has mental health issues. Now, I told the police, I don't want to be mean, but I think she needs crisis intervention. They probably like I thought typically this woman would be transported to a hospital like I tried to do in 2020. Recall that? Dedham Police and EMS. And she didn't want to go when she's 100% disabled on a psych and her caregiver took off. Tommy hadn't even been living in the house. Candy goes, I heard the conversation that day. All of a sudden, one day, I didn't know she was moving either. You should just stay here, right? And like 2 days later, she left, and Tommy and Barbara didn't tell me, remember, because they were in shock. They were in shock and in denial and didn't want to face the fact that Candy and Norm just moved out like that. And then Tommy didn't know what was going on with the house. He wasn't even living there when it was auctioned off. Yeah, just Candy just outright just went like this. But Barbara, no one had power of attorney over her or anything. And she became aggressive and following me around the house after I went to Worcester after what Tommy did with the trailer. I called for a medical transport. That's what they were told. She's 100% disabled on a site. She's agitated. And like, I need a medical transport. They take her there. They remind her about her diagnosis. And then at that time, the VA would have determined who's in charge of her. So Tommy made sure that didn't happen. And then the police told me I had to leave when the shelter was closed. Okay. So I had to walk on a highway to Quincy and be picked up by the state police and explain to them what was going on. So that's why I still have to call the police because I can't. Last night, I can't just leave a house with Cindy and Barbara sitting in it. Nope. This is where I was living. It wouldn't even matter if I left today. I couldn't leave here yesterday with Barbara and Cindy sitting in a house because I didn't trust Cindy to do it. I didn't trust Cindy to do it. I think her mental health is an issue. Not to take care of Barbara, just. She had a confusion about she didn't sign a lease. She's not on a lease to live here, and she would probably tell the cops that she's not on the lease. Are you fucking kidding me? Your whole family is fucked in the head. Okay. So she'll finally be the fuck away from you people now? Like the police don't know who I am? I know. Do the police know together? Why would the police know I'm with the boyfriend, but they don't know I live here? Jesus Christ, God. So anyways, that's probably what she was hoping to do. She goes, yeah, have them come and then I will talk to them. She was probably going to try to kick me out to the fucking street yesterday. A la Candy. I know, just, oh my God. Now I got to take over for all the yelling. But anyways, it's like exhaustion and just, I don't even have to talk like that because there's nobody else here talking over me. Oh, God. Got the news on. Yeah, I guess I'll push the button that I'm facing eviction. That's why I want to find out the landlord's name. But I mean, really, I don't need to stay in a 4-bedroom house unless I'm taking people in who are homeless. I know, you just go, why would I need a 4-bedroom house? And I don't know how to get in touch with my children. I don't even know if they're living. Just these people know everything about everything because of Facebook. I don't even know if they're talking to the people they think they are. And I don't care. I don't care how crazy I sound. Just how many times would you tell a group of people you're not allowed to use social media because you keep being banned? You're being stalked and harassed clearly by your government and your military, and that I didn't even have a phone, and that they are at times shut off your phone and block your phone. Nope, it's all right. You guys go about your business because I'm separate from your family anyways. Always have been. So I told the police, I don't want to be mean. She's taking over everything. That's fine. She's a nurse. I expected that. But she is wicked aggressive. It's like she's causing fights with me for no reason. And like that was an issue when my brother was here. They'd get in a fight and she'd leave. He was telling me all the time they got in another fight. And I could hear it going on. Like she has the disease. She has dementia. Not to the degree she can't care for her mother. I'm not even a doctor. I didn't give her a psych eval. And she probably acts different in that, right? She knows she's going to have to stop her behavior because she was still doing the same crap, even with her mother. That's it. I can't. I'm leaving. Okay, well, now you can't do it. You cannot leave. She's in your house. So that's the only thing is they may want to give that woman one of those things you press, and she'll press it every other day for no reason. Because that would be my only concern about Cindy. But yeah, in truth, she probably wouldn't do it because she knows she can't just take off for hours and leave that woman in her house. We would hope she would never do that because if none of her children are living there anymore, I'm not going to go around accusing her of doing whacked out stuff she's never done. She never had the chance to do that yet. That's why Mary Gladys won't be living there. Do you get what I'm saying? Mary Gladys would have been kicked out of her house, a week? And I'd be stuck in Norton. She would just kick me straight outside. No income, no public transportation. Apparently, the commuter rail is somewhere around there, like Attleboro or something. And I wouldn't have money to get on it. I've done that with Cynthia before, and I ended up in Taunton Green. I was telling the cops about it. They didn't know what it was. I ended up in Taunton Green. I didn't know what it was either. Okay? Just a regular homemaker, Sally homemaker. I was smoking cigarettes at the time. Just stone cold sober, in Taunton Green, being saved. That's what I said. I go, those homeless people there saved my life and put me on a train and stuff and got me back to a shelter. Those terrible, terrible drug addicts. Just last night, as soon as this happened and the cops talked to her, and they talked to Jake to verify what she was saying, because obviously I'm already saying she's taking her mother and like she's causing a fight. And even if she just left yesterday for the night and came back today, yeah, like it was almighty put some devil in her head to get her to do it. Yeah, like she decided she was going to do a battle war with Mary that didn't make any sense. Yeah, so that's why I said you're having a mental crisis. I said it to her. I go, I think you're having a mental crisis. So, like, you're not making any sense. So I'm going to have the cops come and talk to you. Right, just, it was weird. It was like she was like on the phone and she was like so stone cold emotionless that you're just like, you're either like a stone cold psychopath or God has you in a God sent delusion. So you will take this woman out of this house today. Yeah, I would say it was that because it was weird. And the cop goes, I'm a little bit concerned for your safety. Because I'm talking to one cop and another cop's talking to Cindy and Jake. So he might have thought, right, that she seemed weird given the circumstances. Like she seems cold-hearted towards me. So sometimes when they do that, I'm thrown to the street and Barbara knows it. So she wasn't too happy about it. She didn't want me to leave with the cops. And I was like, you just have to have, you can't be like that with the cops. I understand why, because every time in Dedham, I'm told to leave and Barbara doesn't see me again until she gets Tommy to drive out to Quincy and get me. So clearly Tommy's not around to drive out to Quincy and get Mary. Right. So anyways, that would be probably the only person I ever would have had to call in an emergency. So I have Cindy's number, but I mean, Jesus Christ. Do you understand how approaching death I'd have to be to ever use that at this point? But no, I have Scott's phone number and he drives. That's right. I forgot about that. But I would only contact, I talk to Scott, just, whatever, but I would never burden those people with something unless I was like, something happened. I was dumped on the side of the road or something, honestly. They have shelters for people that are destitute. Why on earth none of these people have ever tried to contact 6 next of kin for me is beyond comprehension. But they probably don't know how to do it. And luckily, my children, if they were living, don't want anything to do with these people because they know that they're all criminally insane. Like, you're expecting 6 adults to talk to you. Any shelter, all due respect to them, it might be new people, but you're expecting 6 adults to talk to you when you have kept me like this for 13 years. They view you as deranged and insane. They want nothing to do with you. So I don't know if people have ever tried to contact them or Al, and they go, we don't want anything to do with it, and hang up. Right? Because they're in Florida if they're still living, and it hasn't been too good there. Like, he knows his house was taken and everything, and just, it doesn't make any sense, everything that's happened to me. Yeah, so don't expect those people to ever talk to anybody from Massachusetts that's a law enforcement or anything. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. If the situation was reversed, I would have nothing to do with it either. Right, you just go, because it's like this, you don't want to be part of the community where those people are trying to interject themselves into your lives. It's like, why don't you give her an income and then we will talk to her? Why would she need an intermarry when she's not in a coma? Did she qualify for Social Security yet? Then no. Click. Get it? That's not them saying they want money. Is she in a coma? Then why am I hearing from you? Just give her an income or housing and an income, and then we'll talk to her. Get it? Crazy. Did she get her alimony yet? Could you imagine losing your mother? You're a minor and you know it. It's been 13 years. You were 9 years old. And now you're an adult and you realize the full brunt of it. And you're just like, how the hell were we not put in emergency housing with our mother? Oh, yeah. It's probably worse when it's your mother, I'm sure, and you're an actual mother and you're not like Barbara Kent. But I didn't like it when it seemed like people were being mean to her either. Yeah. Even when I guess the meanness is warranted, but like when medical personnel are, blunt with her, not abusive, you still want to defend her, like what happened in front of that house when her house was auctioned. I almost went to jail for her because of her histrionics. That's the last time I defended Barbara Kent. And I think Tommy felt like that too. But he still did it. He probably felt his point of view was probably that I was incompetent and took off. They never discussed anything with me. And the fact that all my stuff went in a dumpster, come on, Tommy, really? He was back and forth within his personas, but God made him believe that he wanted to be a different person, which is compassionate, for sure. The man was definitely very mentally ill. I was discussing that. What was it, the day he died? I would feel bad all the time when I say a bad word about Tommy, but he's dead now. He's never going to hear it. Right. So every time I'd start to feel bad for him, he would do something fucked up, like reveal his persona. And just this business about Brian, that was the final straw with me. And you just go, I could never bring my children to a house, but it's really not just because of Tommy. I mean, I couldn't bring my children around Barbara Kent. The whole family is dysfunctional. I'm not a perfect person, but my children were not around anything like that when I was bringing them up. For a reason. That's why I moved 1,200 miles away. So, yeah, I mean, Scott had already got his place, and it's probably for the best because, as you're seeing, he knew it was never going to work out either because of Barbara. Barbara is a ticket for an aggressive person to do what she did last night. Just like she did to Tommy. She would probably park herself in this room and refuse to leave too, and he would go upstairs. It probably happened like once or twice. He didn't call the cops on her. So he just would retreat to his bedroom knowing she'd eventually get in a fight with Barbara and take off. She owns a house in Norton. That's what I told the police. I'm like, I think she's just confused. I mean, she literally thought she was going to start becoming a super richer or something. She's going to keep a house in Norton, and then she's going to get the VA's money, and then she's going to pay the rent, and I stay here and take care of Barbara, and she's going to get Tommy's pension and all this business. You're going to do all that, but you'll have even more money. Right, because I'm sure her voice tone at this point is probably, I was trying to help her. No, you were not trying to help me. You can stay here till the 16th. You were not trying to help me, Cynthia. Even within hours of Tommy dying, you go, well, you can stay here till the 16th. You were in no way or shape trying to help me. You own a house and you're getting $3,600 supplemental income now, and you will not give your sister Mary anything because you're so psychopathically insane. There's no way to hide your psychopathy at this point. Right. So there wouldn't be any reason for you to ever contact me again or come to this house, because apparently the police asked her that. The police wanted to make sure from her verbally that she agreed not to come back to this house after she left, because they told me. So she lies, police officers, because she was still here when I got back here last night. Neither one of her children were here. It was almost as if she called them and said, yeah, she still wants me to take them. Yeah, you told the Boston police, Cynthia, you were taking them. And Jake, you told the Boston police you were taking them. I am not Barbara Kent. Hell the fuck no. If it got to the point of the police, we're no longer speaking. Mary is not one of your Kents, DeSalt, whatever you call yourselves, 14 last names. Okay? That's why I don't talk to you people. Homeless woman who had a brother that let her stay here for 2 years. That's it. And now he's dead. So take your mother and get out. Thank you. Right. Just remember the weirdness at the house after Candy left? Even to Jared. It's an excuse to talk to other people, and Tommy was probably doing it too. He probably thought he was going to form a much better relationship with me than he did, because he was probably cognitively reduced. I don't think he was like a weirdo, like he wanted to marry me, but I'm not a neutered adult. I'm not mentally retarded. Okay. And like, I'm not interested in living with my brother or my sister like an old maid. I'm not interested in doing that. All due respect, especially when they can't see you as an adult. They're abusive and controlling, and they won't let you have even a friend over for coffee. That's a completely unacceptable situation. And Tommy was allowed to do it simply because of my destitution. And then Cynthia thought that I'm like a slave that people pass around. And I sit there and conversate and get abused by them and help out. No. I don't even think the shelter people would force me to do that with her. It lacks sense. Right. She's got a house. She's a nurse. The VA already handed the stuff on the telephone, already handed it off to her. I know, you just go, there's nothing else. You've already contacted his life insurance policy. Really? Take your mother and go. Get my point of view. Just, okay, so the landlord has already said that I could stay here till the end of the month, or even the 16th. That's why I need you out of here, because I can't go back and forth and figure out what I'm doing while this woman's here. She needs round-the-clock care. Tommy was here 24 hours a day. He never went anywhere. So you have that going on, and then you have insane people shutting off a medical disability because I took a train to Concord and walked around Walden Pond when the woman had a caregiver. So that's why they did it to him. And then they thought they were going to do it to two people because of one old woman. Okay, well, there you go. Tom Kent's dead. All these other people, Candy has got children. They would try to do it with that too. She's got children. Michelle was here. She's saying she doesn't really talk to her. Well, you better make sure you talk to her, because you're her next of kin, and I'm not a pass-around slave. You're not understanding how insane people are, but I do. Oh, yeah. Scott, the police officer, and Luquette. Oh, you need to take care of this. And it's a police report from 2017 where the police told Tommy to move out of his mother's house. Every and any excuse. That's why you've kept me like this for 13 years. Holy fucking shit. Are you criminally insane? So yeah, you're going to get a phone call and leave a message. I don't know who that person is. My brother died. And my sister is taking over my mother's care. Oh, yeah. Are you still going to make up some reason this has been going on for 13 years? What was I supposed to take care of there? I know, you just go, what was that? What does that even mean? So that's obviously what these criminals are doing, and why we all, like, over the past 3 days, none of these people talk about anything real, but I mean, obviously that's like shocking and sudden. And then of course, some of it's probably mixed because they haven't seen Barbara in a while. Right. And then they've got to be faced with me. And then it's the brunt of a family that's completely disintegrated. Yeah, like that's the matriarch who sort of kept it all together. She was always the excuse for a bunch of people to pretend they didn't want to interact with each other. Right. I don't know. Maybe they actually mean it that they don't want to talk to each other, or it's just they've all become so ill that none of them can deal with anything, never mind each other. Right. Just. Oh, yeah. Whatever's going on with Candy. I mean, it's not like she hit the jackpot, but Now her brother is dead because she was supposed to be caring for her mother, and she just left him to have to do it. Yeah, even picking her up, it was probably too much. I told him to call for assistance. He was trying to get me to do it, and I told him the exact thing that probably happened to him. Yep, I could tear something or whatever. Like I'm too medically compromised to try to lift a person. I can't do it. And that's probably exactly what happened to him. And I wasn't going to say it in front of Barbara, but I mean, come on. She better hope she actually fell all those times and wasn't playing games like it appeared she was. He told me I think one of the times he goes, that last time I picked her up, man, I don't know. I think I hurt like my back or something. Yeah, probably. It was probably like an initial weakness if that's what he died from. Anything like that would contribute to it. Yeah, I got to pass the blame on to her because of my guilt. But I mean, I didn't do anything to him other than maybe a delayed response unintentionally. Just, I didn't know for sure. No, as soon as I got up that morning and opened the door, I just went, oh my fucking God. I knew at like 10 o'clock the night before that the bathroom door was closed for an amount of time that was unusual, and you don't hear any noise in the bathroom. And you just do this. Yeah. Just being honest. To a fault. Ooh, you're being arrested, willful neglect or something. I don't know. But yeah, I'm really grateful they're doing an autopsy, because apparently when they don't do that, you're supposed to call the funeral services, and apparently they come and take the body. But because of his age and he doesn't have any medical conditions that anyone knows about, that's why they did it. And thank God. Thank you, Boston Police, if you're responsible for that. Whoever's responsible for that, because, oh, yeah. How long is this? It was long as it was. It was hours. I never knew that went on. It was at least a couple of hours. It's not really about get this out of here. It wasn't really that. But it's just weird because the people are still in the house. It's like not over yet. I guess is how I would describe it. It's like not over yet. Like you're in a hospital still. And because of what happened, there was blood all over the bathroom floor. They warned me ahead of time that was a big pool of blood. And the way that they explained it, it was less than I thought. And you just go, where did all this blood come from? But I guess initially, because certain people have to do certain things. So the people that actually document everything before the other people come and take them to the morgue. She said initially when you first look at it, because she probably knows I'm the person who found him. And she probably already knows I'm going to be riddled with fucking guilt, probably. She goes, initially, I thought maybe he fell and hit his head. She goes, but when I looked at him, the blood was coming out of his nose. Like probably like his nose and his mouth. And I was like, oh, okay. She probably knew, because I told the police the whole story. I'm not going to lie. And I'm just like, oh my God. But I don't know. I said that about myself. It depends if a person, I don't know what his medical wishes were. But I mean, clearly, when you never go to a doctor, you probably don't want life-saving things anyway. When you're unconscious like that and you're not feeling any pain, but yeah, I mean, if it was just, I don't know how you slip and fall off a toilet, but it's possible. Yeah, if it was something where a person would go, that's not a medical thing though, Mary, if he fell and slipped, but because I saw him there, it probably helped because to me, it really looked like he probably suddenly at least passed out on a toilet and just went bloop. Yeah, I'm not a forensic expert, but right, definitely there was no calls for help for a bathroom, pounding on a floor, nothing. Yeah, you just so you would, I would think if a person was even conscious, there would be something. Yeah, I mean, the nature of that bathroom, but I think was I live streaming and talking a lot that day. The nature of that bathroom, and if I have my headphones in and stuff, I hear nothing. or if I'm like talking like this because I keep my door shut. But if I had my door shut and it was silent in a room, I would probably hear that door close. Yeah, like you can hear noise from that bathroom when someone's in it. So this is an interesting thing about that bathroom too. The door doesn't lock. I knew it was weird when I got here. Yeah, like I was like, oh great, the bathroom door doesn't lock. Good luck with taking baths. Yeah, but and I mentioned this yesterday. Another weird thing. I don't know if he had been in and out of the bathroom a lot and wasn't feeling good, if he was becoming disoriented or something. Because I didn't really talk to him that day, and we don't talk a lot, anyways. I think it was either that day or the day before. Like it was either Sunday or no, it couldn't be Monday. It was either Saturday or Sunday. It was just maybe God pointing it out. You notice stuff. What's different is the door was like half closed, and he never does that. And I was like, did I do that? I'm like, that's weird. Yeah, it's just something that doesn't go on. So I guess if you weren't feeling good and you were getting kind of disoriented, I could see that you might go to close the door and go, what am I doing? Why am I closing the door? Or something, right? Like if you were like quickly going in and out and laying back down, she didn't feel good, something like that. He mentioned that he didn't feel good the day before. So I'll calm down eventually. Now I'm not cold anymore. So I knew I wasn't going to need to use those heaters, but oh my God, I was standing at Forest Hills last night waiting for the 32, just praying to God. I was so cold, so cold. And I'm like, I know, God, I tried. That's why I'm out here. I mean, it would have been just like that. Remember when Tommy first brought me back here and he lied and said, and it's a good thing. It's almighty because at that time it was daytime and I went right to Quincy. I went right to the library. And I don't know if those people didn't see me on Facebook. They probably didn't. I was probably being filtered and blocked because I was like, I would have immediately brought people back here that day in March of 2022 because he lied when he picked me up from Quincy Center to get me to come back here. I know, you just go, okay. I don't know if you needed to lie like that. I probably still would have done it after spending 2 months on the ground, dude. And people trying to murder me in a hotel, everything I just went through for 5 months. But he was like, yeah, I was thinking about trying to get some homeless people to help pay the rent. And then, oh yeah, does it really sound like that's what he intended? Then he immediately wanted money. And that's why I tried to go to a hospital. I was trying to get Social Security because he wanted money. And I went to the DTA office and got the paperwork that I never showed up at my doctor's appointment because my doctor is like, I don't understand this phone call. I know you don't, because I'm like under duress. I was just removed from Quincy and this person wants money now. So this is the procedure I go through when I'm being, I don't know what the word is, not terrorized, but under duress to get money when I was never told I needed money when I agreed to come back here. That's what I'm saying. It's the same thing with Cindy. Don't let him fool you. I mean, her, I know, but he didn't kick me out of here. Yeah, but he had no intention of letting another person come here, just like Karen and Michael at the other house. So he got his 2 chances and then he died. So whatever it is God has planned for him, I really don't think it's a rebirth in this physical form, but he probably wouldn't want that. He wouldn't want that. Before you go, you think you want something because you're afraid of dying. And then once you're gone and you're in God's hands and you get a new brain and a new form of life, that's what you want to do. You want to live with the aliens. You want to lay around all day. Maybe you wants to be a lion in Africa or something. So lions in Africa don't need all that higher thought, or maybe they do. And it sounds like Tom Kent if they could talk. Honest to God. That's what it seemed like he wanted to do. Be a lion and just lay around and get up and roar every once in a while. So, oh, there's my phone. Who the hell's calling me this early in the morning? Maybe the police.
It operates 9 Massachusetts hospitals currently. Stewart now plans to sell off its network of doctors. The senators wanted Stewart's CEO to testify, but he didn't show up.
It's disrespectful to the people of Massachusetts who now have a Stewart healthcare system that is in danger of collapsing because of his reckless, selfish behavior.
We have reached out to Stewart Healthcare for a comment, but have not heard back. In February, the company announced it has a plan to stabilize its finances.
It must be the terrorist because it says 000. Yeah. Well, I didn't know if the police would touch base with me again just to make sure everything was all right. So I don't want to ignore phone calls. I can't ignore phone calls anymore. I have to answer the phone, but not when it says 000, unless it's like a police cell phone number or something. They'll call again. I don't think they left a message. So hopefully you're not blocking them from calling me. But yeah, I have to answer phone calls now like an adult. Yeah, I mean, I like to hide from stuff too, but I don't think that person would be. I have to get the charger for this thing already. I don't think that person would be calling me back this early, would she? Maybe.
After Sullivan hit the man with his car, the victim fell into a construction ditch and suffered serious injuries. The victim's family, including 3 young children, watched it. Investigators say Sullivan threatened to kill the victim's family. He faces a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison and a fine.
Students at the University of Massachusetts can plan on paying a little bit more next year. School leaders voted to increase tuition and housing fees for in-state undergraduates at UMass Amherst. Starting in the fall, which will cost just over $7,000 per year. Students at campuses in Boston, Dartmouth, and Lowell will face
I already went through that.
happens next Wednesday. Also this morning, survivors of the Boston Marathon.
Well, in true Cindy fashion, she couldn't even take the dog with her, and she likes dogs. So, yeah, that's the one thing I'll have to do is I'm going to have to call the pound and have them come and get the dog. So, where can I plug this in? Yeah, I mean, you would think she would have thought about her mother that she might want that dog, but it's all right. Other people don't think like me. That's how Cindy talks. She thinks she's a saint and Tommy's a saint. Got ya. Everyone's a saint. We're all perfect saints, aren't we? Let's all talk like Candy. I do too much. That's what Tommy started doing. It was surreal. That's when you realize that someone is cognitively impaired. Like he's mentally retarded and he was never diagnosed. I don't know how he was collecting Social Security, but definitely mentally retarded man. So hopefully I'm sure. It's not hopefully. I'm sure he's in bliss wherever he is. So that's a tough life right there for a person. That's a lot of years of. I should just go out in the kitchen, I guess. But I need to put something. There's no plugs in it all. But I guess they weren't even using this room. Just the thoughts and ideas, right? Because it's 2 mentally ill people that refused to let somebody else be in charge of them. It's just amazing. Absolutely amazing. Some people, they won't stop trying to control their lives when they're not even this mentally ill. And then people like this, they do nothing for them. They let them stay like this. It's almost like this, right? The system itself is mentally ill. And they don't like people like Mary. This is probably way too heavy, right? Yeah, that's way too heavy. That's not going to work. What about this stuff? She didn't take her porta potty. That's going to be some excuse. She's going to need to come back here and get that. That couldn't be fit in the number of people's cars that were here last night. Yeah, I'm a wicked bitch because I'm not going to be abused. And I knew it, and I told the cops, I need those keys. Not a person accesses a house like that. That is crazy. Oh, yeah, that's absolutely crazy that a person just... I said this to her. Can you make sure that they check him for his keys and his wallet? I didn't tell her to take his keys and his wallet and his phone. She doesn't ask. Barbara Kent was mad that she did it too. She goes, why do you have those items? That's why the police were probably like, I'm a little bit concerned about your safety, because they're probably like, this person is clearly ill, because they spoke with her. Yeah, just they were. That's why. And they told me, when you go back there, if there's any problems, call us. I did her a favor by not calling them, which it was probably a mistake, but it's almighty. And finally, other people came. They probably didn't want to do it. They probably did not want to do it. And they finally came here about 11:30 last night and helped her get her out of here. They probably knew they had to, or they were going to have their mother sectioned to a hospital, because she probably wouldn't listen to them either. They're probably like, where is Mary? Yeah, they might have been thinking maybe by the time I got back here, Cindy would just leave. Yeah, because you go, why would Jake lie to the police about when he was coming here? He was probably hoping that Cindy would come to her senses and leave when I got back. That's probably why the cops told me to leave, because she would have still been here. Yeah, just, whoa. I know, my voice tone wasn't mean. I just went, I can't believe you're still here. Yeah, you're like, I can't believe you just lied to the Boston police, and Jake lied to the police, and you're still here now. I was gone way longer than I thought the cops would say I needed to be gone. Apparently, Jake told the police that definitely he would be there by nighttime. It might have taken him longer to move because of the weather. Yeah, terrible day to be doing anything. It's because of your mother. I'm sure you probably got that. They can't hear me, but yeah, most people that know Cindy can read between the lines when she's telling them something. Because clearly the cops called and talked to you. So, I mean, it was that bad that the police had to be called. I mean, I don't know if she was always that bossy and I didn't notice it, but I think it's gotten worse. But, I mean, it was like this. I was tolerating it because that's why you go, okay, and then you're going to stay here because she's not working. She's staying here all that time. And then, remember when she did this at the house and she wanted to sleep up in the room that I had the blue chair in? That's why. I mean, she gets like spooky, like she wants to retreat into childhood because of her own life. Yeah, she wants to retreat back into childhood, and Barbara Kent can't take care of these adults anymore. Right. It's like, if you want to be cocooned by Barbara Kent's money, Cindy, you've got to take it to your house, because I'm not planning on being cocooned by Barbara Kent's money. Obviously, it would have been nice, because I believe she'll probably go at least another year, especially with improved care. So, but I mean, I figured she'd go at least another year, even under Tommy's care. Yeah, so that's why I went, seriously, dude, you're dead? Like, I thought I was going to be able to relax and stop stressing out, even after the SNAP card shit, and just use a food pantry. Even with the truck broken, I thought it was like, God, go and see how you can just walk to the food pantry. And what the hell? Now this dude is dead? It would have worked out if he owned the house, but I mean, can you see how she is? If there was no landlord and he actually purchased a house in his name, because if they purchased a house in Barbara's name, she would demand the house be sold and I'd be sent to the street. She's that deranged, obviously. I'll take $3,600 when I don't pay a mortgage, obviously. You pay a mortgage? When's the last time she paid a mortgage? I'm pretty sure she told me 13 years ago that she hadn't paid her mortgage in a year or something. You pay a mortgage? You pay a mortgage, rental houses in Plymouth, and $150 dinners? You pay a mortgage? Brian, if you were still living, Brian would go, oh my God. You pay a mortgage? Okay, so you just got handed $3,600. Okay. And you need Tommy's pension too, right? That's called a psychopath. That's beyond greed. That's why she was doing what she was doing. I think in her mind, she thought I was going to get kicked to the street last night. Like she was going to go, fuck you, after, because I offended her. The phone won't actually pick up. Hello? Yes. It's who? Yeah, that's going to be someone in the military that's fucking deranged. That's why I didn't want to answer it. That's why the phone wouldn't pick up either. So anyway, it's not a show, and the laptops probably aren't even going with me. I told you that. So your show is over. Your made-up king died. You're not doing tutors. It's almighty. I'm sure if Tommy knew the extent of what you people were doing, he would have been glad to die. Put an end to it. I understand what he was talking about, Cindy working now. And it's kind of like this. He had probably given up on talking to people anymore, just like me. After them coming here and listening to them talk, they all work. They all work. They're all got their own place. You just go. Well, Tommy got to live and die, I think, in a delusion where he was doing what I was doing. Because that's what his mother said. She goes, he was trying to do like you do. I understand he was trying to do that. I'm not deaf, dumb, and blind. But he didn't renounce. And he had the opportunity to, because he could have done it when you were living with Candy. Right. Like he fell into the same trap Cindy just fell into after you died, dude. Right. I mean, get with it. You were afraid to live on your own as an adult, even though you had an income. You gave up a Section 8. That's why you go, how were you not in a Section 8 here? The whole thing is an atrocity. Well, I don't want to insult the landlord, but that's why I said it sounds to me like it's probably someone that knows people at the VA that set up those things. Yeah. And then you go, the VA may have, I don't know if they bought this house when Tommy was looking at it. That's why I said the whole thing was bizarre. But they really should have suggested to him that she go into a nursing home after Candy left. He already had he bought a trailer. And I remember their conversations. Barbara completely hoodwinked him into doing what he did because she didn't want to go to a nursing home. And after Candy, she used him to get rid of Candy and Norm. And she was playing her things where I'm going to write up papers to bequeath 1/2. That's all these people have been doing with their lives. They're all flush with cash. And so they make up play games. I lived here for 2 years with it, listening to her talk. Every single day, it's going to be a made up thing. And because you people have money and people leave you alone. Whereas Mary has to live in the real quote unquote world. Believe it or not, you probably think that I'm some sort of like whatever, but I have to actually exist in the real world that people have created here. Because whoever these people are that print money, they picking and choosing now who they're going to do this fucked up shit to. So it's going to be a lot more difficult to do that now with Tom Kent gone and Cynthia taking over her mother's care. Like, I'm sure that Cindy's children are trying to run off, which I don't blame them, and get away from her. Eventually, they're going to force one of those people to take care of her. Guaranteed. It's that easy. Just look at what's happened to me. When they know I'm not her caregiver, they won't let me be. They try to give these people a literal slave. because they knew how these people behaved. But I mean, Tommy really was not doing that. When I first came here, he was like, I'm allergic to those dryer sheets. So when you do my laundry, like, I think that there was that much mental confusion going on. She told me that she agreed to this because she was going to get someone to come in here twice a week. And you go, did you just pick your sister up off the ground and you're pretending that she's a servant here? I think that's what he was doing. And I put a stop to it, and then he was stuck in it once I was here. I don't think it's going to work out with Mary. I'm not playing Tudor slave games, but apparently that's how God convinced you to let me come back here off the ground. So I at least got 2 more years of life. Okay, because it's only so long I can exist like that before I die, and with this medical condition. So I got 2 more years of life before being murdered on the effing street for people's fun. So anyways, that is what he thought he was doing. And then immediately God made him think to do other things. I've explained it to everybody that comes here. Those 2 other rooms, the one that's filled with books like that, the room I'm in was filled with videos. And the room on the 3rd floor that locks with the key from the outside was cleared. He thought that was the room I was going to take, and he was going to lock me up there. Oh, yeah. People get mentally ill at the other house. I've explained it a bunch of times. And then someone installed a lock in that basement that locked with the key from the inside. Oh, yeah. I'm not taking that room. No, I'm taking this room. Whoa. I thought you didn't have a phone when I took a walk. It's a radio. There's no phone service on it. So, oh yeah, some pretty mentally ill people. So anyways, I did her laundry when it got to, I was doing some of her laundry. She didn't go through that much laundry at first until this thing happened in December. And then there's stuff down there now I'm going to have to probably throw away. Why would I wash it? Yeah. But anything that causes a smell, like, if I'm going to stay here for a week or 2, I'm going to have to clear out the refrigerator. I got to get rid of this dog because it's raining and the dog already has been urinating and it pooped on the floor already because it doesn't listen to me. I'm not Tommy. And I can't, I'd have to drag it outside, I guess. It's got to be carried up and down the stairs. It's on Tommy's blanket in my room because I'm not completely heartless, even though I have no intention of cuddling up to this dog. I put Tommy's blanket on the floor of my room because the dog, as soon as Barbara and them were gone, it went up the stairs. That dog cannot be left alone. I was left alone in a house with that dog when these people went to Ohio. If people forgot that living, breathing nightmare. And I wanted to mop the kitchen floor, so I put it in the back room with the gate, and it chewed through the gate and did nothing but bark because I was on the 2nd floor and I had the windows open downstairs, and I didn't realize the dog was never going to stop barking. It barked all night long because Tommy left it in a house like that. Right. You just go, oh my God. And she didn't take the dog. So right now, if she did that, if I wasn't here, she'd have no choice but to do that. And then this dog would be in a house barking like that until finally the landlord showed up to go, what is going on? How are these people not moved out? Apparently that's what happened to the dog. That's how Tommy got the dog. That's why the dog is like that. Probably it's scarred. It's scarred from being left. It was like a lap dog. I don't know if the person died and it was left in an apartment like that. So that'll be the one thing definitely I got to do is call the pound. And just, I don't have a crate for the dog and I don't drive. I don't even have this man's keys. Cindy took them and I don't have a license and my eyesight's bad. I haven't driven in 13 years. So I'm going to a homeless shelter where they can't have pets and it's not my dog anyway. The man died. So.
ever not be at the stage where we are without our partnership with M&T Bank. Is it wrong to say that we love our bank and love our bankers?
I know. Take the dog for a walk and go, does anybody want a little dog? Yeah. That's true. Where would I go though? I'd have to like wait and see somebody walking dogs or something and go, I know this is a weird question, but my brother died and this is his dog. Do you want another dog? Or it's got a license. Clearly it's registered to a man who's deceased. Yeah, just it was right on his calendar. First he had it in March and he must have just avoided it. And then it was 2 weeks because he probably has to pay. Yeah. He had like nothing in his bank account. And this is the other thing too about Candy making up stuff. He was only getting $2,000 a month from Social Security, but that's enough for a person to live. Yeah. So it's probably a lot. I don't know if maybe he was right and he was getting it from work and he wasn't getting it on a psychiatric. That's possible too. Yeah. I guess I don't know how we would actually do that, but it's probably you get more because he worked once. Because I remember Dave out in Quincy telling me that he got a lot. He was getting like $1,900 a month. It's probably went up to $2,000. So Tommy at the time was probably only getting $1,900, and Candy was going, he makes more than me. I saw the paperwork. She lies. I never knew that about her. And I like in retrospect, yeah, because she did the same thing to Barbara Kent. She tried to get involved when she was like a child, and she found stuff in Tom's car that he had all this money. And she did it to me when I was dating Al. Oh, what is he doing with all this money? So it's some kind of syndrome with Candy. As bizarre as that sounds. I know you go, these people are so mentally ill. So. Oh, only to be mentally ill and collect Social Security. I did all that. Not once, but twice. I have another person offering to give me the name of a lawyer for Social Security. I don't think that's what God is saying, but I appreciate it. I don't know. Maybe someday I might do that. I don't know. All they have to do is approve it. I don't really think I need a lawyer, but it's in the Holy Bible. I know because of the world delusion, it seems like nothing is about the Bible when everything is. That is all reality is right now. It's the Passover. So it's just some people are programmed to be coordinates with the manual and some people aren't. So everything sounds like that. So as weird as that sounds. Yeah, I mean, it's like this too. Even when they made lawyers go into Father Bill's place, like, I don't know, 10 years ago, they wouldn't help me. I told them a brief synopsis of my issue with Florida, and they wouldn't help me. They go, no, we're criminal lawyers. And I asked them if they knew a lawyer that could help me. Nope. Holy God. Like, you guys are like, whoa. That's how I felt. I mean, this morning it dawned on me that because of the shocking nature of what's just happened, some of it is that when those people came here, like it was just, I obviously I think I went into shock, but just, and then they come here and it just makes it even worse. Like I felt like I was in a horror film. Remember The Ring when they went to the people's house after the funeral services? I felt like I was just every person. Oh, so-and-so is getting their own place. So-and-so is getting their own place. So-and-so is having a baby. And this one's working. And they all work. They're all getting their own place. They're all getting studios. And another one of Michelle's children has got somebody pregnant when they're not married. And I'm just going, oh, my God. What in the... thank God never see you people again. Oh, she's got pictures of my children over here. I got to take pictures of. I've got to take them because I don't have any. Now that she's not gone. I hate to say that, but I mean, these are the only pictures I'd have of my children right here. Oh, good. Some of them I had copies of. She's got other people's children on here too, but she's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She's got 7 photographs of my children, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 pictures of her grandchildren, and then she's got like 1 of herself and 2 of her children. Whoa, how's that for favoritism? Or it was just the timing of when she did this thing. How do you get this open? I probably shouldn't do it. Yeah, I mean, someone at the end of their life or whatever, I probably shouldn't do it to her. Cindy might come and go. She wants her pictures or something, yeah. I'm not going to do it, but... Yeah, it's hard to take pictures when they're in glass, but I'll attempt to do it. I'm going to have to clean it. This one right here, you go, how's that for a beautiful woman's face right there? You can already tell. Where's my finger? How's that for a beautiful woman's face? You can already tell at birth. Beautiful Asian woman's face, yeah. Who's that? I think they all think that everybody's going to reincarnate now. They don't understand it, but you let them die in their delusion. It's fine. I think they know, but they don't know. Yeah. It's all part of a doctrine where they all, like, it mixes in with Christianity, where they all are going to reincarnate anyway, and none of this matters. Okay.
This was something that the town was prepared for. Obviously not something that they're not used to. But his message was, if you don't have to go out, stay home. There are 60 personnel between.
I'm sure the landlord has next of kin. That's not going to help me if the landlord dies. I noticed there's some sort of white stuff on the ground. Let me open up some of these blinds that have never been opened since I've been here. Or I did it when I first, I mean, now it's like everything, you can't even get to the windows. That's the progression of what happens, just like 12 Flanagan Place. Because that is not exactly Tommy's fault, because he was getting sicker, and obviously lifting stuff contributed to his death. The air conditioner is there. And that might be why the first year he didn't put one in. Yeah, he may have been like already having a lot of physical issues that he wasn't addressing, because you go into a denial yourself. He wouldn't admit it to himself, because I thought it was completely bizarre that summer. If you remember, I thought he was trying to kill her because it was so hot. I thought I was in the Twilight Zone, and I thought this dude was trying to murder her by heat and then pretend she's elderly and just died, like, because he didn't want to do it anymore. He totally took on something. I don't know if the VA convinced him to do it. Right. That's about Saint Cynthia. Now take your mother and leave. Getting it? Because she told me herself when I first got here, because she was probably mad that I was allowed to come back here. Because she's like this. Why am I allowed to live there? Like it's still her mother's house. I'm never in a day fighting you for your mother's attention, Cynthia. Put her in the car and go. Goodbye. Right. Bye, Mary. Yes, bye. Goodbye. Okay, because truly, she starts bad talking Tommy right off the bat. Tommy's been talking really weird. Like she was trying to make me paranoid, so I'd leave probably. Like get the Clockwork Orange going. Oh yeah, she had such a close relationship with Tommy. That's why she wouldn't stop saying bad shit about him. Okay. And that he had been talking to Dad, and that Dad told him to take care of Mary. I know that's terrible, isn't it? He was probably talking about God. Did he say my father, or he said Tom Kent? Maybe that's how he would accept God talking to him, like aliens. So, anyways, I told her, I go, you will not be on earth with me. You don't need to have any questions about purgatory or anything. There's your answer right here. As I was waiting for the police. Just, whoa. Anyways, she told me at that time in 2022 that the VA was trying to get her to take Barbara to her house and take care of her. And she told them no. Okay, so you're the reason that Tommy was trapped in this house with her. Because he didn't want to put her in a nursing home. That's not what your mother wanted. Candy agreed to take care of her in her house until she died. That's why she let Candy move in and take over her fucking life. Okay, Saint? So take your mother to your house and go. Thank you. You can do just like Candy, and you'll probably hire someone. You're that insane. Because now you have $3,600 and you don't pay a mortgage. So you will probably still make up that you need to work, even though you're a nurse with old people. And you will hire someone to come in to help you with your mother. And you'll pay them nothing. You'll probably look in the newspaper, look for some Mexican, or you'll try to drag another homeless person in who doesn't know you. I am not kidding you. The handwriting's on the wall. Or she'll end up giving in and just trying to put her in a nursing home because she was already saying it. And I think Barbara was trying to get her to do it because maybe Barbara thinks either Barbara doesn't want Mary to be able to stay in this house. They're going to play war games with Mary. Or she just doesn't think it's a good idea because people talk to Cindy that I don't. Barbara is one of the people Cindy talks to. And maybe they don't think it's a good idea. Like they've discovered that she seems a little bit off or something. Yeah. She doesn't like Barbara either. She was bad talking her. I bad talk people, but I don't talk to them. Get it? Because I don't like you. That's a little bit different than I'm going to talk to you on the phone, hang up, and then bad talk you. Some people think that's a family. I don't. Hey, can Karen and Michael come to the house? They're street homeless? No? Okay. Hey, my fiance is street homeless. No? Okay. And then the second one was, can we just sleep on, because it wasn't going to rain that night. Can we just sleep on the front porch tonight? No? Okay. Some people think that's a family. I don't. You don't even want your sister to have a friend or a fucking husband. And you don't care if this man she's in love with dies outside because you won't let him go on a fucking front porch. Take your mother and go. Thank you. Gonna open up a fucking thing. A woman still living in complete fucking darkness. But I mean, he was getting better about it. I will say that these things suck, terrible. Landlord, all due respect. Yeah, I'm sure this was probably like the cheapest stuff, which I get. Yeah. So it's probably part of the reason, not this per se, but part of the reason other people would. I don't know if this what was here when the house was for sale, or this the landlord may have nothing to do with this. Tommy might have done this. There might have been nothing in these windows because it is a little bit bizarre. But they were probably trying to make it fancy because it's a formal dining room. Like, this is fucking crazy right here, but that's. Oh, I see. That the blinds were never installed. Was that something Tommy was supposed to do? Tommy may have put those things in the window. Well, I buy cheap shit too, and he may not have realized how cheap shit they are until he put them up there. But I mean, never in a day would those people open those things up in the daytime. The neighbors are probably like, "Oh my God, someone's at that house that's gonna open up those things." Remember I was saying that? Because the house is right there. Fucking God, man. Because that's what Scott said. At first, like it was a jumble of stuff about what's going to happen. And yeah, you go, honestly, you didn't even give Mary Gladys and Barbara a chance to even, we never had a chance to actually talk about what's going to happen now that Tommy's gone. I don't know if that's what the cops meant. If they were like, can she make decisions for herself? Because they're probably like, why can't you stay here? Don't even get into it, police. Yeah, because it's like this. She already called the VA. She told me the VA already transferred it to her. Okay, and I know the cops are not the military. Especially you're new because you didn't know what Taunton Green was and you're young. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you're new to Massachusetts, you're new to this insanity with Mary Lagoa, okay, in the military. The VA is the military, okay? And they are not nice. I dealt with them in 2017 when they sectioned her and threw me to the street. And I just remember the look on the guy's face. So anyway, the VA also would not take Barbara for medical care when her face swelled up like that. Remember that? Okay. There's been a couple times. I don't know. Was that one of the times I was threatening him to take her to a hospital? Remember when I was like, if you don't get her up off the floor, I'm calling an ambulance and I'm calling the police, and then he did it. I know. I understand what he's talking about. He didn't know what to do. That's why I didn't want her left here with me. I had a chance to think about it, and I went, what if she falls down? Yeah, it's just, that's too much. Yeah, Cindy would have to call the Norton Fire Department continuously, and she's got children. She'd probably do the same thing. She'd probably start hoping Barbara fell down from what I saw yesterday. Because now Barbara is going to be excused for her to contact the children that probably want her to leave them alone. That's why they're moving away from her. They're probably like, oh my God, Mary, you couldn't just keep her there. No. The VA already made that decision because they are not going to allow me to have any say in anything. So no. And the cops, the same thing. The handwriting's on the wall. You go, the VA did what? Okay, no, she's got to leave. Yeah, she's got to leave. And she already changed her tune about me staying here. Right. You go, I know, you go like this, you go, if you're taking your mother to your house, couldn't you just use your mother's money to keep paying the rent? Nope, she would never do that. That's what I'm saying. She would never do that. Tommy probably would. Tommy probably would do it. Yeah, but she would never do that, I'm sure. Yeah, I know. But I mean, it's like this. She can't put me in a room. Oh yeah, everyone knows because my friend Rob was talking about it in like 2019. He goes, you can get a room here for like $700 a month because Karen Corbett was paying $750, all her utilities included. Okay, so it's $3,600 a month, and you're still going to leave your sister in a homeless shelter with a medical condition. Okay. That's what you're dealing with, all the homeless. But it's like this too. She would tell them, because she knows I won't stay there. She would go, I offered, because she might have actually said that. I offered her to come to the house with Barbara. No, believe me. Right. You go, can't you, like, because you'd have to put it in a separate account. She'd have to agree to put, what, $1,000 in a separate account that it does not have her fucking name on it. Like just every month. And then she'd have to be trusted to do it. You'd have to have another person doing it. Like the VA would go, bloop, here's $1,000 in Mary Lagoa's bank account that has nothing to do with Cynthia Kent, so that I could have a means to live and rent a room. Get it? Yeah. Just that's the only way that could function, because Cindy would keep trying to use that to contact me and shut it off and all this other stuff. Just her history with her children's fathers and stuff. Yeah, that's the only way. The VA would have to do it, just like they did with Tommy, where they go, okay, this is the deal. And Cindy wouldn't know it until she's already got the woman in her house, is go, okay, so this is what the thing is. Because she's not in the house, like they'd ask her that first and then wait and see if she lies, because clearly they can know that if she pays a mortgage. Okay, so she's not responsible to pay rent at that house anymore, right? Okay, because I don't think she understands why Tommy was getting so much money. It might be why he rented a house that cost this much money when he talked to the VA. Right. They may have said, you're only getting the money that is used for her care. Like someone already took over the woman's finances. I don't know if it was Kathy or Jim or just the state did it, because they didn't talk to Mary about it. So, right. I don't see why they would do that, but stranger things have happened where they'd go, okay, well, we talked like yeah, Barbara has to be at the house to talk to these people, but it's not going to happen till the 17th. Get it? They will not take her to a hospital where her doctors can ask her what she wants. Yeah, because the cops go, can she make decisions? Well, she's 100% disabled on a psych. Like what type of decisions? That she doesn't want her daughter left fucking destitute? I'm sure. Yeah, but once people go, she doesn't know that. So anyway, you're not required to pay $2,500 a month. That's what Tommy was doing. Right. So I don't know if Tommy chose to do that and he didn't even have to do it. Yeah, he may have just mismanaged her money. I don't know. It sounds like he may have mismanaged her money. Like it looks like her money went right into an account with her and his name, and he chose to rent something this expensive, which I always thought was bad. I don't know why I said it. I go, I'm kind of surprised you guys didn't buy a house. And he's probably like, oh my God, like that's what fucking Barbara says, because he didn't think she'd live this long. And maybe he didn't think he would live that long either. And then you go, why would you rent something this expensive? But it makes sense to me now. There was probably all sorts of thoughts and talks that when it came down to it, Tommy couldn't do it. Yeah, like we're going to have Mary and her kids. We're going to have Mary and Alyssa and Jared. Yeah, because it was like they were happy when Candy and Norm left. It was like, yay, we're in charge, da-da-da. Even like the three of us. But, I mean, we were there an entire year and nothing changed in the house because he wouldn't get a dumpster. He got a trailer. As you can see, he had the sickness too. And so does Cindy, by the way. Yeah, Cindy does too, because she's another one. When I started talking to this family about their mother's needs, I was like, 80% of the contents of this house need to be removed. And Cindy's like, I don't think she needs to start getting rid of stuff. Did anybody see that house before they moved their stuff out? Yeah, Cindy is the one who thought that Barbara didn't need to get rid of things. So yeah, Barbara is definitely going to Cindy's house. And then if Cindy wants to pack up all this stuff and shove it in Cindy's house, then so be it. Not Mary stays here and casted it. Get it? Mary is not actually fucking insane. She doesn't have this hoarding marking business, and I'm pretty sure I don't have dementia. I'm destitute, and there's people that like to fucking keep me that way. They don't like the look of me. They don't like how I talk. Whatever the fuck, how this insanity started in 2011. It's called opportunity, as God is going, okay, well, this is the thing. Yeah, you can't exist in this bodily form. So you're going off to do something else. Yeah, totally like next, not in a mean way, just I was just like, this is definitely God at work right here. Like he even tried it with me. He even tried it with me when I found the stuff about the sprinkler fitter's annuity. She already would have known about it anyway. She already called them, but he tried that shit with me. Like, you need to keep this and not tell her that. What? Here, I found these papers. It was like, I think it was her and Tommy's bank account. I handed to her Tommy's Dedham savings account and the annuity thing. She didn't even know. I guess they told her on the phone. I guess there is a pension. They told her they were going to pay $5,000 towards his burial, but she pays it first, and then they pay back the funeral home or whatever. So once the funeral home knows that, they'll just do it probably because they probably have their own financing. They'll do it, and then they'll get paid by the sprinkler fitters, right? So yeah, as soon as she saw that $41,000, there you go. Okay, so you're taking your mother and leaving? Great. She still was trying to keep her here and then come here all day long and order me around like she was running a nursing home, just like she was doing to Tommy. And I was just like, hell no. And it finally got to that point where I go, Cindy, look, I am 52 years old. I'm going to be 53 next month. Okay. So, right. Like it's getting to the point now where you need to leave. And she wouldn't leave. She could have just left yesterday afternoon and came back today, but she wouldn't do it. So that's the power of God right there. Because she's not going to be told to leave by me. Okay. Well, that's how God does it. He tricks you. Yep, he tricks you. I guess maybe if you ask, then he'll trick you, but then he'll also tell you the right thing to do. And then you decide which thing you're going to do. Because I feel like that's what he does with me. Right? Like he'll trick you, but if you asked him that you want to be a good person and you mean it, he'll trick you, but then he'll tell you the right thing to do. And then you decide what you're going to do. Yeah, I mean, anything to do with money, you always have to question it. Anything to do with money. Anything. Oh, yeah. Hey, do you have $1 or $2? I know I told people not to give you money. $1 or $2? One person, who knows, maybe that's it. One person, the whole couple of hours, but it was so cold. I was like, I didn't go in the tunnel. I thought about it. I'm like, I should walk through the tunnel and then take the train back here, but it's so expensive. It's like, what, $9? But I wouldn't have had to stood out at Forest Hills. Then maybe that was my punishment. Like, why did I do this? And where is this bus? The bus never came. It was the next one. I'm sure everybody's standing there, but they're probably more used to it or something. I haven't been out in a cold like that since last April. Yeah, because it was summertime again when I came back here, and I'm not used to standing out in the cold. Especially, I should have had my fur coat on. I know that's my one item. I'm like, okay, well, I clearly can't carry a lot of stuff. I mean, it's just getting to that point. I'm too old. I think I'm probably wicked exhausted. Hopefully today I'll sleep even more. And like yesterday, all I ate yesterday was the sandwich the cop bought me at Dunkin' Donuts. So, yeah, even though I've been under so much stress, I never had that happen to me before. So I'm definitely under a wicked lot of stress to just It was basically 2 days of it. I knew I had to eat. I forced myself to eat. Monday night was it? I forced myself to eat Monday night. And then what was the next day? Tuesday? What's today? Thursday? Jesus God. No, I know I've eaten something every day, but it's not a lot. Yeah, today's Thursday. I hadn't eaten again, and I had taken out tortillas, put cheese on it, and heated it up when all this happened. And you just go, did the cops see it there? Yeah. I put it in way too long because clearly my head's not with it. Someone actually ate it while I was gone. I know you go, I hope to God that was Barbara that ate that. Yeah, I mean, that is surreal. I really hope that was Barbara that ate that. Whoa. Yeah, I'm having issues with my upper back. It's from probably like severe fatigue. But yeah, I pushed that cart last Saturday too. And I noticed it when I was carrying that stuff at first from the food pantry. As soon as I put that thing in the cart, I went, oh my God, it's a good thing I got this cart because that was like way too much weight. And then lo and behold, it's like the traps. Yeah, I'm obviously like dehydrated. I'm eating, but it's not my typical thing. And I'm under a lot of stress. And just last night was the first night where anything could sort of come down because when she's here, you're under the stress of taking care of her. And now a little bit about the dog, but who still hasn't come downstairs. Yeah, just, you know how dogs are. You ever have a little dog? They do not like the rain. And it's difficult getting that dog outside anyway. That dog doesn't listen to anybody but Tommy. I heard this wicked weird noise yesterday morning, and I thought it was Barbara. I was concerned. It sounded like someone hissing at me. That's why I went, did she lose her mind and she's hissing at me? Yeah, you never know. Degradation of brain matter. And I'm like, is everything okay? And she's like, yeah. And I go, oh, I heard a weird noise. It was the dog because it was doing it last night. It's got something up here. Like, I don't know if it's an allergy. It was doing it before occasionally with Tommy. So, I don't think it's lungs. It's like its nostrils are completely stuffed. And I noticed that I felt stuffy last night too. Yeah, I felt a little bit congested last night, but it's not, it seems okay now. The ear in here, yeah. The ear in here, having the heat on, just, oh God, who knows? Maybe it's from the nuclear, but I don't know if that's actually snow or it's some sort of particles from a nuclear bomb. But there was white stuff on the ground this morning. It might be gone now. No, it's still there. Yeah, so it actually snowed last night, I take it. It actually did snow, or it's just debris from a nuclear bomb. Yeah. It's probably actual snow, because it's dispersed. It's over there too, and over there. Jesus God. I'm really sorry if within the sound of my voice, if you're homeless. Yeah. We'll see how I feel later on tonight. It's early in the morning now. I might go to South Station this time. I felt like mentally confused. I went, doesn't the orange line stop at South Station? Yeah. I transfer at Downtown Crossing. That's what it is. And the red line stops there. I was like, oh my God, I'm losing my mind. Because I know they have the tunnel now and it's warmer in there. Yeah, so people might have been in there, but hopefully everyone is getting housing or they're in a shelter, something. Well, everything is hopefully. I was like trying to be a cop last night. Like I was at Dunkin' Donuts going, I'm going to take the bus and see if I see anybody I know. So I did not, but some dude needed $1 or $2. So he got $2. So I don't usually see people at Forest Hills, and I don't know if anybody can see me on that Facebook. And then this is what happens. After I did that, they messed with my phone. I'm going to check it right now and put me on the Facebook that no one can see. Yep. They took me off of Zoe Woody. It's still on my laptop, but they took it off of my phone and put me back on the Mary Lagore that isn't even a real Facebook page. They do it. They go into my phone and do it. I don't know. Whoever they is, they go into my phone and do it. They still got me in it. This is that Facebook page that literally no one can see. I can't even find this on my phone, but yet it's on. I'm logged into it on my phone. Where's Zoe Woody? Get it? I know. As soon as I leave the house, they do it. It's like a compulsion. Like they think that that's like trapping me outside. I wrote it in the thing. I go, the cops didn't tell me to leave here, but to just go and come back. Are you people that deranged? This isn't Dedham. This isn't Barbara Kent's house. Barbara Kent didn't tell me to leave. I know you go, yeah, I'm sure she didn't want to go with them, and it's understood, but oh yeah, she did. I don't know, man. We'll see what happens between now and the 17th. She may have to call emergency response, and she'll end up at the VA, or she'll end up at Sturdy and then the VA. I don't know, because she's talking about a nursing home already. Right, you go. You had to make sure Mary couldn't stay in that house. That is what you did. You proved it yesterday, Cynthia. For all the planet, everybody that knows what just happened, including the neighbors. People pay attention to stuff, Cindy. Okay, Tommy May used to talk to these people. Okay, so he's the one that died then. Because I'm sure they saw there was a lot of stuff, and I'm sure someone saw them leaving here with him. I purposely made sure not to see it. So someone saw them put someone in a thing and go. And then they probably saw Cindy show up here. Right. And so they're waiting to see what the heck's going on. And then did they see me walk to the Dollar Tree? So they know it wasn't me. I walked right by them over there. They knew that it wasn't me. Right. So they probably at first thought it was Barbara then, because Tommy doesn't walk anywhere. Okay. So then you go, oh boy, they're taking her. Here comes the cops again. So there's a problem already. They know Cindy's car. Here they come again. There's a problem already. And then there goes Mary. Oh, yeah. So, and then last night, there they go. I don't know if anybody saw them because she talks real loud and stuff, and it was a storm. But people have windows. So there you go. They took her off. I'm sure they knew when they're like, oh, God, she's going to end up in the street again. Mark my words. But yeah, as soon as they saw, they wouldn't know until they saw Barbara leave. Because Tommy never goes outside. Like, it's interesting because I saw him walk by here twice recently. So I don't know if he was trying to walk. He was going to start doing a walking program again. Yeah. Because I saw him go over there on the day that we couldn't go to the food pantry. And then I saw him another day walk like this, like he went up to there and back, like he was trying to do the walking program I was describing. It can be wicked sad, but he's dead now. Right. 13 years of a person who wants to do something, but he should have been in some kind of program. Yeah. 13 years of it. So, right. It's sad, but it's over now. Right. So I would say he wanted to do it, but he couldn't get himself to do it. Just like he said about going, there's things he wanted to do to go to Salem and stuff, and he just couldn't get himself to do it. Just like her.
Fitchburg, among the communities seeing the most snow, that's why Salazar is lying there. This part of our coverage is possible.
Brandon, good morning. As you can see here, the snowbank.
Wow. So cold last night, man. Yeah, and I could see that even the dude who asked for $1 is in like a windbreaker. I saw some person, I was wondering if it was Patrick. There's like a million people that are wearing the same thing. It's like a windbreaker that has it. Does it have a hat, a brim attached to it, or you guys are putting a thing over your hat? And it's just because I wrote, that's right, I wrote on that Facebook that I'm going to Forest Hill. So it was interesting. There was a person there. And then, well, because I don't know you. I mean, that's why I sat. It was not a good thing because it's cold in downtown Crossing, which I found out. I'm not usually hanging around in the wintertime. And it shouldn't be that cold in April probably. But as soon as I sat down, I went, no one's going to be here. Because that's a place sometimes I see people. It seems like they're just hanging out there because it's downtown Crossing. I should have walked through the tunnel. But I mean, yeah, it's got to be somebody I know, at least at first, or a female, right? Females can be insane too, but you're bringing someone into a house alone and nobody else lives there anymore. That's why I wanted to do it when there was 2 other people living here, but I still do it. I probably put myself at risk, but I prefer to do it with people I know. But hopefully those people have been housed. And now at this point, it's just, I don't even really feel comfortable staying here till the 30th. So I'm hoping that I can work out something with the shelter. It says that if you're going to suffer an eviction, it's like, really? I'm not even on the lease. Yeah. And it's a 4-bedroom house. The only way, like, can you get a Section 8? But then they'd say, how is she going to pay any of the bills? Yeah, like I would only need a house like this if I was living here with my children or I was going to bring homeless people here that don't have housing. I don't need it. I don't need a house this big. But
authorities say she was likely dead for several days by the time they found her. The DA says Mella was recently reported missing, but would not say who made that report. A friend describing her as a caring person who had trouble. She was a helper.
It doesn't matter what the woman's wishes were because Tommy wouldn't honor them either. Right. She wanted to help the homeless all the time. And just none of her children will allow her to do it. Just like they don't allow me to do it. I'm not a sex offender either. I don't know what her background is, but it would have been weird to bring somebody in here because of their behavior. But I mean, it really wasn't. It probably affects me more than a stranger because it's not the people they grew up with. But yeah, he stayed in his room all the time. He was doing just like I was, but he had to come down here and cook our meals. And then once he had to do the diapers, it was even more. So he probably began to realize that he was not well. Yeah. Before, he wasn't doing anything but laying on her couch. Right. So when he was asked about taking over her care, he just said, yeah. Thought he was going to get a house, dollar signs. He was probably all like, we'll bring Mary back. We'll have homeless people, blah, blah, blah. I'll have someone come in. And then because of his mental health issue, as soon as there's opportunity, everything changed. As soon as I got here, she was still walking around. She was still washing his dishes. And she was like, I was told that someone was going to come here twice a week. She was like, what is going on? How did I get rooked into this house? But that's, some of that is Barbara. Yeah. Because they looked at this house when we were all living on Flanagan Place. I mentioned it to Cindy, and you would think, right? Wouldn't you think after I told her that she would have looked into it? See how some of the shit she doesn't make any sense? That was rapid stuff she was doing. But when I moved in here, I go, yeah, I looked it up online, and it says that someone just bought that house in July. Yeah, you go, she never looked that up to find out the tax. I don't know how to do it. She managed to do all that stuff in 12 hours. But in 2 years, she couldn't tell me who bought this house. That's weird. I was talking to someone last night, and I was going over again what happened in 2020, just for St. Cindy. Okay. After Candy and Norm left, I didn't know they left. I was in the room downstairs. Okay. So I think Tommy and Barbara went out one day, and because I noticed Candy's truck was not in the driveway, because I'm right in that room where the window where the driveway is, so I noticed things. So I went upstairs and I could see that someone put stuff in front of the two doorways of the rooms that Candy was in, like a booby trap. There was like a string and all this shit. And I was like, what the fuck is this? It freaked me out. And there was a hole in the door to the bedroom Candy and Norm had been in, because both doors were closed. And I looked through and could see that there was no bed. And I just went, like I was in a horror film. What the fuck? They never told me that she left. Because I was out on a walk when they moved the bed out and stuff, and I didn't know. I was happened to not be at the house that day. My hand to God, they never told me. So I contacted Cindy, who I never talked to. I was texting her. So I go, is there any way you can come to the house? I have a little bit of a concern, like, of what's going on here, because I wanted to have Tommy sectioned to a hospital then. He wouldn't have been on a program and seeing a doctor for 4 years. That was 4 years ago now. She wouldn't even come to the house. She started talking weird. Remember that? And I go, I think you need to talk to your doctor. She was saying all kinds of weird shit to me. Yeah, she definitely has mental health issues, but I think she's capable of caring for her mother. But that's up to the VA. I mean, they didn't care about Tommy's mental health condition. They're not going to care about hers. They have to get the woman cared for. They just are hell-bent because they know I don't want to do it. But they're hell-bent on it's not going to be a person who's destitute. Yeah, just for whatever reason, they must feel that means something. Maybe I'm a drug addict. Based on Tommy telling the VA I have behavioral health problems, they probably told him I was in a shelter, and they probably think I'm a drug addict, or they're going to pretend that they think I'm a drug addict. Is that my room with all those drugs on the floor, or that's Tommy's room? I noticed it yesterday. It looks just like marijuana, I guess. It's probably that fake marijuana, though. I mean, it's green, but it looks weird. And then there's all these that looks like roaches that he kept. Yeah, he was rolling it and smoking it. But I mean, I told the cops, I go, I actually think he was cutting back because he probably got scared. And he clearly didn't have money, and it's wintertime, and he has to pay for oil. Right, because he wasn't buying as much food either. So that's the clue. In the wintertime, it must be hard for him because he has to buy oil or something. Yeah, because you go, okay, you pay the electric bill and there's no water bill. Where is $2,000 a month going? Because you're barely buying food. Yeah, was that all being spent on drugs? He doesn't buy clothes. He never goes anywhere. He doesn't have whores coming here. I don't know, unless that's how the money was going into annuity. Was he donating the money? That dawned on me too. Like, was he taking that money and donating to some place? It's possible he was doing that. People do things and don't tell people they're doing it. He could have been donating to the food pantry for all I know. That I thought that a couple of times that he could have been doing that. Yeah, because if he was getting $2,000 a month, why is your electric bill? Why do you owe that much money? That must be the one thing he agreed to pay. He probably told the VA that so he can't take checks out for it or something. I don't know. One of those bills, it looks like he owes a lot on the electric bill, and he has credit cards too. He mentioned that, and then I saw paperwork upstairs alluding to the fact there's a credit card because I couldn't figure out what it was. Yeah, so anyways, what was I saying? Oh, she wouldn't even come into the house to visit her mother during that time. She was coming to the front of the house and sitting on those chairs. Now, I don't know if people remember this, and that's when Barbara again was trying to make up paperwork. Like they were playing that they were English royals. They were already completely brain gone. All three of them.
That further now starting to see more of that slow down. If you are on the expressway, same thing. We've had a couple of issues right at the Braintree split. So naturally those places are going to go.
Anyways.
They will say,
I know it's sad. Nope, I got behavioral health problems. That's not my drugs. Scott's popping the pills. Medicine cabinet full of pills. I know just what he's got to pay the electric bill, and then you see he's not even paying the electric bill. It's not, just like Candy, exactly like Candy, like they all do the same thing. His truck isn't even paid off. I know, you just go, whoa. It's a little bit of wonderment, isn't it? She gets $3,600 a month and he gets $2,000. That's a lot of money. That's $5,600 a month for two people. I mean, I guess I could see why he thought he could afford to rent this place, but you go, why didn't you just buy a house? He definitely didn't think she was going to live long. He probably thought he was going to live. Why would he have an annuity if he thought he was going to die? That doesn't make any sense. He would have cashed it all out. Yeah, you just go, I remember being at the house talking to her at the other house and going, so you think it's going to be like a year and a half? Because he was already in a walking program and offered a Section 8, and Candy told him to move back in, and then she left. Candy stuck him with her and just went like this after the house was auctioned off. She stayed long enough to make sure that nobody could stay there. It was after the auction. It was probably when they started serving eviction papers. She stayed there long enough to make sure that we couldn't stay there. Because clearly Cindy's been in her house all this time. I know. And then I didn't know if it was Tommy, but it's possible it wasn't Tommy. But someone made sure we weren't going to stay in that house. Oh, yeah. They made sure we weren't in that house. And then Cindy thought she was doing it here when I already have to leave. And then last night, she's talking to Barbara and goes, the landlord is shutting this place down. You have no choice. You have to leave. But I mean, she's got to tell her that anyway. Yeah, she's got to tell her that anyway. But you go. She already told me the first day Tommy died, well, you can stay till the 16th. I know. You go, are you the landlord? How did you find the landlord's name and number? Where was it? Was it in his phone? Because I got a pile of paperwork to try to find it. She didn't even tell me. She didn't write it down or nothing. Like, wouldn't I talk to the landlord because I'm the one living here? Oh, yeah, just obviously I tried to keep it minimal. If something like that ever happens to you, keep it minimal, right? And just the basics of who lives in the house and how long you've been living together, right? You just go, she doesn't live here, right? She owns a house in Norton. She has never at any given time been living with Barbara and Tommy and I. I just spent 13 years living with these two people, and one of them just died. And she's already causing me all these problems, but she's a fucking saint. And she's got to say all this, and she's got to bloviate Tommy all over the place. She's got to call everybody here. You go, oh my fucking God. That people are completely delusional about Mary because I don't have any money. You just go, can you talk to a mental health professional about Mary? Is that ever going on? Any of them? Like, what's going on with your sister, like her daughter, Mary? What is her situation? We understand she doesn't want to take on Barbara's care. We know that. Okay. But what is going on with her? I know. I don't know. I don't know if you could ever have a guardian angel at the fucking VA going, okay, well, the woman's getting $3,600 a month. Would she want any of that money to be given to her daughter who's homeless? They might go, does she have, how is her health? Does she have any, because Tommy just died from a fucking bleed out after being on the toilet. And you keep talking about Tommy's belly. Right. Like your brother just fell off a toilet and bled out just spontaneously. And he's 57 years old. And you keep talking about his belly, and your father had a medical condition. What's Mary's medical status? And you wanted her to get into screaming fights with you in the kitchen? That's why she called the police. Because you have no knowing anything about Mary's medical status, since she's a do not treat. And then she's going and having ultrasounds and shit. Because she told me that. You go, you've really got to stop going to doctors. Yeah, she's probably having hypochondria or something, but it may have been related to Tommy. Like God may have been saying something to her about Tommy, because she said her stomach didn't feel good. We're all being nuked. Barbara Kent told you she had stabbing pains in her stomach like a month ago when she was having all that diarrhea. We're being nuked. We're being radiated. It's a symptom of radiation poisoning. It causes gastrointestinal upset. Because then she goes, and then it went away. Yeah, it's radiation. It's not a COVID shot. So I guess they did an ultrasound on her ovaries and uterus and then gave her a vaginal ultrasound. I don't know, man. They're probably like med techs who want to test out doing something they don't know how to do. I don't know. You just go, when are you going to stop going to doctors? You told them you were having a pain. You told them you were having flank pain. You were having radiating pain that sounds just like a kidney stone. I'm not a doctor, but you said you had pain here and it went around to here, but now it's gone. Okay. I know it could be a pulled muscle. It could have been gas. So anyway, and then, so you went for the ultrasound, and then all they did was an ultrasound on your ovaries and uterus and did a vaginal ultrasound you weren't even expecting. And you could tell she looked like she just got violated. She goes, I was going to say no, but I mean, yeah, I know. I really think you should have said no. But anyways, are you still going to go to doctors after that? I know. I just go, oh my God. Are they doctors, or was it an ultrasound tech that did it? I don't know. Does a doctor have to do that? I don't know. But whoa. I remember she told me something weird happened at the dentist, which I understand because it happened to me. But you see me at a dentist after that? No. Did not cooperate with Social Security. Why is everybody talking about a security deposit on the house? I don't know. It's raining pretty good. I think I'm out of evaporated milk, but there's still that milk that Tommy bought. Let's see if it's still good. I know. I can't believe I'm drinking more coffee. Nice.
And on the South Shore, it's crashing on the coast of Citrus, high tide causing some flooding in certain communities. Stay with us at 77, watch the 7 days.
It looks like I still have that heavy cream that disappeared and came back like 2 months ago. She must have given me about 6 orders in, I don't know, 12 hours. Oh yeah. Oh, it looks. Maybe we should empty that. Really? Go ahead and empty it. She made an egg and dropped an eggshell behind the bag and goes, "Oh, I'll get that after." She never got it after. And then last night, I don't know who did it, but I think it's her that's doing it because I noticed it a couple of weeks ago. She just takes the pads and puts it on top of a trash bag. She doesn't even put it in the trash bag when she's using gloves. The gloves ran out because I had to clean up her brother's fucking blood out of a bathroom all by myself, which I didn't need anybody's help. And she did supply more of those piddle pads. I didn't even have to use a towel. I just used those things and bleach and the toilet brush. So, what the hell was I saying? You would think she might take charge of that, right? Nope.
Until 2025.
The gloves are all gone because I had to do that. And I had a pair down in the basement from washing her mother's piss and shit clothes for January, February, March. For 3 months, on top of the intermediate times I would do it. But it obviously the last 3 months have been fucking wretched. And he was doing some of it, but he couldn't even get his own laundry done. He was that ill. So, yeah, I was doing the laundry whenever I went down there. And he was coming down here and screaming and yelling at her and stripping the bed. Yeah, like he was screaming and screaming and screaming at her to do it. He would never do the stuff for her, and she probably would tell him not to do it. That's probably got piss and shit in it. I got to empty that. I don't need anything here that smells. She didn't take that potty chair I mentioned at the beginning. I'll leave it on the porch. I don't think anyone's going to steal it. If she ever texts here or something, I'll leave it on the porch. Obviously, she has keys. So if the stuff isn't going to be thrown away until the 30th, I can leave before the 30th. And then people can scavenge whatever the fuck they want. Honestly. The guy probably meant that. He probably doesn't even mean Mary has a place for a month. He probably means so that Cindy can get, and the rest of the people can take stuff and clean out the house. He probably expects them to clean this place out. I'm sure he doesn't give a fuck about Mary. Well, luckily, he's not that type of landlord. I've never met the person, and he doesn't come here, so that's good. All he cares about is getting his fucking money. That's what a landlord should be. That's why people get leery about rent and stuff. I'm sure Tommy told this guy all kinds of shit that was never true. Because he was thinking about when he owned his house. Oh, yeah, I owned a house. You ever hear Tommy talking? He lost a house because, again, this is coming from Candy, which when she told me, I got mad because I was mad she was talking bad about Tommy. But I also didn't know if it was true. I doubted it until I saw these two rooms. Then I went, okay, she must have been telling the truth. He did the same thing at his house. He has the same mental condition. He's mentally insane. Like he probably couldn't actually live on his own. He did get to the point of being able to cook for himself because he was forced to. Yeah, if he had been in a program, I don't know if he went mentally insane from the stress of the family and his major clinical depression and all his drug use and never being sectioned to a hospital. Yeah. So he may have gone mentally insane within his own head and just the stress. And obviously people are insane. Like they're not really understanding, I think, that they contributed to his mental health, just like me, but I avoid them. They're not important to me, whereas they were important to him. He was all about family, and he is just like, these people are completely fucking insane. They don't make any sense. Just like another person was telling me last night, I agree. You have to make up your mind. Like I've tried to do, I really have tried to do. That's why I moved away. And only because of homelessness and my medical condition, I was going to stay in that shelter for the rest of my life last year. I became frightened because of swelling up, and I knew they were still here, and I wasn't kicked out that time. I just left on my own. It was like the first time or one of the few times she started a little bit with her blocking, and I just had been a year and these criminals were shutting everything off. I renewed a snap card on the phone and just left, thinking I'll just live in a shelter the rest of my life. And then, like I said, my eyes swelled up, my ankles swelled up. It may have just been from the nukes, I don't know. But I was telling Cindy about it the other day. So she's fully aware, and it's sort of like there's nothing she can actually do unless she was going to stipend me money. But she would have to do it through a third party because I want nothing to do with her. But it's plausible that I won't be around too much longer, and it concludes a whole entire thing for a bunch of people. And then God explains to them they can't rebirth here in this physical form, like I told her last night. So she's already thrown several people outside. Her own son, me, Lucas, apparently. Right. So. Just in trying to figure out what God is doing. So. I mean, I know what God's doing here. It's an extinction. I know what God's doing there, but in terms of the people that refuse to give me a means to live, I don't have to be handed a house. I don't have to be handed a man's annuity. You just approve my Social Security. Right. You know the address. For real. So it is what it is. And then I'll be back at a shelter. And then apparently someone will pretend they don't know where I am. Everybody on the planet will pretend they don't know where I am at that point. Whoa. I would think that he never thought he was going to go like that. Yeah. I mean, it's weird because he doesn't know, but he probably spent a couple of years there at least worried. When you're a drug user like that, and he probably knew he was having weird stuff going on. When he used to do that weird breathing and stuff, all those years of being afraid. And you're like, oh my God, don't you wish God would have told you that's how it was going to go? I thought that God was telling me that like years ago. And you go, you were talking about him, or you're explaining to me what's going to happen to me? Jesus, God. That looks scary. That looks scary. You must just pass out and you're not even like conscious when that shit's coming out of you. Or you just think you're going to vomit. Yeah.
Waves are no joke. We're going to be out here continuing to monitor it and bring you the latest. But for now, live in Scituate. Sending it back to you guys.
As we get away from the coast and head further inland, communities like Fitchburg seeing lots of snow out there. And Bonnie, I know you said even your commute as you headed up there this morning was really tough.
Juliana, the roads are definitely tough this morning. I want to show you the snowbank that I'm standing on right now. You can see how much snow really has piled up here in Fitchburg, and all these plow drivers are working hard to push it out of the way. Now take a look here.
Everyone's going to do a guessing game because they didn't see any of the stuff I saw. I know you just go, you didn't listen to what the woman said and you didn't see what I saw. So you're not, you just go, everyone's going to do a guessing game, which people do. That's why I'm glad they're doing an autopsy, because I really think that they need to know whatever that is. I'm not a doctor, but I guess I'm definitely, like, I would say some sort of aorta rupture. I don't even know if that's a dissection from what I was reading, like a ruptured aorta that would cause that much blood to come out. Yeah, I mean, clearly they asked, does he have a firearm? And I said no. I mean, clearly I'd hear a gun go off, right? Okay. Yeah, because like I said, he was belly down, and I don't remember seeing the top of his body because I couldn't even get the door open. The EMTs would know because they did the same thing when they got here, so I wouldn't see the top of his body. But wouldn't you hear a gun go off? Where would he get a gun from? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you shit in a toilet and then shoot yourself in the head. I doubt it. Yeah, because when you're pooping, you hold your breath and you strain. So, yeah, I guess it's common for shit to happen when you're on the toilet. And it's interesting too. It's weird and gross, but you're sharing a bathroom with someone and that toilet doesn't work that good sometimes. And I noticed that too. I noticed one of the times it had to have been like the day before, maybe even that day, that I could see that there was debris in the toilet. Right, like he had flushed it, but it didn't all go down. Like I don't usually see other people's poop. It did that to me look weird poop. Like he was having gastrointestinal, like because of the radiation. I don't know how often he went to the bathroom. I don't think he went a lot because I was explaining it to Cindy that I've watched so many YouTube videos about people with intestinal cancer. When before the ultrasound, I was trying to make her feel better. I go, have you been doing like anything different with your poops? And she goes, nah. She goes, I'm not really constipated. I go, you don't have that. If you're talking like that, you don't have it because they all say it's wicked noticeable. Like you just can't stop shitting. Yeah, and it's liquidy. And then I guess there's blood in it. So yeah, like you would know. You would know something was wrong. Those people end up at a hospital. So it's not just a diarrhea. Like it's just frequent, and it's just coming out like water, and then it starts being bloody. So. Cindy seemed to be, she saw the blood. She seemed to be obsessed with clots in the blood. It's been there for hours, Cindy. Blood starts to clot. Yeah, I mean, you go into shock, I think, really. Just blood starts to do that. But I thought a lot of it was liquidy. I was surprised it was so liquidy. So because it wasn't tested, we don't know what was in it. I don't know that much about blood. To me, it seemed pretty liquidy for sitting there that long. Yeah, like I don't know if it had stomach juices in it or, yeah, just to me, it looked pretty liquidy for that amount of time. But no, it's not like he was there for days. I thought about that too. Like it's like a beginning of decomposition or something. He couldn't have been there that long. No, because I was thinking about it last night because, of course, I feel guilty, like I said. I'm pretty sure it was about 10 p.m. unless I've messed up my entire day, which is possible. There's no possible way I could go that long without going to the bathroom. I go to the bathroom a lot, but at night, I don't. Yeah, like maybe I don't notice as much about myself. In the morning, like today, I'm not doing it because I'm dehydrated. Yeah, obviously, this is not my normal thing, but I immediately have to take a poop when I get up, like within 5 or 10 minutes. Unless I've been doing like a carb week or something, which, yeah, I am not on my regular diet either, but I already went to the bathroom this morning. Yeah, it was before my coffee was even done. So, because I can rest and stuff. So it's different when I can't rest. They start to get like skinnier and skinnier because I'm under so much stress. and I have so much compressing there because of my organs. Yeah, so it's not good when I can't lay down. I went over this, but anyways, that was a long time for me without being laying down. So when I got back last night, I said I gotta lay down. Yeah, I said it yesterday afternoon too. I gotta lay down. Like, I don't know if she didn't know that I'm medically ill too. I was like, I gotta go lay down. This is, yeah, I have a thing, and I can already tell I'm getting, and I gotta lay down. So anyways, and I don't have I typically don't have like major anxiety disorder, but clearly living with these people in my life it's not that. I'm not getting a panic attack. I get bloated and I get tired. So I got to lay down. So anyways, I have to keep away from my digestion to work so my poops don't go like this gradually. Like I'm going to get a blockage if I'm forced to be upright. So anyways, I stand like this in the morning till about 12 when I take my walk. And then when I get back from my walk, I sit sometimes briefly and I completely lay down the rest of the day. Yeah, so it's not good for me not to be in housing medically. But obviously it's been going on for 13 years. So, usually I do all my bathroom in the morning. Yeah, believe it or not. Sometimes in the summer when I get back and I drink water, like right down, maybe. So anyway, because it was an off day and I'm under more stress because of the SNAP card and the more of the shutoffs, I was out of it on Monday. That I know about myself. So when they started asking me stuff, I go, this isn't even a typical day for me, because usually I would know. Right, because of my schedule. So that's the other thing too. Cindy said, what time did she say she talked to him? Like 1 o'clock or 4 o'clock? Didn't she say she talked to him around 4 or 5? Okay, then it wouldn't have mattered. Yep, I would have already been like this and not going to the bathroom that much if she talked to him around 4 or 5 o'clock. Yeah. I've already forgotten. She said it was either around 1 or 4 or 5 o'clock. So, she must have talked to him right before, I'm thinking. But I mean, 4 or 5 o'clock is not 10 p.m. So anyways, I would get back from my walk 3:30. I think in the summer, the latest I'd get back here is like 4:30. Sometimes, yeah, I think 4:30. But I'm usually back here by what, 2:30? That's what I've been doing. So yeah, and then I have actually been cooking something, but he hasn't been down here when I'm doing it. So then I'm in the room and that's it. And I don't use the bathroom as much in the rest of the day. And I'm on headphones and talking, so I don't even know when he's in and out of the bathroom. So for all I know, he uses the bathroom more in the afternoon than he does in the morning. Don't know. But he either sleeps like a rock or he spent 2 years being irritated by that bathroom door, because you can hear it when it closes, even though you're not slamming it, because he doesn't have his TV on in the morning. She does, but he doesn't. It like shuts itself off or something. So anyway, yeah, maybe he couldn't hear it as much as I could. You can hear it every time it closes. Not really opens, but you can hear it every time it closes. So yep, he must have been irritated by that, because in the morning, it's like I could be in that bathroom 10 times between 6 a.m. and, I'm not kidding you, between like 6 a.m. and like 9 or 10 a.m. Not kidding you. That's when I do all my pee. Yeah. It's not all poops. I'll do like one poop. Occasionally I'll do a second poop. And then it's just pee, 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 pee. That's why I have a thing. My coffee's in the morning. I only have so much, and then I have soda, and then that's it the rest of the day, except for water. So I definitely got to drink more water today, but I'm doing my thing like I usually do. This is probably going to be it for coffee. I am actually starting to feel better. I actually don't feel worse. I thought I might. It might have actually worked out better for me that they were still here, because I'm like, praying to God from Reedville train station to here because I could tell how cold it was. And I was like, I hope she isn't so psycho that she'd do something fucked up and try to lock me out. Because there's deadbolts. There's deadbolts in this house, but I don't think you can actually do it from the outside. I don't know what keys she has. That's the other thing that the police need to know. She might have keys that I don't have. She has all the keys Tommy had. I have one key that Tommy gave me. There's 2 different locks on this front door. And this thing has a deadbolt lock, so it's probably good she didn't know that. Always have my phone on me from now on until I leave here, just in case.
They are still there, but there are less of them. If you are in Rentham this morning, we do have a brand new crash shelter at 495 heading northbound. So between Rentham and Braintree, we've definitely seen our fair share of issues.
I don't know, man. I don't feel comfortable really staying here that long, especially when she's being that fucked up, because I kind of question that she didn't have the keys on her. I think she was lying. Yeah, just it wasn't this day. What's today? Thursday, Wednesday. I'm pretty sure it was Tuesday that she said she forgot the keys, not Wednesday. Yeah, that was a different day, right? She left on Tuesday. Okay. Tuesday's the day that he died, right? She left on Tuesday with the keys and came back without the keys. I'm not kidding you. Some would say she definitely did it purposely because she wants to be able to come in here. So she actually said to me too, she goes, "Do you have a key?" Yeah. Oh yeah. That's why. Did the cops ask her if she had keys? Okay. I think she did it purposely because she's a nutter. She has a history of doing extremely fucked up shit. She won't do it now, but she's actually dumped her mother off on the side of the road and drove off. She's done it more than once, but this was like 20 years ago. So she's capable of doing things that you would never imagine a person would do, especially to a family member. Just know that about her. So anyways, she purposely took those keys. I wanted the man's phone, keys, and wallet. Not I meant give it to her, and that's probably why they wouldn't give it to her. Is that why they wouldn't give it to her? Yep, because she exactly did that. She left this house with it. Even Barbara was asking her, "Why do you have those items?" So anyways, it was Tuesday, because that's when she came here, when Tommy died and they took his body out. They gave her his wallet, his phone, and his keys, and she never handed them over to me. She was supposed to hand them over to me, not keep them herself. Okay? So that has nothing to do with the VA and Barbara Kent. Okay? That has nothing to do with the VA and Barbara Kent. That's this house and Tom Kent, who I was living with. Could you imagine? So anyways, yeah, you go, what does that have to do with the keys to this house, Tom Kent's wallet, and Tom Kent's phone? Well, you can see what she's been doing with it. She's trying to take his truck, take his trailer. She's calling the sprinkler fitters. Just everything. Anyways, get out. Yes, get out, get out, get out. And don't come back. So, probably everything she said to the cops, they were probably like, "Oh my fucking God, this chick she hasn't even buried her brother. They just took his body away yesterday. Yesterday was the day before." I'm still in shock of it. And this person is doing this to me. But anyways, she probably says that about me. She's that insane. She is that insane. She's probably uttering the same, that anybody would do this to me. Cindy. I don't have to deal with her, but if she calls you, you called the VA. Mary handed you papers. You called the VA and took control of your mother. So you have to take her out of the house, not leave her there with Mary. You literally refused to leave that house like you got mentally confused. That's not Barbara Kent's house. Tommy Kent signed a lease. Yeah, you were mentally confused and the cops took care of it. But now you have keys to this house, so it's a little bit concerning to me. I can't even get into the garage. I can't get into his truck. I can't get into the garage. I can't get into his trailer. So she left on Tuesday and came back here. Okay. So why did you not bring the keys on Wednesday? Did you forget the days or you're lying purposely? I don't even have them on me. Why have you come to this house twice since you left here with Tom Kent's keys and not brought them here? See how that seems fucked up, Cindy? That's why the police are concerned, because they wanted to know why you didn't bring the keys here when you came here. Okay, so you have his phone, his wallet, and his keys, and you haven't been living here, and now you're refusing to leave here? Yeah, you need to leave. Everyone gets it. The VA is in charge of your mother, so you're taking your mother. Everyone gets that. That has nothing to do with this house. I started going, did she buy this house? Is she the nutter that's the landlord? See, I know you start to wonder, because how is a person doing that and that ill? Get what I'm saying? I think everyone gets it now, because I would have been forced to leave here and go to a shelter and leave Barbara Kent here. And if a person is that mentally confused, wouldn't she get in her car and take off? Like, does she think Tommy's upstairs too? That Barbara didn't want me to go with the cops because she knows what happens every time. And she's probably worried Cindy was going to leave too. That's what happens when people have mental illness. They don't listen to people. Right. They really don't. Like, I just directly said, I think you're having a mental crisis and that you're not making any sense. So I'm glad the cops explained it to you. Right. And I specifically told her I didn't want to have to deal with the landlord, like showing up here and evicting me. Yeah, I'm not a squatter. But, oh yeah, that's right. What time is it? I have to call that shelter again because one of their options is facing eviction. But I know you go, how would I pay it's not that I don't want to. I would do it if they give me a way to pay bills, I guess. I mean, but like, if you can get a Section 8 on something smaller, unless it's just an opportunity to help other people. But I mean, again, other people want to live with another person. I'd be doing to someone what I'm doing unless they actually required some kind of care. Like someone I know, like Jen Vickery, Brian Buchanan, Patrick, Melissa, someone I actually know. But to start off, obviously. Yeah, because you don't want to be attacked in a house with all due respect to the mentally ill. There's different types of mental illness. And there's people react differently to different people. Like Cindy I think it was Jake. It was either Jake or Justin, but they were completely lying to Barbara and she knows they are. Yeah, because they didn't do what they were told. It happens. They were told to get a medical transport and bring it to a hospital, or there's companies you can pay that will transport a person who's an invalid like that. It's not, Barbara Kent is not the first 89-year-old that can't walk down steps, that could walk up steps when you brought her here. Hello, look around you. Everything is money. So someone keeps saying she doesn't have any money. Was there any money in Tom Kent's wallet? Does anyone care? I know. I know you just go, she could have taken his wallet with his cash in it or something. I know you just go, oh my God. Always just hand these people everything. That's what I figured. I didn't care that much about keys at first, but she completely freaked me out yesterday. She seems capable of fucking anything. In a RAF, yeah. So I'm gonna have to figure out some way that can't possibly happen if I were to go out to the shelter to talk to them. Right, I got to figure out a way she can't actually come in here and lock me out. Because the key he gave me works on the basic door. It doesn't work on the deadlocks. So maybe it might be something that only the landlord has those keys. Okay. So the landlord can lock people out. Hopefully it's that. But Tommy told me he had keys to it. He actually told me that. So that means Cindy Kent has keys to the deadbolts and Mary doesn't, and I live here. Oh, yeah. That's typically how it goes, Boston police. She could literally lock those doors with the keys. Maybe that's why God didn't let her have them on her, if it's true. And then I come back and I can't get in, and I call you, and then the cops go, so what happens? Are you on the lease? And then I can't even get my fucking belongings out of a house. I'm sure it's happened 100 times last week. People are so fucking sick. You never know. The cops might be fucking tired of it where they just fucking, boom, here comes the fire department. Boom, we didn't know if someone was in there. So when the landlord asked, we fucking broke that door down. Do you know how cold it was last night? So maybe God delayed Jake on purpose. Yeah, I'm going to have to make sure I have my phone on me all the time and my wallet. That's all I had on me. I took that bag, so I had a bag, and I just made sure I had my phone charger, my phone, and my wallet. And you know what? I flipped out at first because I didn't think I had the key. I was like, how would I not have the key? But it was in my coat. Ay. I know you go, and I don't have the key on me. How would I? Like I left it in a bra in the laundry. That's happened to me once or twice, but not often. Because I put it there when I'm on my walks. Oh yeah, it was in the coat that I put on. So if it's like this. If it wasn't cold out, I possibly would have left here last night without the key, thinking it was in my bag, or I always keep it until for some reason I put it there. I always clip it on me on my walks, like right here. So that's a new thing. I put it in the coat, and you just go, what the hell? I'd say it's probably happened 2 to 3 times where I go, where the hell is the key? Like sometimes I notice it when I take the thing off to get dressed and I go, oh, the key is still there. But it's happened like once or twice that I had to go into the laundry and there it was. Like even when I took it off, because I probably threw it on the floor and didn't know, and then like to get dressed and then put it in the laundry basket. I don't know what happened to that remote unless Barbara threw it in the trash. Whoa. Yeah, I have a concern about that. I know you really don't want to be paranoid, but there was a bunch of people here on Tuesday, and then all of a sudden this woman's remote control completely disappeared. It's like really strange. Tommy and her used to have wars over the remote. I asked that. I go, did she have the remote control on her in her hands? Did you guys see her with it? Because I've heard her and Tommy having fights, and he'd be like, I don't know what you did with that remote. Like it's a game they do. She does it to get his attention, and then, yeah. And it's like a power struggle, and then she presents the thing like she hid it somewhere. Like, I think she really didn't want him staying down here with her. I was saying it to Cindy as Cindy kept trying to make up excuses about, right. She kept trying to make up excuses because of what happened to Tommy. that Barbara didn't want this, that, and blah, blah, blah. She doesn't even know. She will not listen to a person who's been living with her for 2 years. This must have been a Christmas present, some watch someone gave her. I'm not taking any of her stuff. Nope. I'm looking for to see the remote because it's curious, but I don't see it. I know, because I'm like, is there any way it accidentally got thrown in the trash? Nope, here it is. It was in her bed the whole time. That entire time, nobody checked her blanket. Yeah, she may have known where it was, but the whole entire time it was in this comforter, this quilt. Nope, that's all right. I'm sure she can take care of her. That's not really a big deal, but you just go, you people couldn't find a remote control for an entire day? Because they don't care. They don't care if she has a remote. That's why she can't stay here. Get it? When someone's already having a little bit of emotional upset and they're a little bit mentally confused, she can't stay here because Cindy was not going to be able to phase out of that until she was forced to take her out of here. I was talking to the cop about it. I go, sometimes you got to have tough love on people. You already called the VA. You're already taking this woman over, which is agreed upon. You're a nurse. It's already been delayed. I know it seems like everything is happening quickly. This is when crisis management matters, because I know now I'm crisis management. This is why crisis management matters, folks, because everybody understands that, Cindy. Okay. But the reality is the woman's caregiver died and she can't stay in this house by herself. And you're trying to rely upon a person who was never the woman's caregiver and has a medical condition. Get it? Okay, so I'm not going to go into the grave early, just like Tom Kent, because you didn't want to do this in 2020. Right. So I don't know if Candy got tired of listening to it or she got ill. Right. I know that when she told Tommy he could move back into the house, it was pretty frightening. The verbiage in the living room being yelled right up to the next floor. I was surprised it took Candy that long to leave because, well, I will say, I don't think Tommy was as threatening as it seemed. Okay. So he did seem extremely threatening then, but Candy let him move in on purpose because she wanted to leave. It was like an excuse. Okay. So again, she was in charge of her mother. At any given time, she could have sectioned her to the VA and put her in a nursing home. So there's some people in this family, they need someone like me. Right, where you just go, you'll thank me later. Maybe you even get it now. All right, like you were having a confusion. Everyone understands a sudden death like that. It's shocking. But she's already been here in the house where he was. It's actually better for her emotionally to be now in a different environment. It's because it will just keep reminding her, and it's frightening. And I told Cindy too, you're making it worse because she expects you to be like Tommy, where you're the adult now. So you're making it worse. You are giving her too many options. Right. She seemed better last night. That's what she said. I understand the lying. Try not to keep doing that. When you're telling someone that her dead son is somewhere, yeah, try not to do that. That was the only thing. That wasn't her. That was her son. Like, try not to do that. But the lying to get her out when she's like that, right. That's why she probably liked being in the hospital, because clearly hospital work is not putting up with that. Okay, so I can never be that for her because of her reaction. She wasn't even doing that to you guys. I could never talk like an adult to her. Nope. Yeah, it's just not gonna, it would never work out. She would attack me. Okay, so I'm glad she didn't attack you guys. Yeah, I think Tommy is glad that he never got attacked either. And like, he was forced to be screaming and stuff at her. I do get that. That's why it was just never a good thing for him to be doing that, to take that on. I'm not that dumb. I'm not that sorrowful for Barbara. No. I spent not 13 years because now I don't really like nursing homes either. I think she'd probably be dead already, especially because of the way she is. They'd have to heavily medicate her, and it's not good, and she'd just be bedridden all this time anyway. I would encourage them to try to see if they can get her to take a couple of steps, since we don't really know why she stopped walking like that, and if she actually can't walk. Right, because after she managed to get rid of you people so she could take a dump, she's not going to go, I got to take a dump. Okay, she's just going to get more and more irritated. And then you smell poopy and you don't know if she did it or she just farting. Because when I went upstairs, man, woo, she got herself from that chair to that toilet, emptied herself, not diarrhea, but just a bunch of poop. She was even laughing about it. She goes, I filled the whole thing. Then the next morning, I told you, she got off the bed and sat in the thing. And then she was back in the bed. So she can stand enough to go from a bed to a toilet and a toilet to a chair and roll herself around. She was rolling herself around in a wheelchair when the VA sent people to her house. Granted, that was a long time ago. Right. So I would encourage, now it's already been 4 months. So I would encourage them to see if they would have to support her and get one of those things, those walkers, and see if they can get her to take a couple steps. You ever see my 600-pound life? Okay. You'd be surprised. Okay. That woman might go a couple of more years, and that's a lot of money. And I think Cindy will find out it's really not that much care, especially since she's a nurse. Okay. It's really not. She doesn't even, the way that Tommy was doing it, she doesn't even need someone to change her diapers. So that was actually working out where she just, did she take them with her? Okay, I hope she did. No, this is some of them right here. Maybe she took some of them with her. She probably gave them to Tommy, so she knows what I'm talking about. Where she lays on these pads, it only takes 2 disposable pads. And then when she sits in the chair, she goes on this. And she could probably even go on one of these. Not those other diapers. But if she can get up and she's walking around, you never know. But she needs that potty chair. I know, because is she going to try to get her to use the toilet? Yeah, I don't know. I was wondering how wide that thing is, because she's putting her in the room that's right across from a bathroom. Okay, so I'm not saying that if she wheeled the chair in, can she get up and go on a toilet and then get back on it? Yeah, no, but like a couple of steps at a time, because she's afraid to walk because she fell. She was saying that right from the beginning. She was afraid to get up, and she does fall sometimes. Yeah, so it's possible that she can't walk, but if she pinched a nerve or something, you're not going to know that if she doesn't get up and move around, and it's going to make her wicked uncomfortable. It's only been 4 months. Okay, so a body degrades. Yeah, it's like definitely time to get to see if she can take a couple of steps for sure. Okay, charge nurse. Not I need to be told that we need to empty something. It's like a psychiatrist, and I don't empty trash anymore for Barbara Kent. Okay. I mean, I was doing it, but I don't need someone to tell me that. That's why it's obnoxious. Okay. And I feel it's done purposely to cause a fight, and she takes off. No. That's why God made her think to do that dominance last night. Okay, so no, you can't do that now because you're her caregiver. You already told the VA you were doing it. You don't get the moolah without the woman. Not somebody else does it. That's the same thing as a nursing home. Okay? A nursing home can do it, and they're big people that want to do it. Not Mary. No, I'm a teeny person with a medical condition, and that woman is prone to falling. So it would just be 14 calls to if she realized that was a way to get attention from me, like she did with Tommy, but she wasn't doing it anymore. I don't know if he told her that he hurt himself. She's not as out of it as you think, so maybe she won't do that stuff on purpose anymore. Okay, so yeah, she goes, she seems to be handling it well. Sometimes people don't want to hear things. They weren't really getting along. I think it probably started as soon as they got here. Like I told you, he wasn't in the house. Okay. And so Candy basically rooked him into moving back into the house and stuck her with him. I don't know what was going on in his mind when we got evicted, other than possibly dollar signs, because they didn't even talk to me about what was going to happen. He got a U-Haul like he was going to leave. How do you explain without talking to me? I don't know. And he didn't, why didn't you tell her to get in an ambulance when I called them? So, yeah, I mean, I just left. I think, did I tell them I was leaving? I mean, we all got evicted. Yeah, it was pretty much understood that he was taking control of her. So maybe he at first did a U-Haul and then he decided to take it all with him. He told me he hired a moving company. And when he met up with me in March, he didn't seem like he was angry. Yeah, so whatever happened, I don't know if he thought that I would take my stuff, or at that time he was like, fuck Mary, which is plausible. For what reason would we fuck Mary at that time? Because I didn't want you in a room right next to me? Upstairs? That Jared had been in? I'm not sure that, yeah, remember that? I'm not going to be controlled. I thought that when I came here. Yeah, I thought that when I came here, and I went, well, in my mind, I went, well, it looks like you are going to be controlled, huh? By God, not me. And that's not a weird thing, dude, when a female says there's no reason for you to be upstairs. He kept going in there, rifling through Jared's shit. Right. And obviously, you had months when I was downstairs to pick a room upstairs. But he did manage to put me in a fucking room right next to him at this house. Yeah, you just go, yeah. A lot of worries I don't have to worry about, but yeah, like it's mixed, but it's almighty, because you go, if she died, he would probably be trying to live with me, wouldn't he? Or would it ended up the same way anyway? He may have just been like, yeah, I'm going to go and take my trailer now, like we're losing the house and stuff. Probably. He probably wouldn't even have offered for me to live with him. And I never wanted to do that. I always knew when she died, I'd have to go to the shelter. I was like, I can't just be in housing with him. He won't even let me have a fucking friend. Yeah, because he was like that kind of with his mother. But I mean, I don't even know if he was like that with her. But he was definitely doing it to me. It was like bizarro. That's a little too attached. Yeah. That's a little too attached. That's what I said. Like, I'm not saying that it was like weird, like sexual stuff, but even it's something to do with he was cognitively reduced, and he probably had dementia too. He was starting to transfer what he used to do with his mother onto me. Like I was going to be his new mother. Like I had these fear flashes about what was going to happen when Barbara died. I figured he'd go family member to family member trying to move in with someone. Just like Cindy said. She said he just showed up at her house with Barbara after I left and moved in. I really think that's the stuff he would have been doing. He just is a mentally ill, mentally retarded man that didn't want to live alone. he was totally relying upon, like, he's just going to live in a family like Cindy's trying to do. Yeah, just, it's not that type of family. And when you are rude and obnoxious like that, no, that's why there's problems. There are families that do that. Like, I believe I would have maybe been like that with my children. I never expected them to move out and stuff, but I didn't raise my children like this. I see how people raise their children in this family. I wasn't doing that. It's very, very tragic what has happened to me. And then I'm subjected to all this. And these people still basically have their children, but you see that they don't. They may possess children when they're minors, and they possess young adults for a certain amount of time. But the second that those young adults meet outside people and they go to therapy, they can't possess them anymore. Get it? Not they have like a loving family unit. So it's very tragic. Just because I wanted a divorce doesn't mean I turned into Barbara Kent. So this guy got to die with his mother and his sister living with him, partly caring for him. She did what she could till she became an invalid. And I was still helping him. I was going to a food pantry and doing her laundry, and I was doing his dishes. Get it? Yeah, like clearly I hadn't done that much cleaning lately, but it's not filthy. I had done that. So he got to die with caretakers. What happens to Mary? Get it? So, yeah, I find people to be repulsive, and I'm sure it happens all the time. They're called homeless people, and they die at a homeless people hospital or on the ground.
Yeah, we definitely have our fair share of issues out there. Brain Tree, once again, is causing some more problem spots for them. You have a crash on 93 North, right by 37. So basically, you're just hopping on.
Well, usually they're probably the most adult of a dysfunctional family. That's why it happens.
But we do have a Brain Tree that's currently blocking some lanes right by Derby Street. That, as you can see, is causing a little bit other too. One lane in Bridgewater is going to be closed up in this crash on 24 South. It's right by 495, not too much of a buildup at all. Usually, as you move away from the city, it's always going to be a little bit better. So those crashes and breakdowns don't really impact us as much. They're still there, and they're still going to cause delays, but some are better than others.
And a homemaker does not have a Social Security fund because Florida said she doesn't. Okay? Florida said she doesn't have alimony or a Social Security fund. Get it? It's a total and complete damnation of a population.
We continue our coverage of this nasty nor'east. Taking a look at Situate this morning. High tide has arrived.
Enjoy some photographs of the snow on the ground after, what was it, 57 degrees? Oh, Milbury. Speaking of wackos, how do you explain that business? Oh, God. I got to get rid. I've had like that thing in my belly I was talking about. It's got to be stress. Oh, God. Obviously, what's happened with Tommy is making me paranoid, but I had this way worse in 2020 in November. And when I was doing all that walking, it went away. Yeah, I'm definitely just like tired, and I'm probably wicked dehydrated. So I know I said this is going to be it, then my soda and water and food, and try to rest. That's all I'm doing today. Obviously clean up. Oh yeah, I got that dog upstairs. I'm going to see. Now I'll let this get cold again. I'll see if I can get that dog to come downstairs now. Where's the leash? Yeah, seriously, I gotta put. That's a good idea. God, thank you. Piddle pads for the dog, because I mean that's pretty good rain out there. I don't think that dog is gonna want to go outside. Are these piddle pads or diapers? Crap. I think she took them all. Well, she should take them all. I'm not saying something bad. I'll put one of these diapers down. I don't know if the dog will do it. Are you coming downstairs today? I prefer you to be down here. Peanut. Come on. You coming downstairs today? Coming downstairs? Come on.
Hi, Mel. Is now good for
You coming downstairs?
Yes, sounds great.
Refinance now or refinance
You
later?
coming downstairs?
Needless to say, your money can be working so
You
well.
coming downstairs?
Thinking more long-term, rates will remain at current levels.
Great.
Then
We'll
this
make
I gotta
changes to your plan that adjust as needed.
This helps a lot.
Bye, Mel.
Bye.
You coming downstairs?
For over 50 years, Purina Cat Chow has been helping cats feel at home with trusted nutrition. No wonder it's the #1 dry cat food in America. Come home to Cat Chow.
I don't mind if you stay there one in a party on that day.
A life-altering opportunity for seniors at Brockton High School. The president of Livingstone College in North Carolina traveled to Boston on Wednesday to offer 200 of Brockton High's
No.
brightest a surprise of their lifetimes, a full-ride scholarship.
I was not expecting this at all. I knew that there was gonna be.
Oh God, the dog's probably gonna end up dying.
So my mom that I just got into living.
They say that stuff
I can
happens.
finally pursue my passion. I can do what I want to do. I can make my mark. I can just be the best me. Like.
Well, it is cold, and maybe the dog was wicked stressed out. No, he's not sleeping, but he won't come off the blanket now. Yeah, so I left him alone. I put that diaper on the floor. I should put one over by the door, but he's not even down here yet. That's where he goes. He goes to the door because he needs to go outside. So I even tried to do what Tommy says. You're coming outside. He knows it's not Tommy. I'm sure he must be knowing by now that something, that he's not here because he never goes anywhere. Right. And it's been days now. And now she's gone. Oh, this isn't hot enough.
Just $5.55. These laminate floors from world famous shop can take a beating and still look great. Call 888-400-FLOOR. Get your laminate floor installed the next day. No hidden extras and no interest for.
Is that supposed to be someone in the military calling my phone like you can see the live stream? Not that. I meant the phone call from earlier. For the police.
In studies, the majority of people reached an A1C under 7 and maintained it. Ozempic lowers the risk of major cardiovascular events such as stroke, heart attack, or death.
Obviously, it could be anybody, I guess. I don't know. There's probably easy ways to do things I don't know about, where you make your number go 000 instead of just saying private number. So I can't make, does it stop the person from being able to call you back? I don't know. Like, can you call back a private number? I usually, I don't get real. There's a couple of them on there I noticed, but. Yeah, I don't call a cell phone with a private number. I don't see anybody answering that unless you're bored, maybe. Or you're like, you knew you were waiting for a call back from someone, so you're like desperate, so you answer it. Anyways, don't they say that people's dogs can die like that? Yeah, this is something that happened that I'm glad I don't have to deal with now. Something of her laundry, I gotta sneeze. Something of her laundry got washed, right? And her glasses broke. Yeah, they came out of the dryer like that, but I gotta be honest, they probably broke when someone threw them down the stairs. Yeah, because Tommy was just throwing the stuff down the stairs. Cindy keeps dropping it right in front of the trash. Even when she goes, oh, just do this like the other ones. I go, you can throw it down the stairs. She didn't. She left it there. I think we need to empty this. I think you need to get your mother and leave, or just leave for the day. I don't know whose glasses these are, but I don't think they're Barbara's. They're probably Cindy's. I mean, I don't even see what that is. It's got, they must be reading glasses. She had other glasses on, Cindy, but these must be reading glasses. Maybe they're Tommy's. Did someone go up and take his glasses and bring them down here? Probably. I don't know, man, but yeah, everybody's eyes are different, but they seem like they're reading glasses. Let me check my phone because I know I was having. It depends on the day. I think if I'm on the computer a lot, I was having a little bit of trouble reading stuff on the phone. I don't read books or anything, so. I told the woman at the SNAP office I'm visually impaired because I am. I'm going to be 53. Okay. And I don't, my eyes, you wouldn't give me corrective lenses. So yeah, people begin to not see things like Brian. His eyesight's worse than mine. It's the morning, and my eyes are usually better in the morning, but that's my regular astigmatism is usually better. I'm trying to find something so I can see if these glasses do anything in terms of that. I don't know if that print is small enough. Everything seems fine now. Yeah, it's not visual disturbances, no. It's like bad eyes. I don't think I need these. These would probably give me a headache. Yeah, my eyesight's definitely better without these. I don't know whose those are. They might be Tommy's. Those are not Barbara's. But anyways, sometimes Barbara collects things, so who knows where they came from. But Cindy had different glasses on yesterday, so yeah, we don't have to worry about. I left my glasses. She had some kind of black and white framed glasses on her head with the string. Maybe that's a different persona. I don't know. Anyways, I know. Just. Well, I think it's actually. I was the person who had to find them because it has probably the least impact on me. To be honest, I was thinking about it last night. It's not me doing it, it's God, obviously, but that's God's blessing and compassion for a group of people, for sure. I was even present here that day. Because like I said, I tried to leave here a year ago, and then because this business with messing me around saying I was getting housing I wasn't going to get again. Hopefully those people no longer work for that company. It's not even called Father Bills anymore. Like the website says it, but I think they're in the process of changing it. So I hope to God that other building isn't there anymore. Whoa. Yeah, just shutting the water off still and stuff for fun. Let's hope not. After Elizabeth Warren went out there, I would hope to God it was like, okay, so we have to actually open this place now to get them out of that building. We got them out of the hotel by saying we were building a building. So now we're being forced to open it because you won't house these people until that building's open. Yeah, where's their aortic dissection? And you don't need to worry what was going on at 2017. Right, just anyways, that's pretty obnoxious to be talking about a dude like that when you guys are doing that. So obviously, like I said, if I wasn't here, who knows how many days would have went by with that woman like that going, where the hell is Tommy? She wouldn't have known something was terribly wrong, and she might have been able to get to a phone and call 911. That's true. That is, maybe that wouldn't have happened. She can get herself into the wheelchair. She can move around in the wheelchair. The phone is right there. So you would have got a call from her and not me. And it would have been, what, a day at least? It would have probably been by that afternoon, that evening, after screaming and screaming and screaming at the bottom of the stairs. So, yeah. Who knows how many days it was until Cindy was planning to come here because she was supposed to work that day. So she wouldn't have been out here that day, the day that he died. She may have come out the next day, but she wouldn't have been out here. Because of their relationship, and they just talked the night before. She said everything went fine, so I don't know if she'd begin to wonder why he didn't answer anything. So
Good morning. Yeah, definitely busy out there right now. We have a new crash in Arlington.
there would have been a delay with her, but it would have been even longer. When people live by themselves, then usually like neighbors and stuff, I think. But I mean, sometimes they may find people that have been there. Can you imagine? These two people that I think at first Tommy used to talk to the neighbors, but yeah, like they would probably notice this summer that Barbara was never outside because last summer she was still going outside. She could walk. She'd walk down the stairs and follow me the F around. Remember when I was smoking? All this is new for her. So the neighbors might notice come like, I mean, but it's a rental unit, so they're going to notice if they don't get their rent paid. Yeah, you never know. He said he was going month to month. I know you just go, it's just weird. Like, why would he decide to go month to month? That's what he told me. He said he signed when I first got here, he said he signed a lease for, 14 months. So I figured it was like last June, it would have run out. And then I don't think I asked him. And she was like, it's going to be time for us to leave here. She just makes up things. He must have been saying something to her. He was constantly like, I don't know, I might have to put you away and blah, blah, blah. But he had told me, not just told me, probably told me about a year ago, right? Probably within a month or two of June that he was going month to month now, that he didn't re-sign another lease. He was probably expecting her to die. I don't know. I mean, it's eerie because why would he not cash out his annuity if he thought he was going to die? But you never know. Maybe he was thinking about suicide. I was wondering that about all those pills, but I don't even know if you can suicide on that. It's just weird that a person saves a bunch of pills like that. It's weird.
So again, just a reminder to folks, if you don't have to be out on the street, just stay home. We're told that there are 60 personnel between the police department, the fire department, and DPW that have been out and about making the rounds. We've seen Eversource driving around. I've
been praying like for about 6 months for her to live another year. I'm like, please just give me like another year. I know you just go, oh God.
Thank you. Our Team 7 coverage continues in 7 live while she's live installed.
Just weird. Every effing year I'm forced to go out to that place for just no reason. They never say anything to me about working. That's why it's so weird to go. At this point, people are just going to keep, so much time has gone by, then the children aren't even a factor anymore. That's all you have to do to a person. That's what they did probably to Karen. Her children were all adopted out because they took them from both her and her husband. She was still with her husband. And it was like until the husband left her, they wouldn't give them housing. I'm pretty sure she got Social Security. I don't know when she started getting it. Because I remember when she was moving into that condo on the beach, she said she had to get stuff about blah, blah, blah. Like, they're probably not going to give you housing unless you have an income. I know you just go, do. Bit of a problem since I'm a do not treat. And there's already a medical record. Well, they try to make up a bunch of crap about you can only stay in a shelter for 9 months. Well, that gives me 9 months that I'm not going to worry about it for 9 months then. I seriously doubt that Jen Vickery is in one of their apartments across the street from the shelter. Seriously doubt it. Yeah. That's an internet jailer. Where you go, I don't know why you were like doing weird stuff like that. What happens in your reality when I go out there, but I'm sure you're probably pretty happy today, whoever that person was
But we go to Pittsburgh.
that was trying to lure me to go back there and said that all of their communications were being intercepted and blocked and left a phone number that I didn't write down. 617 phone number? How would Jen Vickery have a 617 phone number? Does anybody have a 617 phone number anymore? That's like old school Boston. I think Dedham used to be 617 and then they changed it to 781. That's probably an old phone number or it's Boston. The guy might have been married because he had a beard, and I think he was just being nice because he offered someone else to buy them something when we got to the Dunkin' Donuts. Not my best look. He's probably about 20 years younger than me. At least I know I'm gonna be 53. He may not even be 33. So. No, that was all me because I go, well, there is a Dunkin' Donuts because they were going to give me a ride. And then he goes, oh, yeah, I could get a coffee. I go, well, you could buy me a coffee. Sometimes that's just a good way to make a friend. It's like a thing that you can't stop doing. And then you just go, I know, you just, anyways, we would hope if you weren't single that you would stop doing it. But there's probably like 70-year-old women going, yeah, you could buy me a coffee, I'm sure. And he would probably buy them a coffee too. I hope someone showed up to pick up that child. It's probably like he waits there after school or something, yeah. Or his mom works there or something, yeah. I've never been in there before. Nope, I've never been in there before. I make my own coffee. Except at the shelter, I know. Enjoy my last few days. That like in the morning, over the course of 2 years here, because before this it was 8 weeks on the ground outside. So in hot water with instant coffee. Now I don't even have a SNAP card, so I know you just yeah. Every morning here, it hasn't worn off in 2 years, you know. Just, oh God, thank God I can make coffee. Like, yeah, like when bad stuff happens or whatever, I don't know. There isn't really that bad stuff happening. It's just my general frustration about everything. At least I have this coffee. Yeah, like I can make coffee. I had the light cream. So, and then it's more restrictions. Like there goes the SNAP card. Because they can't supply light cream at a food pantry. And now it turns out it doesn't even matter about a food pantry. It's just one thing after the other, where you just go, okay, so what is it going to be this year? Is it at least going to be a shelter? Can that be like the worst possible thing for me and not the little ground? I mean, I guess it's not November. So, yeah, it's not November. It's April. So.
Waiting to hear when that bus driver will appear in court.
School leaders in Lowell addressing safety concerns after a string of incidents at the high school.
I hope that $1 or $2 for your sake is for a cup of coffee or a train ride and not smokes or something because, man, no, I am a former smoker, I know. It's just, they shut the money off because I stopped smoking. That's why they shut the money off, okay? That's why they did it. That's why a SNAP card is off and they won't answer a phone to recertify it. So I guess enjoy the snow in April, and that's gotta seem, I'm sure people know it's not normal, but as you can see, it does not tamper anyone's behavior. And it's like no matter what is going on, each and every person thinks that they're justified and everything, and everybody else is a jerk. It's just amazing. Everyone else is a jerk, especially this. You're sitting in your own house. You've never been homeless a day since I've been up here or ever in your entire life. Same thing with Tommy. She's never even had to move back into her mother's house. She probably thinks that she's the adult. Really? You're the adult? Then take your mother and get out. That's what an adult does.
Driscoll says anyone who wants a certificate of their pardon can apply on the state's website.
The video shows the moment how earthquake triggered a massive landslide in Taiwan. Rocks and dirt falling down a cliff onto a highway. Drivers had stopped when the ground started shaking, but then had to turn around once the hillside gave way. At least 9 people were
I'm sure she'll probably try to lure at least one of those children not to get their own place now. And they don't even have to feel guilty about it. I don't know if they were working and helping her pay for stuff. There you go. This is their lucky day. We do what? We help you bring grandma to the house? Awesome. And then you will stop calling us? Thank you. I notice things. Oh, yeah. I notice things. She was doing it to me yesterday. Are you going to call Scott and see if he wants to come over? And I just looked at her. That means no. Obviously, I'm not. The fuck? That is not why I have the man's phone number that you gave me, by the way. I don't need to have his number blocked because I'm going to be used for that. I'm not helping you abuse and terrorize your fucking son. You know Kaz? Remember that from Plymouth? You know Kaz? Kaz is on your fucking Facebook page? What the fuck? Take your mother and get out. So, right. I'm not helping you terrorize and track down your fucking son. Hopefully that shit is all done. Fucking break. She doesn't have something to do with the cops picking him up about fucking drinking alcohol? Why was he forced to call her then? I don't know if it's true, but she keeps telling me that she knows police officers. Okay, well, those police officers better stop it or they're going to get fired. They'll be relieved with pay. Those people are new. They don't even know what Taunton Green is. They don't give a shit about you knew a cop and dead him. It's just like how Candy was with fucking Jamie. Well, Jamie O'Connor, we don't give a fuck, ma'am. We don't care. We just got here. We were trained in the military, first of all, and we don't care about your towny connections. Do you live here? Okay, you need to leave. You're like completely confused about what Candy was doing to me for a decade. Showing right up with an ID that she's the homeowner. So is that old woman right there. That's why I called you, because she was threatening her that she's going to lose her house. I understand that this woman made the mistake of her fucking life doing this. And I'm tricked again into calling you about a domestic because her daughter is abusing her. Yep, no, that's good. I'll fucking leave again. Thank you. There I go. And then here comes her daughter, the one that was here, to scream at me at a gas station, and the gas station attendant has to call you again, the same fucking cop. And just the look on his face. See, you did the wrong thing, but I guess you didn't know what the fuck to do. Same family. This isn't Dedham. This isn't 12 Flanagan Place. Candy doesn't live here. Barbara tried to kick me out at 12 Flanagan Place in November of 2020. And Tommy goes, you don't have to leave. With a belly all about to be fucking exploded. That's why I started running up that hill. Because of the cysts. Yeah. It got rid of that, but I was wicked stressed out then too. And I'm starting to have spotting, so it's got something to do with hormones. It's always had something to do with hormones, but it was, I'm so used to it being way, way down that the stress being upright in hormones. Yeah, but it's, yeah, it used to be worse. It definitely used to be worse. It might have been because it was more stressful too. So, yeah, I mean, some of these people really don't want to know things. Yeah, like forcing that guy to scream like that. My blood pressure's never been 200 over 100 and something. Yeah, just, and he wasn't taking the medication that's probably intended to help him stay calm. But house full of saints. I tried. She wouldn't listen to me. That's why he was doing it. And then she finally got to the point where I think she would get up and stuff. Yeah. But I remember, was it Monday morning? It might have been Monday morning was the last time I heard him come down here and tell her to get in the chair. And then I think he went right back to bed. But I saw him that morning. Yep. I had the robe on. And I was telling Cindy I was actually rude. But then I knew, I didn't know why I was rude at the time. Because I think I felt like weird, like I had spent too much time talking or something. Like, and he was like, "Oh, did you sleep in?" And I was like, "No." And it was like the way I said it, you could tell he was like, "Whoa." And I just said, "I go, yeah, I don't know why I'm cold." Because he goes, "Yeah, it's supposed to be like 59 degrees." I go, "I know." And it was already like 11 o'clock, and I probably looked like I just got out of bed, and I was like, yeah, I go, "I don't know why I'm cold. I'm not even really that cold right now, but it's like, it's got to do with my hormones. It's like menopause." I didn't say that to him, but I'm just like, I don't know why I'm cold. Yeah. So I'm like, I just put this on and now I'm down here realizing I'm not even cold anymore. And he seemed like he was in a fairly good mood. So I don't usually actually look directly at him when we're talking and stuff because just so yeah, it's just something to do with being beaten down. It's just something that people do. Believe it or not, when you're afraid of people and stuff, you talk to them and you're not ignoring them, but you don't actually look right into their eyes. So I don't know if he had anything. Yeah, I couldn't tell you but he didn't. He seemed like regular, and he actually seemed like he was in a good mood. And then I'm pretty sure that's the last time I saw him or heard him talking or anything. Did he already have her out of bed? He may have already had her out of bed. Yeah, it was either Sunday or Monday morning. I remember him coming down and yelling. But yeah, he was getting her out of bed every day. Things were actually starting to improve. That's probably why he felt better. And that's right. He mentioned the car being fixed. I go, yeah, that's a relief, huh? Yeah, and that was the whole conversation. But I'm sure I felt relieved. He probably felt relieved. She probably felt better because the truck is fixed. Remember, she was talking the other day about Cindy selling her house. Yeah, that was a couple of days before he died. But she frequently does it, but she hasn't been doing it a while. Not about Cindy selling a house. Because she goes, "So we're going to be selling Cindy's house?" No, that's insane. Yeah, no, I didn't say that to her. I just went, I don't know anything about that. That's what I say to her when she says crazy shit. She's always trying to involve me in her schemes, and I just go, I don't know anything about that. And then she goes, "Oh yeah, you don't know. That's right. You don't know anything about it. No one knows anything." Like she's wicked abusive, trying to start a fight with me, just like Cindy. Tommy's thing is everything you say out of your mouth, he goes, "No," and then he keeps talking, and he doesn't even listen to what you're saying. I was telling Scott, I go, I don't know if he wasn't listening to what I was saying or he wasn't processing it in his brain. He's so used to going no and then saying a bunch of shit. And then, like Barbara, you let them talk and they ultimately end up agreeing with you, but they don't even seem to know it. And you go, whoa. They just immediately oppose you. Brian was doing it too. See why that's kind of a problem? Yeah, just certain things bother certain people for a reason. It's like, are you going to say no to everything I say? Because, yeah, like I had a brother now that does that. And it's, yeah, it makes conversations difficult. Like Brian seemed to actually listen to me when I talk, so it wasn't as bad as Tommy. But when you just go no to everything I say, you go, it's not like we're not playing Jeopardy and you asked me a Jeopardy. We're not playing a Trivial Pursuit and I gave you an answer. No, you're like, oh, so what do you think about the sky? Well, the sky, it looks like it's way up there, doesn't it? And then Brian would go, no, 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 no. That the sky's a friend of mine. No, no, no. I know this guy. Yeah, no. That's what he does. Everything. God. I know. Could you imagine how much nicer my life would be right now if he had come back here with me and we were still together? Because it's been almost a year now. And yeah, having something like that happen, it would have been nice to have somebody, I guess. But that's not a reason to have somebody. But I'm sure your life is probably a little bit different. In times of stress, that's why I kind of don't like, yeah, that's why I kind of don't like trying to date or court with my life the way it is, because I question my motivations about doing it. But I really liked him. I really cared about him. So just something about him I liked, even though obviously major problems. But you like somebody, you like something, you know? So anyways, he wanted to do something else. I don't know. I don't believe that stuff, but if he was still living and then someone explains it to me, if he was still living, it's definitely not that. But if he died and someone actually found out, I mean, there's no obituary, so I doubt the guy died. And clearly my communications are completely shut down, but I mean, he knows where I am. But I doubt the guy died. But if someone like after August found out he died, like, I don't know, within a couple of months of June, then maybe that's not actually what he chose. And that's why he ultimately ended up dying. Right. Like as his friends predicted, if those are his friends, which is questionable. I mean, Donnie maybe said he knew Donnie for 5 years. The rest of those people from the shelter, it doesn't mean they were his friends. So, yeah, like then maybe he was just a drug addict and that's not really what he chose. And clearly there was some kind of confusion about the person at the desk, who I find to be psychopathic, by the way. And when you meet somebody like Cindy, you can see it, right? Okay. So that's someone at Faulkner Hospital, since I'm all over the internet. And these people are just insane anyway. Just, he's not in here. I don't see anything. Maybe discharged. You can't tell me that? No. Like just a complete psychopath. And he was up in the hospital and then went, where the hell is Mary? And like, or they told him he had to get out after I left. Right. Like just anything. And then the phone call is all whacked out. Doesn't sound like a person breaking up with me or saying stop using his Facebook page. Just everything that happened. And then you never see or hear from the guy again. And presumably no one out there does, except for Jeremy is the only person who told me he saw Brian after that and spoke with him. So, and then he's the one that took me down the Ave like he was looking for him. So I would presume when he saw Brian, he was all fucked up high and probably all flipped out like when I left and he was hanging around with that Greg Ryan guy. So he could have been doing all that and died, or like went into someone's house, just like I said. People, Alex was gone well, he wasn't gone, but I was gone. He was in someone's house for a year, over a year. He was in that alley person's house for over a year doing nothing but drinking and being a prostitute to her. So you do that with a drug addict like Brian, he would end up in a grave. Yeah, he's not Alex. Alex didn't seem to be in that bad of a shape, that physical condition. So, You're talking about a person who's so intoxicated he's falling down. You could tell by the bruises on his legs, and me being with him when I took him away. These dudes are pouring drugs and alcohol down his throat till he's like they're trying to kill him, or there's no way he would be hanging around with them otherwise, with a vitriol bracelet on. I mean, talk about being arrested for murder, attempted murder, willful neglect, intentional infliction of bodily harm. Right? You just go, what is this? Why are you still giving him alcohol? He can't even walk. They would still, it's called alcohol poisoning. And if he was in a house, you wouldn't even know someone was doing that to him. So, yeah, I mean, until you get a call about a body, you would hope you get a call about a body and not they try to dispose of it. You wouldn't have an obituary if he died in someone's house and they buried him in the backyard. Because people don't care about anything anymore. It's sad. Like, you didn't notice a person missing. You didn't notice turned up earth in this neighbor's backyard and go, should we call the police? I mean, because they would probably know that it's a bunch of it's a party house and it's a bunch of drug addicts. And you go, should we call the police? Because look at that. I mean, that wasn't like that. These people are drug addicts. You ever see them doing gardening? They must have done that in the middle of the night. What is that? Do you get what I'm saying? So if you ever see something like that, please do call the police. Please let them decide if they should investigate something, because people are doing weird stuff. And that person, someone probably does care about that person. There's people that would tell you that no one cares about Brian, when clearly that's not true. Get it? That could happen to anybody. That could happen to anybody that's out there using. And you just go, have you heard from so-and-so? I don't talk to anybody, so what I would have no way of going, have you heard from so-and-so? Have you heard from so-and-so? Right, just, I know there was dudes that had vehicles that would go and pick up Brian, that are clearly John's. That's what I'm saying. You just go, how did he just disappear from Quincy Center and no one, even the one cop I asked, has seen him? No obituary, so he's either in someone's house or he died and they tried to dispose of a body. I mean, good luck. Brian's doesn't weigh that, though. Yeah, that must have been Cindy was like pissed, but obviously it's her reaction to stress because it was taking so long. And you can hear that there's a bag being moved around, so it's pretty disturbing. Yeah. But I didn't see them. And in their defense, they're like, oh my God, like this is terrible. And these people are still in the house. And his mother's like that. And the bathroom door, like, they would have had to have moved them. Kudos to them, because you can tell from the blood that they really were really good about it. That blood wasn't moved all over the bathroom and stuff. Right. And just, they got him out of there. They carried him downstairs that go like this, but Cindy still had a complaint, but I understand it's stressful. Just, she's like, why would they send two skinny people to, I don't know if they do that when they call. There's a lot of obese people, Cindy, right? So skinny doesn't mean you can't lift things. And you're welcome for those people disposing of him, because they didn't have to do that, you know. The police told me maybe she wasn't there. Yeah, you're welcome, because a mortuary people might have went, we're going to have a problem because we're going to have to charge more, or we can't get him out of there. He would have been there all day. He probably would have been there till the evening. Yeah, I understand like stress, but I mean, she doesn't understand the world. She really doesn't understand the world, that people are doing work like that out of the kindness of their heart at this point. How is she collecting all this money? She doesn't know that there's people all over the land piece doing that. And they're still demanding help when they pick up a phone. Yeah, just really, thank God that people come. And it's not that I didn't mind cleaning up, but you go, I don't have the money to hire someone to do it. So the woman was nice enough. She obviously knew I wasn't going to be able to do that. And Cindy's not saying anything, and she's always claiming she doesn't have any money. And then she's got Tommy's wallet, but she has no money. Okay. So she goes, just keep pouring bleach on it. She was talking right to me. She wasn't even talking to Cindy. But yeah, you go, me and her are the ones living here, but like, you know, she's not going to be able to handle doing it. She can't even properly throw piddle pads away. Hopefully she'll do it at her house. I think it's that. Right. I really think it's that. So, well, she has till the 17th to decide. I would think not to hand her back to me, but if she's going to put her into a nursing home of some kind where she'll ultimately quickly die, I'm sure, just from the whole trauma of that happening to her. So hopefully she won't do that to her, and she'll care for her till she passes away, even though I believe it will be a while if she's given proper care. Yeah, but I mean, look at what happened with Tommy. I'm not I'm not a doctor, but yeah, because sudden events happen. I'm thinking like just a natural death. Like she wasn't even like at the point where you have to like encourage her to eat and stuff. She's still rolling around in this thing with her stuff. And then they're making fun of her because they can't handle it. She's in a wheelchair. She's doing weird shit. She obviously, if you haven't seen her in 4 years, I'm sure she looks different. I've been here for 2 years, and I was in a house for a year. So I see her all the time. And so was Tommy, and so was Cindy. But these people haven't seen her in like 4 years. So they were at least. And so they were probably like, oh my God, they don't want to have to deal with it. I know. You go, what happened to the days of go to visit Mia Mums? Remember that? I never was like that with her. Yeah. And you just go, what happened to this business about Uncle Tommy? Wasn't he taking one of your kids to hockey pretty frequently? Because I'm pretty sure he had one of your kids in his truck when he picked me up off the ground. Yeah, just because she doesn't go, oh, it's my Michelle-y belly. She doesn't do it anymore, and she knows it as soon as she comes in the house. But she would remember me because I'm here every day. I know. You ever see those things where you go, hi, good morning, and she goes, hi, and you just wonder if she even knows who you are. Yep. Have you seen Mary? I know someone will probably go, that was me at Forest Hills. You don't even know me. $1, $2. I doubt it. You didn't say my name. Anyways, I think I know you if you're in the slicker with the thing and you're like this and you go, hey, $1, $2. I think I do know you. Yeah. I think I've met you several times. I don't make all these weird fucked up assumptions like other people do. Well, I put in the good word to you folks with the Boston police because I would assume you're in Boston if you're at Forest Hills. Wherever it is you go, you might be in housing and still panhandling, but yeah, you probably knew if you don't know what Taunton Green is because I know what Taunton Green is, so that's telling you something. After leaving Cindy's house, I was telling them about it. Just never in a day would I go to her house. Yeah, I don't need to end up at Taunton Green again. At this time, I have a phone that they mess with sometimes. No income, but then I had a SNAP card because Cindy drove me the first month I had it to Mass Ave to pick it up, then to a Market Basket where she spent $160 out of $200 and then threw me out of her house. No phone, no income, 60 SNAP food units left. Just walking. Did someone actually pick me up and drop me off in Taunton? Or yeah, I think no. A dude, that was the second time she did it to me. Yeah, the second time I must have just walked to Taunton Green from there. Oh yeah, and homeless people that people think are terrible saved my life and put me on a train to get back to the shelter. Drove me there and paid for it. Oh yeah. So yeah. Then the second time was a guy picked me up in his truck and dropped me off at Quincy Adams because I didn't even know anything about any of the subway systems or nothing. I know. Could you imagine I actually got into someone's truck like that? Because I was walking with a rolling backpack and I probably looked fucking distressed. So I took the chance that I wasn't going to be kidnapped and murdered. And he dropped me off and I slept there. And I remembered that I saw the cops and I went, oh God, and they didn't do anything. Like they left me there. I mean, I would assume they saw me and they left me alone. And then the next morning, I think someone had to let me on into the train station, or I had to walk through it. I think someone let me in, and then I just went right to Quincy Center. I always go to Quincy Center because even though I say I'm never going to go there again, it's hard to go to another place. But that's why I wanted the opportunity, and I could still do it. I wanted the opportunity to go out there and come back here and just. Yeah, sometimes you just emotionally. I mean, honestly, in the past, if it was daytime and it was nice weather, I might have just yesterday just went right to a shelter and called it a day because how am I going to take anything with me anyway? I can't carry all kinds of stuff around. I'm too tired now. Just. After the past couple of days, I know it was not a good time for me to just be. That's why I was like, please, God, don't let anything effed up be going on at that house because I was afraid she was going to lock me out. When someone acts like that, it's just reveals. Well, I mean, I can't. You go, well, leave a window open. She would just make sure she closed it. I literally don't have a key to those deadbolts. And I'm pretty sure Tommy told me he did. So that means it's on his keys. I know you just go, this is fucking crazy. I can't get into the garage. I know you just go, how is a person that fucking insane? Yeah, if I'm sure I said it last night that Tommy would be rolling over in his fucking grave if he knew she was doing this to me. Just, what the fuck? Yeah, maybe call 14 people now and tell them what happened and that you have the keys to the fucking garage, the deadbolts on the house, Tommy's truck, the trailer. Just, I don't understand why you think you're in control of Tommy Kent's fucking estate when you didn't even live here with him. The truck's not paid off, so I can't sell the truck to have any money to live. I know you just go, I don't even know what's in that fucking garage. I've never gone into it because I mind my own fucking business. From what I can tell, it's filled with furniture, as is the basement. Yeah. She has nowhere to put that shit, right? She'd have to sell it. So that's why you go, she has a motivation to want me out of here before the 30th. Right, because, yeah, people want to come in here and pick through all these people's fucking shit. I know you just go, oh my God. I don't think I should stay till the 30th, but maybe give me a week. I know, just what the fuck? Well, Barbara's not here anymore, so I don't know, but some of her belongings are. And most of the furniture is hers. Some of it's Tommy's. This is Tommy's dining room furniture. Yeah, like I don't have time to do it, but obviously, why would she have control of Tom Kent's property? Why would Tom Kent bring me here and not her? But it doesn't even matter. I'm not getting into it, and there's not enough time because it's a rental. It's not a regular house. Yeah. You just go, yeah, it's not a regular house. It's a rental. So, yeah, obviously, if you had the means to pay it for a couple of months, you could start selling all this furniture for something before you left. But that's a big, yeah, I mean, eBay and all that with the problems with the communications on the internet I'm having. Well, that'll be the first thing she does. I'll probably wake up tomorrow morning and the fucking cable and internet will be off. Nothing would surprise me. As soon as she realizes that's automatic payments, she'll fucking call them and tell them to shut it off. I just not just go, okay, well, as of May 1st, stop paying that. Yeah. Just after yesterday, so I have Pluto on the phone if that happens. I still have the phone. But you just go, oh my fucking God, I know. I was thinking to maybe walk up the food pantry on Saturday and just let them know what's going on, and that chances are I won't see them again because there's no more houses in Dedham for me to go live in to go to the food pantry. So.
We all know that words have power. They set things in motion
And make us happy or sad.
but there's one word that stands out because when people say it, lives are changed. It's not a big word.
It's itsy bitsy.
It's only 3 little letters. But when you say it,
The life of a kid like me can be changed.
so what is this special word?
It may surprise you.
It's ending the cycles of rebirth. So I guess in the long run it'd be worth it. Not I'm doing it on purpose. Does that look like something I'm doing on purpose? Or these people are fucking evil. And she'll run around talking like other people are evil. She's so fucking insane. Other people are evil? Okay. It's like a character she plays. The whole bit with the Christianity when she started doing that shit. When I first moved in here, she was here with the phone and she's teaching people the Bible on Facebook and she's asking me about Romans and this, that, and the other. Like she was doing similar shit that Barbara Kemp was doing years before. Like she was conducting a fucking inquisition on me. It's like a character role they play. Some people are perpetual victims. No matter what they do to other people, they're a victim of something. And everybody's mean.
Thank you.
Everybody's mean. I know you'd have to have 14 people tell her, and she still won't believe them. Seriously, you'd have to have 14 people, especially that aren't related to her, explain it to her, and she would still think she was fucking right, but you never know. Like, look, did you call did you call the VA and have her, what's it called, Fistory, changed over to you from Tommy? Okay, so you were supposed to take her to your house then. Yeah, like, I don't want to get into it. That's how you have to talk to her. I don't want to get in a fight, Cindy, or ma'am, if you don't know her. Right, like, you might not understand it or you think you're right, so you have to be told by another person. Okay, what Mary said and did is actually not wrong or trying to hurt you. She didn't even have bad shit to say to you, to the police, other than she thought that you needed crisis management because of the trauma. Like you were having a mental confusion and you wouldn't accept reality. Okay. Because the words you're saying, she can stay here till the 16th. You're already saying you're not going to let her keep your mother anyways. You're already telling her that within hours of your brother dying. So she's telling you she's not going to fight you on anything you're doing. Okay. It's just, she doesn't provide care to your mother. Remember when you don't say this, but remember when you used to come here and you just did it recently, Cynthia, and said, that is not my role. If I was doing that I would take you to my house. That is exactly what you said to your mother. When Tommy was still living, loud enough for both me and Tommy to hear it. That's how I heard you. Not I listen to your conversations. You talk loud. Your whole family does. Okay. So I know I'm talking loud, probably from being around you folks so long. I swear to God, like they won't even hear you unless you raise your voice. But you just said it within the past month, I think. So you go, that is not why I visit you. When I come here, I do stuff, but that's not why I'm here. And that if that was my role, I would have you at my house. Okay, well, there you go. See? Get it? Okay, because you're having a little bit of mental confusion, and I'm not your mother's caregiver. That worked with Tommy because he took on the money and brought her here. Right. You come here and you've been doing it for years now, and your sister Candy did it too, where your whole family is having some sort of mental confusion where you believe that I'm your servant when I'm not. Now, I'm not saying that you're too mentally ill to care for your mother. I've repeatedly said I don't think that's true, especially with your what do they call it? Your baseline of being a caregiver for the elderly. So even if you were getting, say that the VA talks to you and they think you're a little bit off, don't be alarmed if they want you to have a psych evaluation. And I know that you've been through this before with your son, and you lost your son because you refused to do it. Okay, so I suggest you don't do that this time and just agree to have it. I'm sure they do not care. Your mother is elderly. She's not a minor, right? You don't appear to me to be currently using drugs and alcohol, but I don't live with you. You seem sober when you come here. Okay, so you don't have to worry about other weird things like your paranoia when you don't want to talk to therapists. Okay, so you could care for your mother even if you had a little bit of cognitive issues going on, and you were coming out of your denial you've expressed to me about what's going on a land piece, even though they keep telling us on a television that they're closing nursing homes. Then you argued with me and said they're not, so that ended that conversation because I don't argue. Just like I wouldn't do it with your brother either, or your mother. Okay. So I only know a television. You work in the field. Maybe you know. Okay. So they would discuss that with you. I know that the VA refused to bring her in to treat an abscess. So there might be some bit of truth in that, given her age, and you're a nurse. Okay. So you'd have to be pretty cognitively declined, given your brother was in charge of caring for her. And he doesn't have any training in doing that. He wasn't working as an LPN at any given time in his life. Okay, so being able to pay bills, call if something you had a medical emergency, if you needed help getting her up off the floor, your propensity towards actually telling a person that you're overwhelmed and you can't keep doing it. Okay, stuff like that, because you have a little bit of a history, your whole family does, about resisting help from others, and then you're trying to force an unwilling family member to do it simply because I'm destitute. It's not fair, and it's not needed. They pay people to come in and help out. Okay, so it's $3,600 a month, so you don't pay rent. And you've clearly been paying your bills without your mother's income. And even your children are moving out. And you haven't stated anything about moving out of your house. Like having financial problems. The kids are moving out. Financial problems. I'm going to have to sell my house. I don't remember hearing any of that myself. From you or Tommy. Even when your mother said sell Cindy's house, she didn't say anything about financial problems. But, right. That's about it in terms of caring. If you can self-care yourself. I mean, Tom Kent could barely do his laundry. He barely bathed, and he was in charge of caring for your mother. So snap out of it a little bit.
protect your dog from fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, and more. All in one delicious monthly soft chew. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. NexGard Plus, the one you want for one and done protection.
Well, you just had an ultrasound, so you seem to be fit and able, whereas your sister has a medical condition. And she doesn't want to have to deal with you, and she's not going to buy you from visitation with your mother. So it's kind of the handwriting's on the wall, especially after a police report that the police already had to be called out here. The second Tommy's dead. I'm not Tommy. Tommy probably didn't want to call the police. Candy didn't do it either, but she wanted to. I'm not Tommy or Candy. I do call the police. You don't want to upset Barbara, but Barbara's not going to be living with you. And I know what Barbara wanted. That's why she wasn't that upset, as you could see. She pretended to give you a little bit of a fight, and I'm sure everything is fine now. She's stressed out about the move. She was clearly getting a little bit confused about when she had to leave her house, and her son just died. And she knows I'm going to end up homeless. Okay? She doesn't have to worry about that. We don't need to have 14 conversations with her about what's going to happen to Mary. Anyways, right, you wanted to leave her here, and then every day for 17 days, we have a conversation about what's going to happen to me. Yeah. So anyways, that's why people have crisis management.
Is there a problem you'd like us to check out? Give us a call at 617-367-7777 or email solid7@whth.com.
All right, it is 9:54. Put up next here on the news station. Our Storm Force coverage continues. This is a live look from Fitchburg. We see all the snow just covering the ground there. First, let us know which areas are said to have the highest snow.
Well, that's what I said. Who was I saying it to? Was it the police or talking to myself or Scott? I've only talked to the police, myself, and Scott and Cindy in the past 24 hours, briefly Barbara. There's usually not a lot of conversations with Mary and Barbara. It's really not fair to Barbara at all. She has full-on conversations because Cindy has someone to talk to. And Tommy did it too. Mary can't do it. It's just, I get too upset and I don't want to argue with her, and I don't have all these problems to unload on her, so it's sort of boring. She's not interested in me. We have a different personality.
Don't let yourself become overwhelmed or confused. We can help you find the right answer when it comes to Medicare Advantage plans.
She likes Cindy, and it's not fair for Cindy to give the impression that Mary's bad and doing bad stuff to Cindy. It's not fair. I'm not doing bad stuff to Cindy. Right. She just got handed her mother. She told me that she felt like Tommy, she lost her. That's how she talks too. I hate the fact that we have a similar voice tone. I got to say, bothers me. When I can hear her sound of her voice, I can't stand it. Oh, yeah. It's genetics. So anyway, I'm sure when I'm talking to Scott, I think about it too. I go, I wonder how much of this interferes with us having any type of a relationship because my voice sounds just like his mother. It's gotta trigger something, I'm sure. I'm surprised he gets along as well with me as he does. That he can overcome that when I'm talking. But anyways, she felt she's just like Baba, that I lost my mother to him. Like I really do. I really do. I feel like I did. That's exactly how she talks. Okay. Well, you're not losing your mother to Mary. There you go. Full on mother, night and day, full on mother. The mother has been asking for Cindy to take care of her since she couldn't walk anymore because she doesn't want Tommy doing diapers. Okay. Get it? Tommy didn't want to do diapers. She doesn't want to do diapers. She doesn't want Mary to do diapers. She specifically told me that more than once. So that's a person, because the police were wondering if she can make her own decisions. Well, she's 100% disabled on a psych, but I've been living with her for 13 years. Long time ago, I kind of misspoke. Maybe like 11 years ago, she wanted me to get paid to be like caring for her, which her level of care was nothing. And then it was to try to help her get a dumpster to clear out her house, but none of her children would allow me to do it. As you can see, he brought all the stuff even here. So Cindy doesn't think she has to get rid of stuff. So it might be a good idea on the 17th to help her let go of the things. Okay, she's got a house full of stuff. I went there once when I first got here to get the bed, and I noticed the house seemed pretty cluttered. I would kind of, unless she's going to sell it or it's like something wicked sentimental, I would try to discourage her from doing that. Okay. You don't want things like rat infestations and stuff. She's had, I think it was a squirrel or a raccoon attack her house once years ago. She lives in a more sort of like wooded area. So that's how that stuff happens. I'm sure she doesn't think she'll ever end up like her mother, but she's already got stuff. She's got a camper. I remember all that. She was competing with Tommy and they copy each other. And okay, so I don't know if I tell her not to take the trailer. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. She's got children sometimes, even though they have their own place, but I don't know. She does go camping, and eventually her mother's going to die. She might want a trailer as opposed to the camper. I don't know. Right. So I don't know about that one. If the conditions of it are good, then I think she should let the truck go. If Barbara said something about taking over the payments, maybe let her do that. And then it's Barbara's problem. Right. And not fight everybody. I don't know if that truck is really in better condition than her car. I'm not an auto mechanic. I know Tommy has continual problems with it. So he had the thing with the pump to do the suspension or something, and then he just fixed the thing with the transmission. So I don't know what's in the garage. If she wants to switch out some of her furniture. She has all these children moving into their own place. I don't know if they already bought furniture. Sometimes people want their own stuff. So I don't know. I mean, Michelle's got someone that's pregnant, but yeah, this furniture in the basement, that's her bed, by the way, that I sleep on the rack. And then Tommy's got a bed. So I don't know if they even, it's probably fairly new because he didn't have a bed. It's probably a brand new mattress and box spring. So sometimes people take a new place. Who is it, Justin? Sometimes people take a new place and they don't even have a bed. Yeah, because you worry about that later. It's some sort of frame. The televisions don't belong to RCN. So if they don't have big, huge televisions, there's one here. Tommy's got a big one up there. I can't take the dishes. I don't know if that matters to Cindy. That was the Thanksgiving dishes that her mother used when she used to serve the dinners for the Kent family. A long time ago. I would think that's a lot of Tommy's stuff in the garage, but like I said, I've never been in there. Never been in the garage because he has the keys and now Cindy has the keys, so I have no idea. Can't take the stuff with me anyways. That's about it. I mean, I haven't really looked around to see if someone had $1 million hidden somewhere. I'm thinking no. I saw a watch over there. I mean, she might have jewelry. I doubt she has. I don't know what happened to her coins. If someone took that when they left the house and they already sold them. Remember that? It looked like a chessboard or something. She had like a coin collection. I don't know if she really. She used to have a firebox, like a lockbox, but I'm sure Tommy, whatever he was doing when he took over her stuff, I don't think she has anything really of value, to be honest with you. Oh, here's a baseball cap. Maybe I should I steal one item because I need a hat? Oh, no, it looks gross. It looks like something was spilt on it. Red Sox. Okay, well, that's not going to work out for me. Ow. Yeah, be careful when you open that cabinet. It looks like she's got a frame in there. It's like the glass that goes to the frame. Okay. Careful with that. Yeah, you know, people have definitely lost their minds, right? When they go, oh, I've got money in here, and there's no money in there. That's what she did to me when I first got here. I have all kinds of money in here. She's been talking like that for years. Oh, she has a whole thing of jewelry right there. What's this thing? Something from Avon. It looks like it's probably a mirror. Well, yeah, this is all Barbara's stuff. I couldn't take Barbara's stuff anyway. Cindy's taking over all of Barbara's stuff. Yeah, no, I don't do that stuff, people. I'm just sort of being conversational and nosy. Tommy doesn't have any. Oh, those might be stones. She took geology in college. Cindy probably gave her these earrings. They're crosses. No, she bought me closet, Sue closet. Is that her or? Yeah, these are clip-on earrings. They're crosses. Those are cool. Cindy probably made those. So that's Barbara's stuff, not Tommy's stuff. Yeah, it looks like her stone collection when she went to Boston State College. That must have been something she really liked, but clearly she has a mental health issue and she won't throw anything away. Oh, this one's cute. It's all different crosses. Yeah. All right, so. Well, that's the thing. You don't like to talk about that stuff when the person's still living. But if Cindy's not going to be able to do anything with the contents, and I can't, you might want to let the rest of Barbara's family know if they wanted to see if there was anything of sentimental value, like the dishes, stuff like that. But if Cindy's taken over her stuff, then she's got to have, I guess, first dibs. If she has sentimental to her mother too. So, yeah, I mean, sentimental to your brother would be his dog. Get it? Things that sort of don't make sense, and they don't have to. But people want to be a certain thing they're not and present a certain thing they're not. And I don't feel I have to do that, which I praise God for that every day, that I don't feel I have to do that. So sentimental things where you want something of Tommy's, maybe get that nonsense out of your head because it sounds obnoxious. It would be his dog. He would want you to take care of his dog and not have his dog end up at the pound. Okay, so yeah, I mean, really, folks, you didn't go in his room. You didn't go, oh my God, his sneaker. Where's his other sneaker? Like, is it still on him? Because it was in the bathroom. Like his sneaker fell off. Yeah, or when they were doing what they were doing. I don't know because I don't remember seeing into the bathroom that far. It might be something that it came off when they went in to check on him. But yeah, there was one sneaker in the bathroom, so it was probably when they took him out of there. One of them came off. They probably just don't do any of that when they are taking someone out. None of his clothing, none of that. Yeah. His wallet, the keys to this house, his truck, his trailer, and his telephone are not really sentimental to Tommy items. Just saying.
We're gonna continue monitoring the situation as this springtime nor'easter makes its way out of New England.
His annuity papers, the thing, that's it, the thing from the VA. I mean, so, this is the thing though, folks. I get it. That's why she was handed that stuff. I wanted to see what she was going to do. And right, because I'm in the house with the woman, okay? And I was living in the house with the dude. So here comes the woman's next of kin. I'm not, I guess she's Tommy's next of kin too, but it's the woman's next of kin. Here she comes, dun dun dun. She's her regular visitor. Okay, so here's the information that you need for Barbara. Okay, and then I appreciate that she's going to deal with the services. It's something for her to do. She's very busy and all that. And then the people at the sprinkler fitters will determine if she needs his money. If there's any money to be had from Tommy, then the people at the sprinkler fitters will figure out if she needs that, given she's getting $3,600 a month. Right, because I don't get involved. If it's his mother is the beneficiary, then clearly she'd get that money too. And then she can rent 14 more houses in Plymouth. Well, obviously there's a lot of puffing going on over 13 years. So, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, that completes that one. That's why I said what I said to her yesterday, that you are not staying on planet Earth with me. Okay. There's other forms of life. Like that was just quick paced. Gonna make sure I'm destitute and I'm not staying in this house and I'm homeless again. So.
Anytime we get hit with a storm, you can always track it using our interactive radar. That's available online at WHDH.com and inside the 70 app.
Well, whatever happened when Tom Kent died, I'm pretty sure that Tom Kent didn't leave anybody anything. But for some reason, she was saying that he did, and she was somehow in charge of it. That Tom Kent's sister kept giving her stuff. I thought she was making it up. I actually gave her more credit than I probably should have. I thought she was making it up as an excuse to give me $50. I really did. But who knows? Who knows what a person does when nobody questions her about what they're doing? I don't know how it happened, except he died before Lorraine. And apparently Lorraine died in 2021. I just found that out from her when she was here. I didn't know that. So, right. So her family would have got anything that was Tom's. So that it could be true that he didn't leave anything to his children. It's not everyone has a will, and you're with your wife all that time, and he wanted to make sure his wife was cared for. So that's good, because he died a while ago, didn't he? I had a little bit of sadness, concern about her if her family was wacko, but clearly they weren't. I don't know if they took over her care or put her in a nursing home because she had Alzheimer's. And I guess her son died and was buried with her. He died before her, I think. And that's what Cindy was saying. He was cremated and the thing was buried with her. Yeah, it's sad. She only had one child, a son. I think his name was Michael, but I might be wrong. So, yeah, she never had a daughter. And then Cindy made sure she didn't have a stepdaughter, too. I remember when Tommy said to Barbara, after Candy left, and he was discussing out in the driveway about the trailer, and Barbara's going, I'm confused. What are you talking about? Like she thought he was mentally ill then. Oh, yeah, just the shit that Candy did just. Barbara was like, I don't know what's going on, what you're talking about. She wanted a dumpster to clean the house out. And he put a trailer. Remember I said I was going to stop putting stuff out that window? He put a trailer in front of the window and hooked it up to this trailer. He hooked it up to water and electricity. And we had a constant air conditioner running to it when he wasn't even out there. He would go, I think he went out there to get high, and then he'd come back in the house. Oh, yeah.
Young men, particularly young men of color, talking about how this has impacted them, not being able to get jobs, not qualifying for housing.
Remember when I put the bait out there and I go, wow, I mean, if they don't actually evict me, because there was a federal ban on evictions, if they don't actually evict me, then maybe the people in the town, I can actually fix up the house and stay here. Like if they leave, and then whammo blammo, you just go, oh my God, that was easy. Poof. Remember Cindy? When I told her there was a federal ban on eviction, she goes, yeah, but is your name anywhere on the house? Okay, you're psychotic. You're psychotic. I knew it from that moment because it was so fucking insane what you said. Okay, so you want me to be homeless on the street with no means? Don't you remember when I told you the last time I was forced out there, the shelter wasn't even open? I was outside, and a friend from the shelter took me in and gave me a tent and was feeding me. People are wretched. I don't even know if I can say people, but a person. That person wouldn't go out of her way to make sure I was evicted from that fucking house and pretend she wasn't doing it. I know now I sound like Barbara Kent, but it's plausible, right? After yesterday. You do. When stuff is weird like that, you go, are you the person that evicted me from this house? Why would you even say that? It sounds like she's not, because the cops would have told me I had to leave. Yeah. But yeah, just you would expect her to pull out something and go, I actually own the house. And then tell the cops I'm a fucking lunatic or something when I just tell people what I'm told. I saw the bank statement finally that says rent. So it's not anybody's fucking house. Yeah, you go like this, you go, if that was ever the case, you'd find out how fucking insane a person is. Like not throwing away any of your meal. That is like a Kent family trait that was not passed down to me. But I don't know if she's taken over all of his stuff. I don't even know if I should start throwing his fucking mail away. But for the sake of the landlord, I will clean out the refrigerator. It's what, Thursday? I'll do it Monday, and so I can put it out in the trash because the trash did not go out Monday night. Yeah. That would have been Tommy putting it out because he was probably already expired up in the bathroom at that point. Yeah, he does the trash, but I know that it goes out on Monday night. So this might be a credit card because there's more than one of these. M&T Bank. Let me see what this is. It's probably a credit card. She might have to. I don't know how that works. If he has debt, because he said something about he never had any debt and he had to accumulate debt when he moved here. Installment loan. Recreational vehicle. Is this the trailer? Oh boy. Wait till she finds out he has bills. That doesn't affect the mother's money, but it might affect the I don't know. Can they take money from an annuity like that? Because that would suck. Yep. He's still paying payments on the trailer, so she can't give anybody the trailer. They're going to come and take it. Yeah. He still owes $10,000 on it. Yep. It was originally $13,000. He only pays $82 a month for it. So he's still paying for a truck, a trailer, his cell phone. He apparently puts money into his annuity. He was still being charged by the state because you probably don't have a choice. Because I just found this out by looking at it. He was paying for medical insurance and prescription insurance when he never went to a doctor, except when he was like sick. And they take it right out of your Social Security check. Yeah, you go, what happened to Mass Health? Yeah, what happened to Mass Health? He's still on Medicaid. They told Jen Vickery she couldn't be on it. So I don't know if they were not supposed to be doing that to him and he just never looked into it. But yeah, she doesn't know that about the trailer, but I'm sure she'll find out. But I don't know how that works if she gets, if she hooks that trailer up to that truck and drives it to her house. Does it have a license plate on it? I would advise her to do that if someone knows her. And I wouldn't do it with the truck because you'll probably get in trouble. It has a license plate. But maybe hook the trailer up and bring the trailer to your house and then drive the truck back here if you're not going to take on those payments. Because, yeah, I mean, a trailer sounds nice, except when you find out he owes $10,000 on it. Well, sometimes. Sometimes people die with a lot of debt and they don't leave anything behind. So, yeah, this is a lot of these. Did he stop payments on it? They clearly know he's here. They're mailing it here. Was it automatic payments out of his bank account, maybe? Yeah, and he just doesn't even open them. One after the other after the other. It's been 4 years since he bought that trailer. He thought that was going to be his housing. That's what I'm telling you. He had a different vehicle, too. He had an orange car that his mother helped him. He used her credit, I'm pretty sure, to get it. And then she paid half of the car loan. She told me when he was living with her in 2020, she told me. And then he got rid of the orange. First, he had the other car. And so, I don't know if it broke down or he got it in his head to use his mother's stuff and have her pay half of the car payment. Then he got the truck after Candy was gone. He did the orange car while Candy was still living with her. He was using her credit and Candy was using her credit. So some of the stuff people do. Yeah, regular periodic payment. So they're going to find out pretty soon because it probably comes out of his bank account. I'm kind of doubting that that's coming out of Barbara and his account because he probably, I don't know, unless he doesn't have to justify. Cindy has those bank statements, so she doesn't know that that trailer isn't paid off. She probably assumed he just bought it. That's a very expensive trailer. He paid $13,000 for it. It's probably brand new. I've never been inside of it. He may have got the smell of meth out of it by now. Yeah, he was probably planning on living in it because he collects Social Security. He basically forfeited his life over Cindy not taking her mother to her house. Well, that's not why I'm not doing it. Like you go, I am not giving up whatever I have left in my house. I mean, my life for this. And then you saw how he was living. I think he knew it was a nightmare by the time he got here. But it was all done in a quick succession. And that's the shit that Cindy doesn't get. She doesn't understand why the VA is letting her do that quickly. Because the woman's got to have someone caring for her. And then they're telling her she's not going to get any money till the 1st of May. They might be trying to coax her into putting her in a nursing home. For all you know, Candy and Barbara and them already talked to the VA when they found out Tommy died. For other reasons, like they hate me when I never intended to stay here. It's possible it's because they hate me. I mean, you see how Cindy's treating me. Well, it can be shocking how weird people are, but Barbara talks to Cindy. So, yeah, it could be just, we're going to make sure. Remember when Candy goes, I wasn't going to let her get that money? And then they put that guy in the ground, too. So it's good to have doctrines to fall back on during this time, I'm sure. And then everything is a COVID shot and not thermonuclear weapons and not the Passover. That's why I can't be around those people, because I really don't want to do that. As I told you, I feel being a prophet of God, I really don't want to do that. I don't want to become that. It's my job to suggest, like I did to her. Have you ever had one of those dreams that seemed real? And it was like you woke up from it and then you didn't want to come out of you wanted to go back to the dream. And in true Cynthia fashion, now I know why Tommy was calling her Cynthia. That's got to be why. He had washed his hands of her too. I'm just getting it now. Yeah. I think probably whatever happened after I went to the shelter and words and phrases, and the fact that it was probably she refused to take over the mother's care and he knew it. And she probably said a nursing home then, and then he's caved into it and did it. Hopefully, yeah, I mean, not for me, but for him, because I'm not a nice person. Hopefully for him, that day that I walked to the food pantry and still brought them food, he didn't know they weren't going to recertify my SNAP card. Yeah, because I was like, he goes, because you don't have any other way to get food, right? And I was like, well, I can call them and have my card turned back on. Right. So it was like, I'm glad that happened. Yeah. Where at least he went, oh, she actually walked there and like brought this food for us, even though she clearly doesn't eat these. She never eats the baked goods. So she's clearly bringing it to us, you know. It's something for people to believe that people care about them and stuff. So. Well, it's so difficult because of everything that's happened with the family. What's this one? Oh, it's a lot of stuff from Tufts health plan, just over and over again. He probably wouldn't go to a doctor, or they wouldn't give him proper medical care, just over and over and over. Tufts Medical, millions of them. Every one of these is Tufts Medical. Unopened. Should I open it? Maybe he was going to a doctor. Is that what it is? Maybe I should open it. What's this one? Empower Retirement. What's this?
It's all because of generous people like you who support Irish Hospitals for Children every month. All you have to do.
This is when he changed his mailing address. When did he change his mailing address? This says 1/14/22. Is that when they moved here? Okay. So it wasn't November. So they were only here for like 2 months. Is it possible I was at the hotel and he tried to find me before then? It's possible. What's Empower Retirement? Is that the same thing as the 41,000? Unless it's a bunch of crap. Yeah. Sometimes mailers send people weird shit, but he opened it and he keeps everything, it looks like. It says defined contribution. Is that a different retirement fund? I doubt it. That might be something to do with the sprinkler if it is. Or it's like a baiting system. Oh, wait, what's this? Oh, it is this. Here's another one. Ooh, he lost a lot of money in 2022. So he went from 34,000 to 43,000, and then it went down to 41,000 just recently. Yeah, because in December of 22, it was 34. And then the one that Cindy has, it had been 43, and then it went down to 41 recently. Investing. Yeah, this is Empower. So local 550. This is the thing he was in. But yeah, it probably doesn't say anything about if he had a beneficiary. I would think just put your mother, unless when he was doing all this, he wasn't living with her yet. Do you get what I'm saying? Like he wasn't like knowing that he was gonna be with her till she died. Yeah, sometimes people don't think about them dying before another person. They really don't. I know, just him. Are you keeping up with your doctor's appointments? No, I have a do not treat. Sometimes when people know you have a medical condition, they don't get that God is talking to them. Barbara's been saying for a while she was concerned about Tommy, but that's Barbara. You know, it doesn't mean Barbara's a psychic. Barbara's concerned about everybody. So it doesn't say anything, so it might be something where it goes right back to them. That's probably why they're so free with it. Yeah. Vacation trust funds. This is Boston. They called her, I think. Probably because she called Tom Kent's family. The sprinkler fitters. Yeah, she called them, and so they called her back.
Another year of yo-yo dieting? Not this year. Hit reset. Favorite guarantee that I couldn't on top. I saw everything immediately. I feel amazing. Sono Bello is not a bad diet or boot camp workout. It's a proven way to remove stubborn body fat permanently and in just one visit. Don't hear Sono Bello. Save $250 off instantly. Call now or go to sonobello.com.
Remember that this National Research continues now at 10:30. You want to take a live look in Situate, where the wind and the waves have been sending sea foam into the streets. In Boston, the wet weather causing quite a headache for those on their morning commute. Now, thank you so much for sticking with us this morning.
This sounds like it's their entire thing. Yeah, like the whole people, their entire. Their entire net worth is, what is it? 272. Is that a life insurance, Wally? Oh, they're talking about the whole. I know, just anything that got her to take her mother out of here. Okay, so there's 771 people in this thing. Okay. And not all of these persons had yet earned the right to receive benefits because he wasn't getting benefits. I think it's 59 and a half. Okay. And then it's talking about the whole entire thing. So there's 771 people in it. There you go. This is from October of 2022. I think she doesn't even need this because she already talked to them. Yeah, so I'm not going to throw any of this stuff away. But
this is what it looks like in Bedford. You can see wet roads and snow piled up on the side. Looks like snow still coming down as well. For a closer look at how the storm is impacting traffic, here's Paula Snee. Good morning. Right now, north of the city, we are still seeing a couple problem spots. A lot of the
I think he had insurance on the trailer that never went anywhere. It's sad. Why would someone do that unless he got rooked into doing this with his mother? That's what I'm telling you. I think he thought his mother was going to die or something. Maybe he thought I was going to stay in the house with her. I have no idea. Why would a person buy a trailer and a new truck to be able to pull it around? He literally thought, he used to say something to me about going places. It's very, very sad. Well, it's good for other people, but sometimes he didn't even have to rely on her to live. He collected his own money. He was getting $2,000 a month. His trailer payment was $89 a month. I don't know what his truck payment was. And then he was going to have a retirement. It's very sad. Yeah. But I told you, because Cindy has to argue with everything. I go, I wonder if he had anything because it's Tom Kent's son. I remember how Tom Kent used to talk. Nope, she knows everything. It looks like you don't. Yeah, this is his truck insurance. It's MAP fire insurance. I don't know what happens if they get a notice that a person died. Or she's got to get a copy of the death certificate, and then she'll just fax it to everybody that wants to know something, I'm sure.
Well, when high tide happened around 8 o'clock, if you happen to catch that, then you know what I'm talking about when I say this is starting to calm.
But yeah, if you're ever stuck in a position like that, all you got to do is I don't know. I didn't do it, this part of it on purpose, actually, but all you got to do is flash a whole bunch of possible dollar signs in front of them, and then off they go. Yep. They will take their old person right out of here. Because she's Tom Kent's next of kin. People like that know all that stuff because that's their life. And the older they get, the worse they get. They get more obnoxious and they talk more and more like they're an adult big person. When they're becoming more and more like sort of gross and detached and greedy, and that has to be what's going on all the time. That's why I said she needs a bunch of busy work to do.
Again, city officials encouraging people that you don't have to be out and about. Just stay home, stay dry, stay warm. But for now, we're going to go ahead and send it back to you guys.
Now, there are also coastal concerns on the North Shore since some
Is the pension different than the annuity, or that's the same thing?
We had a little bit of a break from the rain about an hour and a half ago, and now it's picking back up, and it's kind of in that mixture phase. Take a look now on the beach. We have a brave soul going out into all of that seafoam. You can actually see, giving us a great example of just how high it reaches because the water coming off of the Gulf has been flooding into the
the pension might actually be different because they're calling this a pension and the other thing's called an annuity.
Where you can see just the impact that it's had on a lot of these local roadways. We have been watching all the water.
That's how you get someone to move a Bob or Kent out of a house. Well, because for me, nothing changes. Right. She was trying to make it more difficult for Mary when it doesn't have to be. Yeah, I doubt I'm going to stay here till the end of the month because I don't want to have to deal with the landlord and stuff. And I don't have an income and you just go, I don't have any way to move this stuff out. And then the landlord's going to go, what? And then the landlord's going to take back probably what the landlord said. Or the landlord meant you have till the end of the month to get all that shit out of that house. That's probably what the landlord meant. Yeah, just people don't really do things out of the goodness of their heart. And it's clearly because of the security deposit. because that's only half a month when it's, what did he pay? First, last security. He may have already burnt through that. Because when I first got here, Tommy told me that he was like a month and a half behind on the rent. Who knows? Maybe it's someone from this place. It might be someone from the union. Yeah, who knows? He told me he didn't even know. He told me he paid rent to some old guy that he didn't even know who owned the house. He told me that when I first got here. So yeah, maybe it's not someone from the union, or he didn't know it was. Just, okay, you didn't know that someone just bought this house right over the summer when you were looking at it? That is weird. These people love to send people papers every other day. That's why he didn't open this shit. He was like, yep, whatever. He was probably tired of looking at it. Yeah, like stuff from the DTA office or Mass Health. Or what is it called? Wellness.
If you can work from home with your kids, definitely do that because this is a fun winter wonderland day here in the beginning of spring. I almost at the middle of spring. The beginning of spring, the beginning of April. So something to keep in mind today is just take yourself, get rest, take it slow on the road more. Guys, it's cold outside. Just stay inside. We're live from Pittsburgh. My name's
Okay, so he was born in 1967. It's right here. I know that sounds so way long ago, but I was born in 1971. It just seems like way 4 years. Yeah, so he was probably 57, right? Because I'm going to be 53. Okay. So Cindy didn't know his year of birth either, but she said he was like 2 years younger than her. She's 59. So there you go. I think they're actually like a year and a half or something. That was her two closest together children, was Tommy and Cindy. All her other children are like 4 or 5 years apart. He was there in 2000. This is just that. This is the annuity. The annuity must be different than the pension, right? Okay. She probably doesn't know that either. So that's more money. There you go. Well, usually, yeah, that's why they flood people with money when they're in a grieving process, because it helps some people.
She was a helper. She always thought she could fix people. She always thought she could help heal.
This one's from June. Yeah, this is when it went up briefly to 43, and then the latest one I think she has, it's down to 41. Which is kind of humorous to me, but that's all right.
Giving you a live look at the conditions, our coverage of the Snapping Nor'easter continues in just a moment. Keep here.
An important message for Americans aged 50 to 85.
Hey, honey. Looks like my to-do list grew. Paint the bathroom, get back to dad.
Okay, so this was in April of 2023 when it was a mortgage company. A mortgage company was actually trying to take power of attorney over Barbara Kent. If you can believe people are that fucking insane. They're admitting it. It's not you're guessing that they're doing it. If they can't get you out of your house, they try to take power of attorney over you. Oh, yeah. Obviously, these people, there isn't a hell for these people to burn in. God just killing them. Just like they'll use DCF to get me out of my house. Right. They will use animal control, anything, because the people that are helping them are fucking deranged. And those people are not the police. You just have to leave when they do that stuff. Yep, you just have to leave. That's why I said enough of this business with the squatters, because these people have to pass away, and then the police will let us know that the landlord died and doesn't have a next of kin to the next person to stand in line, just like you saw with Cindy. So there's clearly a population of them. It's a fucking parade of people. And then another one pops up when you think God killed one of them. Oh, yeah. This might be something that I would mind saving. Yep. Where it's dismissed by the court. They were trying to do a guardian over Barbara Kent, but because she left the house, they didn't. All they cared about was taking her house in a derangement of the fucking mind. Oh, yeah. They were doing it to Candy. Candy was probably like, okay, take her. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Yeah, like Candy was probably like, I left the house. Candy probably went, it was a saving grace to Candy that Tommy did what he did. Oh, yeah, you just go, because they were on the mortgage. It doesn't, that's why they never contacted any of this woman's fucking other children. That is why, that fucking mystery solved right here. Just Tommy never got into it with me. He never felt to explain it to me. He was probably just trying to not put that much stress on me. You just go, what the fuck? Oh, yeah. What would they have done to Mary to get Mary out of the house after they took power of attorney over Barbara? I wasn't living on Barbara's fucking money. No one paid that electric bill. No one paid that electric bill. See what I'm getting at? I probably could have stayed in that house just like I said. But I chose to leave, and I'm sure it was for my own good, because God knows what the fuck those people would have done next. Get it? Yeah, I think this one I actually will save. I think I will actually take that one. Yep. So, mystery solved. No one ever did it because they agreed to leave. But they will literally do anything and everything to you because the police won't fucking kick you out. Yeah, he had a fucking probation officer too. That was in 2020. I don't know what the fuck they thought they were kicking me out of then. This house? I know you go, when you made up this bullshit about warrants, what were you kicking her out of? A fucking homeless shelter? Is it going to be everywhere this woman goes? Because when is this thermonuclear fucking radiation going to kill you people? Oh, yeah. When do you kick her out of a homeless shelter again? When I go back there this month? I am not interested in that bullshit, man. Just waiting for those fucking people to die. That's why you go, okay, so there is an actual landlord here, and it's probably just as fucked up as I told you. They should have been living on a Section 8 the entire time and not even paying a rent. Get it? So someone didn't inform this dude that this woman qualifies for a fucking disabled veterans Section 8. Anyway, this should tell me if he has automatic. Here's one, 4383 TLR. What is that? Then something's $1,500 a month. That's a lot. What the fuck is $1,500 a month? I don't see. Maybe he just takes that out. This is his own bank account.
down Route 1 and saw just this area is moving really
He
slow.
gets paid on the 26th. Okay. He has something comes out that's $500. It looks like it's automatic. And then he has something that comes out that's $1,500 that looks like it's automatic. So that's $2,000. How is he paying anything? Oh, is that, did he take out that much money? Yeah, what's a TLR 502BR05? Is that an ATM? They don't let you take $1,500 out at an ATM, right? Or is that a branch? It might mean branch. Yeah, maybe he like just withdraws it and just pays shit from that. Like, was he writing checks? I didn't see a bank statement. I know you go, was he actually not paying his trailer? But it says there's a payment on the trailer. Something's paying the trailer. Is that, can he go and pay it? Because I think he likes to pay bills in person. Yeah, he's like that. Like, he's totally his father's kid. I think he likes to pay his bills in person still. I used to do it with my mortgage because it was right down the street. Well, it wasn't right down the street, but it was like a 20-minute drive from my house. So you do it once a month right at the bank that you have the mortgage with. So there's no fuckery. Other things I paid online, but before that, I mailed out checks. I got really into the online banking except for my mortgage. So that's your most important bill. But yeah, he took the money right out as soon as he got it and got paid. I don't know how much money he was spending on drugs, but he had some bills. But I don't think he was paying his electric bill. So it's possible he was donating money, because that's a lot of money for drugs every month. $2,000 a month for drugs. He would buy some food. Yep, that does actually add up. I mean, yeah, I shop, so I know. Good Sam. This looks like a credit card. This one he only owes $3,000 on. This is from 2022. We may have paid this off. Yeah, he was saving everything just like his fucking mother. Oh my God. 2022, like all these dead savings. He doesn't even open them. So maybe he did the same thing every month where he first took out $1,500. Yep. Does he get paid twice a month? No, he gets paid once a month on the 22nd. So he's not going to get paid for April. Yeah, I know. Why'd you have to die on the 1st of the month, dude? Or the 2nd of the month? Second. Why'd you have to die on the 2nd of the month? Unless you were dead before midnight, but why'd you have to die on the 2nd of the month? Probably. Cindy goes, oh, you get in trouble. You get in trouble if a person dies and you take their wallet and go right to the bank and take out their money. I don't know if you get in trouble, do you? But he clearly doesn't have anything. As she didn't call his card to see if he had anything. I know, you go, really? You didn't check his wallet for cash? People lie. I tell the truth. That would be the only things I think about, because it's a one-time payment that he would have been due. Why is it Social Security's business? He died after he got paid. Do you get what I'm saying? That's part of his estate. If he got paid Social Security and he died on the 22nd, if he died on the 22nd or the 23rd, why would they have to take that money back? I know, maybe you're not supposed to because you're not his wife or something, I guess. I know, you just go, yeah, they would. They'd probably arrest me. They wouldn't arrest Cindy for doing it. They'd arrest Mary for doing it. Yeah, he died and I had his wallet. I didn't know that I couldn't just go to the bank like he typically was doing. So I'd have anything on the street. Oh, my bad.
He depends on his family to help him with food.
Besides, it has come to that.
I would say he probably had nothing in his wallet for cash because it was the 2nd of the month. And actually, right, no one talked to him after the 1st of the month. And interestingly enough, he clearly didn't feel good that day. And he wasn't saying anything. That just dawned on me too, because she gets paid on the 1st. No, she gets paid on the 3rd. That's why it used to be the 1st. I think it's the 3rd now. I don't have his in her account. That was handed to Cindy. Yeah, I haven't seen another one of those, but there might be one in here. He has his own bank account that his Social Security went into, because this is what Candy was doing too. But they called theirs a house account. They did it on themselves, and they could both access it. But Candy would ask her mother to transfer money from her mother's account into the house account so Candy could spend it. That is what was going on when I got there. I witnessed it myself. Barbara was still doing all her own bills and everything. And Candy would come in and go, yeah, can you transfer 20 into the house account? And she would just do it. And you go, what? So you clearly are not in charge of her money, but you're asking her now to put money into a house account so you can access it? Oh, my God. Beyond paying half the mortgage and all the bills when you said you were going to pay half the bills? Okay. Oh, here we go. What's this? This is from 2022. See how they do it. Because this is the VA. Oh, this one's from June 15th. Okay, this one's better. This one's from June. This is from 2023. June. Summary of benefits you currently receive from the Department of Veterans Affairs to disabled veterans to use in applying for benefits, such as housing entitlements. Yeah, why didn't he do this? Did they tell him to get a Section 8? Jesus Christ. This is all he ever needed. This is all he ever needed to apply for a Section 8. And apparently he never did it. He just kept paying rent. Whoa. Yeah, I'm sure Cindy will. And then but she doesn't have a mortgage, right? She's a homeowner. Well, they'll never be able to remove her from that house. That's what I'm saying. Who cares? The woman isn't coming back, but she's not going to have to worry about a thing in her life, and she'll have to sit in that house until she becomes too disabled and old to care for herself, and then her children will acquire her house. I mean, I don't know when you do a Section 8 how that works, but okay, so this is not really a summary of, it says it's a summary. Oh, here it is. This is all he would have needed to get a Section 8. That's why Cindy did what she did. Maybe she does know that because she was talking to Barbara. I don't want to do it, but I'm commenting about how insane people are, and then I explain why they don't cycle back here. Okay. So I have this in my hands, and I've been living here with these two people, but she could say she comes and provides her care because that is true, and Tommy gives her care. I don't lie, and I purposely was very minimally right. So this is all I would need to turn this into a Section 8. That's all. This is all I need to show the people who do the housing. I don't know why Tommy never did it, but this is all you have to do, and then you just live on her income. But Cindy prevented me from doing it, and I let her do it because I don't really want to provide the care, I guess. I don't want to have to deal with Cindy, but this is all I'd have to do. So she's got to now, I hope someone does tell her. I really do, because then she gets to die knowing she's completely fucking damned. Especially after yesterday. Once she has, I don't think she cares. I think her life, the things that she's done, that's why she's so into religion now, and she won't snap out of it about the COVID vaccines and the chemtrails and stuff, because clearly it's going to be over for everybody within a certain amount of time. I explained to her the truth of what I think, that there's other forms of life, but she won't be living on planet Earth with me. Not in this bodily form. No. Because I know the thing, I could see what God was doing with her, and each and every time she chose to do the bad thing, knowing that I have no means, I don't even have a SNAP card. She still chose to do it because she believed that she could. So I know Barbara was going, do you really believe all this, Mary? Do you really believe all this? I do, but I don't. Like, I didn't know how to answer her. Just, it's clearly a delusion, Barbara, but we are in it. We're living in it. But it's surreal. I believe it, but I don't. I mean, I got to be honest, over the years dealing with Cindy, you get numb to it, but she's extremely psychopathic. I've had several people explain it to me that have dealt with her. I remember how she was with the fathers of her children. Right. Just kind of like recently, Tommy, don't say it to her because let her have her made up fantasies relationship with Tommy. He was trying to build a friendship with her, and he was trying to get Cindy to help him care for the mother. He probably would have let Cindy move in here. If something ever happened to her and she didn't have her house, so she couldn't work and they were going to take her house, he would have let her move in here. I don't want to live with her. I mean, I might be wrong. He might be like, I can't live with Cindy. Yeah. But anyways, this is all I would have needed. I would have immediately been given a Section 8. Right. I don't know why he didn't do it. Maybe he just figured we have, because that's how the mother is too. We have the money, we'll pay for it. Right. So, yeah, when you don't have the money, Barbara, and it's not your house, you probably could have got a Section 8 for your house with this piece of paper. But it was pointless because a mortgage company was going to evict your daughter to the street. They may have realized that there's something very wrong going on where you have, I would say it's mostly the military. They've gone mad and they cannot stop attacking me. So I'm waiting for God to kill them. Once they're done doing what they're doing, I've been talking about it since the summertime. So, I don't really believe all of that, but it got your daughter to take you to her house, which is what you wanted. Okay. So, $36.21.95 a month. Right. So if you had a Section 8, do you pay a portion with the Section 8? Do you pay a percentage of it? Okay. Right. And then you'd have all you'd have to pay is the electric bill, right? And then heat in the wintertime. Yeah. That's why he did it. And I don't know what he was doing with the rest of his money. It's not my business. He might have been buying drugs. He could have been donating food to the Dedham Food Pantry. He could have been donating things to other people. I don't know that. It's not my business. So he clearly had a phone bill, a truck bill, a trailer bill, and some credit cards. And I think the credit cards were new. He said something about I had to put myself in debt. And he was not paying those kinds of bills when he was living at his mother's house. But yeah, she's going to need this. I don't think she has one of these. I don't know. I assume she doesn't pay her mortgage. I mean, her mortgage wouldn't be paid off, but they do that stuff nowadays. I don't know if Cindy knows that. They do. They started doing that in Florida after they got me out of my house because they do it for themselves, right? They attack other people and destroy people's lives, but then for themselves and their people, as they call it, they give them a Section 8 so they don't lose their house and they stay right in their house in Florida or wherever they are. But I know they were doing it in Florida after they removed me from my house and my children and from the state of Florida. So that's one she's going to want. It's really that easy because she's a disabled veteran. I was wondering that. what was going on.
Did his decision to help someone in need cost him his life? Or was he targeted? Here is Evil Was Waiting. Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Cornfields. Picket fences.
Okay, they call it, oh, this is the one that calls it the fiduciary accounting. Okay.
After facing danger all over the world, soldiers returned to a collective sigh of relief.
He must have to do this once a year. It just ran out in February, so he probably just did it again.
But when one young
Yeah.
soldier returned from a tour in Afghanistan, he had no idea the enemy would be nuts.
You can do it online and stuff. They have a mailing address and a website. I don't know what information you have to send. Yeah. He must have done it just in last February, so he must have just done it again.
Sergeant Vincent Goslin Jr., a 28-year-old father of 5, has been paid for 7 years as a quartermaster.
This will be my new job, crisis management.
Ever expressed to you what it meant to him to serve?
This is another one.
He absolutely loved it.
Tim Hamilton is Vince's cousin, but as he explains it, they were much more than that.
She gets $40,000 a month.
Yeah. With him, it was, I don't know how to.
That's not right. What is this?
He had an outgoing personality.
Total estate at beginning, 0.
He always knew when he was doing something.
Amount received from VA, $39,000.
Vince got into growing up in a small mission.
Amount received from Social Security.
Go play in the creeks. Go
Total
play-
received
we actually
39,000. What does that mean?
So we threw in the water and tied sticks to it.
30,000. Does that come out to 30,000? 2,500 times 12. Does that come out to 30,000? Maybe it does.
Always so idyllic. Vince's
That's
mom
crazy.
laughed at 8 months old, so he was raised with his dad. I think
He doesn't take a fee. Fiduciary fee approved by VA 0. That's what Cindy wanted to do. I'm not, my hand to God. She wanted at first, but I don't think she meant it. First, she goes, well, you have till the 16th to get out. Oh, yeah. That tells you right there that the person's psycho. She was already saying that the first day. She was already saying that on Tuesday. Yeah, that's what she said to me. That was the first thing. But then she must have started to feel like bad somehow, or I think it's because she was delaying bringing her mother to her house. I don't even think it was feeling bad about me. And she said just yesterday that she talked to the landlord, which is good. She took care of that for me. And that the landlord said that Tommy, this is how she said, that Tommy paid a security deposit. I know, maybe the landlord is like, what the fuck is going on? What happened and when? Right. That Tommy, she goes, because Tommy paid a security deposit, you can stay till the end of the month. Yeah. Okay. Why would the landlord say it like that? Yeah. So, but after she said the thing about the 16th, she goes, well, would you stay here and do that if I was the fiduciary? No. I think at first I go, I don't know. I mean, maybe, but I mean, how would I pay the electric bill? Right. So maybe she thought about that and went, yeah, Tommy had an income. That's how he was doing it. And he wasn't even taking a fee. But I mean, you just go, really, Cindy? She would. She totally would do that. She's gone fucking insane. Maybe she's always been like that. Yeah, you just go, she's Barbara's kid, but she's not Barbara's kid. Yeah, it's weird. But anyways, Barbara would never fucking do that. Barbara Kent would never do that. She has her problems, but I don't think Barbara Kent is like greedy and psychopathic like that. Like she's psychopathic in her behavior, but she doesn't try to destroy her children's fucking lives and her siblings' lives. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, I'm sure the landlord, that most people don't care, but you just go, she had to call a landlord and tell the did she even tell the landlord I was living here? She had to call the landlord and tell the landlord that I'm homeless. So yeah, like how's it going to work with kicking me out of here? She probably wants to make sure I can't stay here. She probably wants to make sure I can't stay here. Yeah, I really think it's probably that, but she's presenting it in a different way. She wanted to make sure I couldn't stay here. Is that why she stayed here that long last night? You got to wonder, like, what the hell was going on? Why did it take them so long to get here and take her out of here? She might have been waiting to see if the cops wouldn't let me come back. I know you go, I told you, I think she's having mental health issues. Like, of course the cops are going to let me come back. Because that's what's happened in the past. And she knows that. She might have been surprised to see me. And then I said right in front of her, because I was talking to my mother, not her, about the cop buying me coffee and a sandwich. And I go, no, they just told me to wait a while for you guys to leave. Not I have to leave. She probably figured they were lying to me just to get me out of the house because the cops have done that before at the other house. Yeah, so anyways, that's what she was asking me. Like, no, you live in a house. Don't you own your house? When's the last time you paid a mortgage payment? I know, just you rent a house in Plymouth every summer, Cindy. Whoa. I know if Brian was still here, just to have another person to talk to, not we would do anything to her, but just we'd stand there in awe again going, this is like when we were at the house in Plymouth. And she took us to a restaurant covered in her dog's hair. That was like a fancy restaurant. And then where he was sitting, this water was dripping from the ceiling all on top of him. So we had to change where we were sitting. Oh, yeah, just... Because it was like they tried to... Yeah, like, I think, wasn't it she was trying to sit next to me and have, like, something? It was, like, something weird. And we're just like, anyways. He wasn't, she said he was getting paid to take care of it. She's a fucking liar. They just make up shit. She just got caught in a major fucking lie. Yeah, because that was the other thing she said. She goes, he was getting paid. No, he wasn't. It's right here. He wasn't getting paid. Nope, it says it right here, liar. Did you think there wasn't another one of these in the house? Fiduciary fee, 0. Right, fiduciary fee, 0. Caught in a lie. How many other lies are there? That's the shit I don't want to know. I mean, are you serious? This is her taking Nikki to court 14 times. No, this is the deal. Take your mother out. Okay, thank you. And then I will leave before I have to, per the landlord. Okay? Not I'm getting in. I know all about your battle wars, Cynthia. That's why I wanted you away from me. I know about it, and I was warned by other people about it, including Tommy, but I don't want to say that to her because her brother just died. That this is for the world beyond Cynthia Kent. Okay. Tommy told me. He goes, she is completely psycho. Like, she is just, he goes, you got to watch out for her. She is one of those people, man, where she will just go psycho and she will just keep going full force trying to destroy you. He told me himself. Members of her other members of her family warned me about it, and I saw it myself with what she was doing to Nikki. Right. So I know that she has a problem, and it has to do with dominance and like mania, and just she wants a constant distraction in her life where she's doing that. Oh, he has to tell the Oh, this is interesting. He has to tell the VA all the expenses. Okay. So this is the total amount received from the VA, amount received from VA, monthly amount. Okay.
As she tried to calm down, Jesse told the operator after being shot, Vince came back to their car but was unable to get in because a man was pulling him back. Jesse says
Okay, so the room and board is $2,500. That's what I thought. I don't know what the year is on this. This might have been the thing he faxed to them. It doesn't have a year on it. Wait, it expires in December of 2024. That's not the same thing. What's the date on this? This has no date. This has no dates on it. But they were only here for 2 years, so it was either 2022 or 2023. Someone said, Cindy said something about the rent going up. She must have been looking at numbers and figures on something, because I don't think Tommy discussed that shit with her. Yeah, she has paperwork in her hand, but she doesn't have all this stuff. I know it was $2,500 when they first moved in, because Tommy told me. And then after the lease ran out, he told me they were going month to month, and I don't know if it went up at all. So I don't know that. It may have. I don't know if that's the other thing. Yeah, that's $2,609. They may have raised the rent. And then he spent $2,500. That's going to be a year on the electric. And then they spent $2,232 on RCN. I told you it's expensive because it's automatic payments from her account. Hopefully, RCN already took it for April. I hope to God. Okay. Is that why they're not doing it till the 17th? Is that why they're doing it? So I can stay another month? That might be why. That might be why they're doing it. Because she said they're not coming to her house until the 17th, and she can't get any money till the 1st of May. That's what she told me. Yeah. So I don't know. I know some people probably go, you need to just stay there at least till the 17th to find out what the VA is going to do about this. I guess so, as long as the landlord doesn't come and ask me what's going on. I'm not getting into it with the landlord. I'm not a squatter. Yeah. So, yeah, I guess I probably should stay at least till the 17th and find out what. I don't know how I'll find out other than through the VA if they contact me. Whatever happens on the 17th. Right. I don't know how that's going to make any difference to me, but yeah, the 17th isn't the 30th. So, yeah, because if she doesn't actually, if things don't change until the 1st, won't RCN be paid too for April? Okay. So it's just if the electric company shuts me off, they're not paying them. Because that's it. It's a rental, so there's no water bill. That's kind of how I knew he wasn't lying. I was hoping he lied and bought the house. That's what I was hoping. But what happens when he's dead? It gets foreclosed. It's probably worse than a rental. Once that registers on a thing that happens, then they start attacking you, right? Oh, yeah. I'm sure. Once somebody buys a house and they look it up in the records, it goes into pre-foreclosure and they start attacking you systematically because they're mentally insane. It's like Cindy, but they do it with houses. It's been going on since 2008. We paid off the banks and they were told to stop doing it. That's why cops don't evict you. And because cops won't evict us, they're completely criminally insane. They do whatever they want. And it's like, unless cops show up and shoot these people dead, what do you do? So I'm sure everybody is tired of people moving from house to house and renting. Like, they didn't want anybody to own a house. They want everybody to rent or have a Section 8. First, it was everybody rent. Then because it's a sickness that churns and churns, they got to have something to do. Then they probably wanted to systematically make everybody have a Section 8. Who knows what they do after that? They'd have to move on to something else at that point, I would think. Then they go around power of attorney everybody for no reason when they're not going to care for the people. just like Cindy. Maybe that's a way to know some of what they're doing. And then you live in a house totally caring for a person with no pay, and they take a fee for doing that. I know you go, a fiduciary fee, huh? Like, why get it? Because why wouldn't the person caring for the person get the fee? Unless it's just you're filing paperwork, you're like the administrator. I guess then the fee's probably wicked small. But if it means what I think it means, like you took over power of attorney and now you're getting paid, but then somebody else does all the work for a person, unpaid. Exactly. That's clearly what they did to Tommy. He wasn't getting paid for caring for her. He collected his own Social Security. I looked it up when, was it when he died? I looked it up. They don't let you do it for family members. Nope. Oh, but I'm sorry, if you worked, they probably do it for Cindy. She could probably collect this woman's money and collect Social Security because she worked. And now she has to stop working to care for her. Because they're going to make everybody destitute. They didn't do it to Tommy because he collected Social Security. That's why they didn't do it to him. Guaranteed that's why they didn't do it to him. So anyway, it's a very expensive cable, but the woman had to have cable, right? But he did weird me out when he goes, I'm paying out the nose for the, you don't pay the cable bill, dude. Your mother's check pays it automatically. I set it up for her. You forgot already. I know, just Jesus Christ, dude. Does anybody normal that asked me, like, I almost was hoping I would have someone to fucking talk to on a train. Just normal, just, yeah, my father, yeah. My brother died. Right when I thought, I know, right when all this is going on and we don't know when the shit's going to end. And you just go, seriously, another fucking round at the shelter? These people aren't dead yet? No, just, oh, God. So Candy did the same thing to Tommy. She said that he made all this money, and then Cindy turned, because her and I were talking about it. And then she's all like, oh, yeah, Candy does that to everyone. And then she turned around and said Tommy was being paid. It's right here. He's not being paid. Did she? God might have done it to her, so she took her. God might have done it to her. Yeah. So she would take her out of here. He must, yeah, he put down food. Was he submitting receipts? It's right here, dude. Food, 2133. Did he have to submit receipts or he just told them? Oh, God, dude. Everybody on the planet knows. Because of the food pantry. And this is the World Wide Web. Yeah, so the whole planet knows you were telling the VA that you were paying for food. You weren't paying for food, dude. You bought some, but unless you had to submit receipts, Mary Gladys was going to a food pantry. I will say this. I don't know what you were doing with your private money, because I said that, but that's a fibber-libber. Is that for you and her or just her? Because it's probably supposed to just be for her. What's store mean? Oil, that's true. Return fee, administrative fee. Food, $21.33. That should be handed over to me for 2 years. That's $4,000. Yeah. So while he was buying some food. You have to go, how much food did Mary Gladys walk the first year to this house? 2 whole years. I did it. 2 whole years I did it. Maybe that's why God had me doing that. Because I was doing it when I had a SNAP card too. Because he was acting like that was my requirement for living here. So that's how he was getting himself another $2,000 a month. That explains it. But no, he was buying some. I mean, a year. Is that a whole year? That's got to be an entire year. So maybe he wasn't actually lying. Yeah, he probably spent more than $2,000 a year on food. I'm thinking a month. Yeah, that's a whole year. So maybe he wasn't actually lying. Yeah. And they're probably like, you're only spending $2,100 a year on food for this woman. What is she eating? Anybody doing it, because there's food pantries for the elderly. So I take it back. Maybe he wasn't lying. I was thinking a month. Like, you're spending $2,000 a month. Some people would spend $2,000 a month on food, by the way. Food's very expensive. It's one of those ones you can easily flub unless they ask for receipts, because you could be buying this woman T-bone steaks and filet mignon. Get it? And cheesecakes. It's probably never, maybe he had to put in receipts. It's never good to lie. Yeah. That's a Tom Kent Jr. Philosophy. Nothing worse than a liar. Yep. So that probably is. Maybe he was keeping track of it. I found papers where he had stuff written down, like Tom Kent used to do in columns. He probably doesn't even know why he was doing it. It doesn't make any sense given the automatic payments, but that he was copying his father. Anyway, well, she got proven wrong. I called it that he probably had some sort of insurance or something. Yep. And she was like, oh, no, Tommy, nothing. And I go, really? Because he strikes me as Tom Kent's kid. Lo and behold, you're wrong.
Jessie gave a detailed explanation about why she turned down that deserted road. She said as they were driving home, she was at the wheel. She started to feel sick.
Well, there'll be none of this when I die. I know that. I got nothing. Absolutely nothing.
She said that's when they saw the vehicle with the hood up, and Vince got out to help. Not long after, she heard gunshots.
Okay, here's one of the ones. This is probably so old. This is from, actually, it's not. It's from last October to November. Did I already do this? No. Eversource, is that the electric company? Okay. So he paid them $360. It's a payment debit. How do you do that? Huh. Point of service purchase, Stop and Shop. So this is the food. He probably saved maybe the bank statements, or just, or the VA did. Because that's this account. It's just supposed to be used to pay for her shit, probably. Yep. It's in his and her name because he has to be able to use it. But it's, yeah, because it says Federal Fiduciary VA Rep Payee. Yeah, so I don't know if she thought that meant he was getting paid. He wasn't getting paid. This is for her care. That's why he had his own bank account with his Social Security, which is not anyone's fucking business. Anyways, this has got to be food. Stop and Shop 3616, 8316, 5110. So this is actually quite a bit of times. This is how you find out. But he would have used his own money if he was donating stuff. Okay, so it's the first. She does get paid. They do get paid on the first. Did she already try to access that money? She can't access that money till the 1st of May, right? I know you go, oh, okay. So there's no actual way to do it because he's dead. Yeah, there's no way for me to pay April's payment. And then I could, and then that would be what? I could stay here until May 30th. The cable would get shut off, but I could stay here till May 30th, right? I don't know about the electric bill. I don't know how long they keep your electric bill on if you don't pay it. But as far as the landlord, if she got paid on April 1, didn't she say, Cindy was like, no, so he paid it. She says stuff she doesn't even know what the fuck she's talking about. He has to get a check from the bank and pay it. Did she call Dedham Savings? She ain't going to do it now, obviously, but she might go there and withdraw the money. I'm pretty sure she tried to call Dedham Savings, and then I don't know if she actually told me what they said. Is that the place that needs a death certificate? Yeah, I mean, talk about getting in trouble, right? You go, I don't even know if there's a way to stop a person from doing that, but God obviously is giving it to her to see what she does. I know, because you go, okay, now you're really at a level of bullshit that makes no sense, Cindy. She was trying to tell me that she wanted to leave Barbara here till the 17th or the end of the month so that she could get everything ready at her house. Did you call Dedham Savings already and ask them about taking out April's money? I don't know if you're supposed to be doing that per the VA. So maybe she can't. Is that what it was? And they told her May 1st. It's just everybody involved. It's the World Wide Web, right? Unless I'm not online. Why would I not be online now? He's dead. She can't harm me. I called the police. She doesn't live here. That was the only person on earth that I had a concern about. He might fucking kill me in a rage. Because he'd be hurt. He'd be hurt by it and pissed and fucking kill me in a rage, not on purpose. I called the cops. She can't show up here going, I saw you on a fucking video. I don't care if you saw me on a video or in real fucking life as you saw. So anyways, what's the death copy of the death certificate for? Was that for the bank? Yeah, the Dedham Savings is not going to let her do that. Right. I don't know, but I did tell her this, and it's probably true, but it's not going to be true. I don't think it is going to be true because I forced her to fucking take her to her house. Get it? Okay. It might have been true had I not done that. Okay. So that might be part of the reason why there was a push to get her out of here last night. Okay. Before she gets her hands on a death certificate. Talk about battle wars. So you have a death certificate. And then what do you need this money for?
Welcome back to Dateline. I'm Andrea Cannon. Army Sergeant Vince Goslin had been shot 9 times on a desolate Kentucky.
To bridge because you're not getting paid from the VA until the 1st. Okay. And then I don't even know at that point if it matters per the bank. That I don't know how the bank does it, but the VA is going to go, okay, so I know it's like your first month having this woman's money and you go, okay, so they probably don't even care, but this is just me. Okay, so you need to access this money. Okay. Where is Barbara at this point? That's why they're supposed to go to a hospital. Get it? They never want to do it the way you're supposed to do it legally. That's why. Because in a hospital, Barbara has no bills. That's why you go to crisis management. Okay, so you need this money now. You're already calling a bank, okay, for expenses. Don't lie. Yeah, don't lie, because clearly she might have expenses. I have no idea about anybody's finances, right? And if the VA is already going to hand her over the money, just be prepared. She'll spend that money on whatever the fuck she wants. I don't know. She might not know that you have to submit something to the VA because I just saw it. She may not know that. She may not know that, but they might let her do it for a year and Barbara might be dead by then. So she might actually get away with it. And then it's not going to matter. But because when she submits it, they won't approve it for another year. But if the woman dies by then, if she could do it for a whole year, I don't know. It looks like he's only submitting this once a year. Right. So all she has to do is pretend she's going to do something on the 17th, and then it's a whole year. Then she has to say what she did with that money, right? She has to tell the VA why she needs this woman's money. She might not know that. You have to actually tell the VA what you need that money for. And it sounds like he did it at the end of the year, and then they approve it. It says 12 months, so you do it once a year. Because they've let it go a year, apparently, and then they go, what the fuck is this? Especially if you get evicted for non-payment of rent. Because, yeah, according to this, he gets a check and pays the rent. So that it gets paid. They tried to do it on automatic payments. He told me. All right, so let's see. Stop and Shop. She gets paid on the 1st because I wasn't sure. I thought it was the 3rd. I think he said he can't get the check. Nope, that's not true either. He on the 2nd, he probably was going to pay the rent on the 2nd. I bet he didn't feel good on Monday. And I don't think he ever does anything on the 1st. I really don't. Yeah. So he probably knew he didn't feel good that day, even though the weather was going to be nice and stuff. Because I know in the other months I'd hear him go, I suppose I should pay some bills. So check 121 for $26.50. So that must be the rent went up from $2,500 because it's month to month now. Okay. And then Astound powered by RCN. It's $331 a month. So that's a lot of money that will go into Cindy's pocket because she already has whatever she has at her house. She already has cable. Yeah, I mean, it worked out somewhat for him in theory at first because he didn't have to pay for the cable if he cared about that. Right. Stop and Shop. Okay, so this is a whole month. Let's see what he spends in a month. It's 2 people don't use that much food, by the way. Yeah, 2 people don't. And he could go to a food pantry if I wasn't doing it. 36, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's actually a good month for him. He went to Stop and Shop 4 times in a month. Yeah, from October 5th to November 5th, he probably was not paying for oil yet. No, he would have oil in October to November, the way he is. Yeah, but that's a good month for him, October to November. Yeah, he does. I don't know. I never really kept that much track, but I mean, 4 times in a month, that's a lot for Tommy. Yep. But they didn't eat as much food as you think they do. Nope, I'm the big eater. So, and one of them was $91. Yeah, $91, $51, $83, $36. That's kind of a lot of money for 2 people. Yeah, so I don't know if he actually needed me here to get food. Yeah, I mean, him and his help, he said helping out too. It does help out somewhat because he said it. She likes the sweets, and he inevitably would buy a big package of chicken breasts and a big package of hamburger, and he'd buy their soda and that Snapple stuff and water. I'm kind of surprised he spent that much money. Is it possible? Can you get cash back at Stop and Shop? Is it possible he was taking out cash too? I didn't think of that. That might be why, because that's a lot of times for him in a month. But I'm not like trying to come up with lascivious things he was doing. No. Oh, here it is. This is the landlord. Does it have the phone number? Home Realty Trust. That's a person or a person trying to hide who they are. Okay, well, someone can find out for me about Home Realty Trust, who that is, because that's not a person. It's probably something that they must have bought this house because someone bought this house in July. So it must have been,
No monthly payments and no interest for 1 year.
it was right after they looked at it, someone bought it.
April 30th.
And I told you it was weird. And I think they did it so almost like they could control these people or something. I don't know.
4,900.
Yep. But why is the person masking who they are? And where did she get the landlord's phone number from? Because Tommy didn't even know who the landlord was. So she spoke to the actual landlord.
We're getting you ready to head out the door from the roads to the coast to where the flakes are. This spring storm is bringing just about everything.
He told me it was some old guy. He told me, he goes, I don't even know who my landlord is. That's what he told me. Yep. And for some reason, he couldn't do direct deposit like to them. He wanted to do it, but they wouldn't do it. He said it was supposed to be set up for automatic payments, and they don't do it. And he goes to the bank and gets a check and then pays them. This one's from January because it's a bank statement. So Cindy might have got mixed up and thought it was paid automatically, and that's why she thought that it got paid. This one's from January, yep. Okay. I'll have to look it up. I do have the internet. Home Realty Trust. That's someone trying to mask who they are. People are like really sick and insane.
Detective Stokes and others from the Christian County Sheriff's Department thought they were onto something. They believed they located the truck from the crime scene and knew the name of the
She's already asking to come back over.
Now they needed to know why he would be involved in Vince's murder.
Our units, detectives.
Right, because she probably left it here on purpose. No, I'm not. You're going to have to wait now to get it. I'll leave it on the porch.
Neighbors said they'd seen Jared's truck, not just in the area, but parked in Jesse's driveway. Kay Ray lived next door.
I would see him driving the truck when car and break-ins. I would see her driving the truck.
And what she said next really got the investigators' attention.
How weekly basis you see that vehicle go over that bridge while Vince was deployed.
Maybe 2 or 3 times a week.
As you looked deeper into this potential relationship between Jared and Jesse, how serious was it?
From what we could gather, they lived together on base, and if Sergeant Johnson came home for any reason, then Jared Long would leave for a couple of days while he was here.
It was stunning. Stokes was now convinced Jessie was not the devoted army wife she seemed to be. Instead, she was at the center of a deadly love triangle.
I'm telling her she can leave the keys in the mailbox, and I'll put the toilet on the porch.
In love with
Okay? I'm going to probably have to call the police again because this person is mentally insane.
Jessie were
I mentioned that.
piling up. Like when police ran the place of the carjacking found the night of the murder.
They come back to Jesse Johnson and Jared Long.
They owned a car together. By now, police had enough of
Right.
Jessie.
She is not going to fucking stop until I leave this house because she's mentally insane.
He told them they knew all about the romantic relationship with Jared. Jessie admitted she and Jared hung out together, but continued to deny there was anything sexual between them.
She said her friend stayed there on the couch when it was him.
Jessie did admit she and Vince were going to a tough but
She told the police, because the police told me, that she had no intention to come back here after yesterday. That's what she told the police. I don't know what TY means.
all about Jared. But investigators didn't believe her. More than 3 hours into Jessie's interview.
I don't know what TY means.
She and Jared-
Does anyone know what cool people, what TY means?
Jessie finally changed her story.
There was times when I would probably, I'm sure you have that. I'm gonna make sure I love it.
Right.
And I don't love it.
He shot him 9 times. When investigators told prosecutor Lynn Pryor that Jesse had admitted to romantic
The toilet's on the porch, just so the police know.
big moments.
This is today's mail. What's this? Sprinkler fitters, local union, meeting date, change notice. Maybe. So it's like, yeah, someone, a phone number to call or something.
Life insurance policy.
She's already all on top of that, don't you worry. Upstart, pre-qualified. I don't think he's gonna need a credit card. I don't think I'm gonna need any of these flyers since I have no way to buy food.
But it wasn't the sex. Investigators were
What time is it? And I'm already being harassed again.
She claimed that Jared
11:43. I'm not even dressed for the day and I'm already being harassed. Oh yeah, it's like, seriously? Oh yeah. That's called mental insanity. How are you going to come over here when you now have your mother at your house? Is Justin still living there? I don't want to get Scott involved, but yeah, you go. She's might have to be seen by somebody.
In Kentucky, being an accomplice to murder is the same as actually committing the murder.
That's leaving like a hysterical by the side of the road, getting sick in front of police. Is charged with her husband's murder. Pastor Jared Long, because of Jesse's admission that she and Jared had a plan to harm Ben.
See, she won't stop trying to talk to me. I'm just going to ignore her. Is that why Scott blocked her? She's trying to start conversation with me. That's why I said she's in like a mental crisis. Right. You can come see Mom anytime you want. You will never talk to me again unless you're that psycho that you use a key to come into this house and I have to call the police on you again. I understand you need things. I wondered why you left the toilet. That's about the only thing you can say you've got to have. Then it will be you've got to have her hospital bed. Get it? Right. You told the Boston police you had no intention to come back here. Okay. You can wait till the 17th to get the rest of this woman's belongings. You have a bed she's in. She slept in a bed last night. Okay. And she's got a wheelchair. I knew it was bad they left the toilet here. Yeah, I knew it was bad they left the toilet here. And if her kids were here and they could see this, they'd go, she said to leave it there. Right. Nope. Not a good idea. I knew it as soon as I saw it sitting there. She's ill. Remember when I was at the room in Quincy and she wanted to bring a television there because she wanted to know where I was? Yeah, like someone already said that to me. Never tell anyone where I am. Yeah. So now Tommy's gone. That was kind of one of the people I had a concern about because he's shown up at the shelter banging on the door before. That's the other person. They're ill people. Like they don't actually mean to be like that, but you just go, you got to leave me alone. I understand the situation, Cynthia. I really do. And I don't have a car to go driving around to your house fucking bothering you. The cops, you don't really want to get into it. I will have to have you like sectioned to a fucking hospital. And you've got Ma at your house. It's not a good time to be doing that. Right, because if you show up here again like that, it's the Boston police. They were just here yesterday. You told them you had they asked you. I didn't even say that. They asked you because they told me you said that you had no intention to come back here, which made no sense at the time. Okay.
Did you think she was capable
Okay, so if the autopsy's done, she's waiting for the release like it's a celebrity. Get the death certificate and call Dedham Savings so you can get your April's money rather than paying the fucking rent here for one more month.
And the evidence against Jared, the case was far from closed. An unexpected twist.
Be completely psycho. Find out if RCN's been paid for April and call them and have my fucking internet shut off so I'll stop talking about you.
Prosecutors face a major setback.
Get it?
Could something
That's how psycho fucking people behave.
for both the widow and her lover? Coming up, how was livid? Is their case about to collapse? And a devastated
Right. Okay, good. Then you can bring the fucking keys and leave them in the mailbox. I already took the mail out for the day. Psychos all over the planet. I'll be here all day, so I think I'll know when she comes and goes because chances are she's still going to try to fucking talk to me. And she has keys to a house. I know you just go, do not enter this house with those keys, Cindy. The police were here witnessing the entire thing. You're not even supposed to have keys to this house in your possession. It's bad enough you have Tommy's phone in his wallet. Right, you're taking care of his services and you're questioning about his pension and stuff, so that's okay, but you don't need the keys to the house. It's not even about the trailer and the truck. I don't want you able to enter this house when I lock doors until I leave. Right. It's kind of like that probably per law when people have to push it. I am the tenant. You're not. Like I'm here. I've been living here. I'm not on a thing, but I've been living here. Okay. You took, if she was a tenant, you already removed her. Tommy's dead. Right. It's not that difficult for the landlord to force me out at this point. Other than cops would have to do it. But I mean, the supposedly the landlord said the end of the month. So if I leave by the 17th, you have all that time to get all the stuff out of here you want. So other than the toilet, get it? Okay. You have the piddle pads. You were probably supplying them anyway, and you supply the gloves. You got a wheelchair. Yeah, I mean, you took the shower chair, but not the porta potty. Maybe you just whatever. I know, I noticed the shower chair was gone, which is good. So that's good. So for some reason you forgot the porta potty. That's fantastic. It's on the porch. So clearly I don't want you in the house and to put the keys in the thing. If I wanted to keep seeing her, I would have agreed to stay here with her till the end of the month as you were trying to delay the inevitable. So it's not going to be plausible to do given our non-relationship and my opinion of your aggression and stuff. It's just not going to work out. So you would just tell her that I'm going to come maybe for a holiday or something. That's what you do to old people, just like they did with Candy all that time. Because whatever's going on with Candy, she didn't want to deal with it. She probably didn't want to deal with Tommy because she's afraid of him. That I sort of believe after 2020. I heard him, the stuff he was saying in the living room. I don't think he's ever talked like that to me, but this stuff, when he starts saying you people, that's when I started getting nervous because that's what he does. And he cycles into it maybe. Like Scott was telling me some stuff about Tommy that I didn't know, that he actually like acknowledges that he has a psychiatric condition. I didn't know he was doing that because before he wasn't doing that. He told me he wasn't getting Social Security on a psychiatric. So he probably was. But because he worked or something, it was like, yeah. But I guess he said something about make sure you stay on your medication. When he goes off of his medication, he gets wicked, wicked sick. Yeah. Well, bottles of your medication you weren't taking. I don't know the last time you took your medication. It was probably when you moved here. Because he was all he does is sleep when he's on it. it's like a mood stabilizer, right? Because he's that mentally ill. So making him do this for 2 years was not really good. So God got him out of it and got her out of it, just like that. But that was a long time. That was a long 2 years. Actually, it was 4 years, but it's not May of 2020 to April of 2024. So that's just about 4 years. Yeah, that's a long time for two people that sick that could never, even if people wanted to help, not Cynthia. She could have helped by taking control of her because the VA asked her. Candy probably could have helped, but there's nothing more that I could possibly do than what I was doing. I will say that about myself. Like, I could have cleaned more, but I don't know what that would have done for their psychiatric condition. So I tried for years and years to help, and other family members interfered with it. So I'm not doing it through another person. I've already gone through this with Candy and Tommy. Kathy probably says the same thing. I'm not doing it through Cynthia too, and waiting for whatever. Barbara will eventually pass away. So I'm not doing it through another person. She's probably the most aggressive of all of those three people. Candy tried to pass off care about the mother to me too, even when it wasn't even needed. Remember when she had diarrhea and she came to the room and goes, "Oh yeah, she pooped herself, there's diarrhea." You just go, "You people are so sick. Aren't you her caregiver? Isn't that why you're in this house?" That's why you go immediately. As soon as they come to get a body, he is her caregiver. Okay, I'm just letting you know. He's her caregiver. He's her caregiver. He's dead. He's her caregiver. It's all on paper. He said it too. He said it. He goes, "Make sure," he goes, "just so you know, if anybody asks, you're a guest here. You're not on the lease." Because he knew that you people wouldn't give me housing. Right. He goes, just remember, if anybody asks, you're not on the lease. You're a guest here.
Someone that was charged with such a heinous murder should be out on an ankle monitor. And
I know. Could you imagine? That's why I doubt it, but you never know. Just waiting for. Actually, I'm the landlord. Okay, thank you. And then I leave fucking Monday. Fuck out of here. Nothing would surprise me because clearly the person is trying to mask who they are. Because Tommy told me he didn't know who it was either. You go, Home Realty Trust. Someone knows who to find out who that is, like the military. Maybe even the cops. Someone knows who that is. I know all about the going online and getting an what do they call it, an LS something. I know all about it. They did it when they bought my house too. Yeah, I don't know why they do it other than they're wacko. Your landlord is a realty company? I know, you just go, that sounds like a mortgage, but it's clearly not a mortgage. It says rent right on it.
So now, with time served, the woman who had played the victim, betrayed her husband and lover, could spend less than 14 years behind.
No, I'm not giving her these two papers. She already has this stuff. She doesn't need the thing about the court. That's for me personally. She wasn't living in the house at the time. Has nothing to do with her. And then I'm sure she already talked to the landlord. So she didn't even go like this. She didn't go, the landlord is a realty place. It's Home Realty Trust. She didn't even seem weird about it. The landlord's not a person. Maybe that's how people do it now when they acquire a bunch of properties. But I've rented places before and you pay it to a person's name. Yeah, unless it's like an apartment complex. You go, really? Someone just bought this in July of 2021, and it's a someone trying to hide who they are. They're a realtor person, or an insane criminal. But I don't want to piss off the people that obviously could start showing up here pretending they can, just like that woman they had to arrest, and they were calling the people squatters. Oh yeah. You have to be careful of that stuff. You don't want to piss off your actual landlord, but you go. I am not fighting you over a house. I'm not even the tenant. I'm just a homeless person. Like, if we could wait till the storm dies down. I mean, seriously. Right. Do you know how cold it was last night? It was so cold last night. It snowed. And this person won't leave me the fuck alone. Everybody has their limits. That's why you go, Cindy, you got to stop it, because this isn't Dedham and it's not Norton. These people, she doesn't know that. They have the right to section you for 72 hours if you seem mentally ill. So I'm not making a threat. I'm trying to help you. Don't push it. I hope you really need that porta potty real bad today. You're supposed to be at home with your mother, and you're already making up an excuse to get away from her. Ian talked to me. She may not even come after that text message, and then I ignored the other ones. That's probably why she was still here. That's how dysfunctional these people are. And I don't know if she realized that Tommy was only putting up with it because he wanted help with caring for his mother. I think that's the only reason, and just, he's not going to deny Barbara visits. And like, Cindy would come and get in a fight with Barbara and leave. Yeah. Like, one day, she was saying something, and he goes, I'm sleeping. Don't wake me up, please. So something probably happened. He was like, yeah. But yep, he told me himself, like, in the last couple of months, he was talking about her. And I was like, I just avoid all people. It was like on the way to the food pantry. I'm like, I just avoid all people. That's why I have nothing to do with people. But anyway, I kind of knew that from going after a dude repeatedly every time he went off of unemployment and was working or whatever to try to get more child support from him. I knew that was like a long, long time ago. She was already like that. It's just a personality type. I gotta get dressed. It's not a good look when it's noontime and you're still standing here like this. Yeah, I mean, I would think a landlord, after her already talking to them, would not show up here the next day in a storm like this, telling me to get out. That would be bizarro. But Bizarro thinks, oh, my knees. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. I'm feeling it today because I haven't been walking. And this is what happened to me after the hotel. It was about this level. And I thought it was from jogging because I'd never done jog walks before. So I was still walking and jogging and it still happened. And then I was like, is this from carrying my bags from this room to this room? No, they're called thermonuclear weapons. So I'm sure it's weird to the cops when stuff like this is going on. She's not watching the weather. Okay, she didn't notice how cold it was last night. Well, we're supposed to be going like this at least till April 19th. Today is only the 4th. Tom Kent. I know, just seriously? Seriously, dude, you're dead? Gotta use the bathroom. Yeah, definitely think about that. That's not a lot of bathroom runs. I'm definitely dehydrated.
tell you that at this hour, police are just reminding people to steer clear of any wires. Now, what you'll also hear today is you're going to hear the sounds of generators in neighborhoods like this one, because people that do have generators cranked them up a couple of hours ago, and everyone's sort of sitting tight. But the snow continues to fall here, and the howling winds are continuing. You can hear in the background trees and twigs snapping away in the wooded areas here and along stretches of roads like this one here. Haverhill police, again, reminding everyone to just be extra careful. They're trying to get to call after call. They're trying to get these tree companies out here to do their thing. We just checked with National Grid. Again, several thousand in this area alone are without power. And one of the problems is it's difficult to get the crews up to repair and to restore the power, because when the winds are howling, they can't get up in those bucket trucks. In this particular case, they're sort of down below the wind line here, so you can see what they're carefully trying to do, which is cut this tree off of the power lines here, and then those power crews will come in there trying to restore it all. But again, we're in the thick of things right now.
I should probably tell her that I'll be out of here. I'll try my best to be out of here so she has time to go through the house after I'm gone.
And right now, they're just trying to keep people from not getting hurt. The howling winds continue, and so too does the nor'easter here in the Merrimack Valley. We're live in April this afternoon.
Oh,
7 News.
All right, let's go along the coast down to 7 Sam Blywhite. She's been live in Salisbury all morning long with all of that sea foam. And Sam, how are conditions now?
This wind is blowing literally sideways. You can see just on the pavement here how fast and how hard it is whipping. The tractor here is my microphone. I'm trying to talk to you guys. All of the sea foam off of the water, off the gulf here, from all that water that's coming off. It was high tide earlier. Now we have definitely transitioned to more of a low tide, which is definitely some good news for a lot of the folks who were out there partying on earlier. In terms of the precipitation, there was quite a bit earlier, but now it definitely died down just a tad, which is nice. But still, you are getting just those heavy, heavy wind gusts. We caught up with a couple of people who were out and about trying to get their cup of coffee and running in from all of the grapple that was coming down as well. Here's what they have to say.
Well, I wouldn't want to be out in the lobster boat. Yeah, it is crazy. I drove past the little chapel, and I'm a trustee for up north here in Hampton Beach, and the shingles are blowing off the roof, and it's tough. Pretty bad that way. The roads are kind of blocked off, and so yeah, rocks everywhere, sand everywhere.
We've never seen anything like this since we've been up here for like 10, 15 years. I'm coming from Salisbury, and it's been more of a mess down there.
I mean, did you expect to see this spring?
Not April.
Not in April, not the spring forecast that we were looking for. We were getting a couple of little seafoam tornadoes there with the wind just picking up, and that's what a lot of folks are saying, is that they have not seen this much seafoam in the parking lots, on the roadways, even just on some of the beach houses that we've seen down this stretch of road. The seafoam is just coating the entire side of some of those houses. So definitely quite a bit of cleanup for a lot of folks that are out here. And now, as you can see, we're getting a little bit of this mixed precipitation still, a little bit of grapple, a little bit of sleet, a lot of rain. Just a messy mix out here in Salisbury. For now, we're live in Salisbury. Sam Blywhite, 7 News.
People in Worcester are just seeing snow. You take a live look at the College of the Holy Cross for some snow. It's still blowing sideways, and that snow accumulating there on campus. Farther north from Worcester there, they got hit even harder. So let's go to Pittsburgh right now, where Senator Bonnie Salazar has been on this morning.
All right, so I said I will most likely be gone before the end of the month. So you can take what you'll be able to remove anything you want. That means you're not coming in here till I'm gone, just like you told the cops.
Spring winter wonderland, if you will. Pile drivers have been hard at work all morning trying to clear the streets in the city as we expect up to.
Well, the other added feature, I don't want to be a jerk, Boston police, but the other added feature in court, I mean, I don't want to have to go to court to get a restraining order, really. Clearly, I'll be forced to just take a backpack this weekend and go if this person doesn't leave me alone. I mean, this is what the cops deal with every day. Fucking crazy. This is how I ended up out of 12th Landing Police.
We talked to people who live here about the conditions. They say the snow in April wasn't expected and the slick streets are tough.
People are psychotic.
Unbelievable
So anyways, I'm pretty sure that a different court, it probably wasn't you guys, forced that guy to contact her, and now he has to block her on his phone. That's probably the only way they would let him out of jail. Okay? Really, it's that bad. So, again, I had 6 children that are all adults. If there's some sort of new insanity going on that Mary Lagore can't have her own means to live or be in a house even a day by herself. Remember the Ohio trip when Barbara showed up with their children to guard me? It's been a very long 13 years, so yeah, she shouldn't be making plans to leave her house already when she just got there with Barbara. So not a good sign. She can call if she has a flip out, she needs to call for a medical transport for her and have her taken to a hospital like I suggested yesterday. No shit, and kiss those VA benefits goodbye. I don't know unless they will be like giving her counseling or something. I don't want to be a jerk. I'm sort of kidding, but it's not a good idea to make up reasons to drive around. She already told me she wasn't working the whole rest of the week. Right. This is basic harassment. This is why people get blocked. I may have to block her phone. Okay, she said okay, so that's good. All right. Well, I don't want to act like people are anything but what they're doing. I really don't. I'm not one of those people that just makes up things.
Those waves washing rocks and debris onto the streets and then sweeping away people's garbage cans, children's toys, and other belongings. Town administrator here in Scituate tells us several streets saw flooding, like front end.
Why would I be being sent photographs? Is there a virus in it? Okay. So that's clearly not Veronica Lagore then? Is that an admittance that you're not her? Why would someone send me photographs and not type anything? I'm not in the mood. Maybe when I get to the shelter, I'll click on that in case you destroy my phone and they'll get me another one. Not I'm staying in this house with no phone. Nice try, though. Yeah, I mean, seriously? Like, that's just a reminder about how sick you are. Why wouldn't she type anything? Why would she return my text that's my email that says Tom Kent died with photographs? Are they just cats? Okay. Well, I will show it to the police. No, it's not. See? But for most of us, still dealing with life, but still dealing with precipitation, rain and snow across the area. Most of us, it is snow where you still have that northeast wind. You're pulling that warmer air off the water, so it's a little too warm to give you any snow activity there. But for most of us, north of the Mass Pike, it is all about the snow showers through the afternoon. Again, where you can tap into some of that onshore flow, just hugging the coastline from Marblehead to I know, seriously. Over to just plain old rain showers. And you can see that rain snow line. What's the weather supposed to be? It's still supposed to be shitty tomorrow, right? She's fucking insane. Oh, it's gonna rain on Saturday. It's still very gusty, but the strongest wind is now behind us. So it's still going to be a windy afternoon, but the
damage potential wind that we had overnight into this morning, that's beginning to cycle itself down. All right, let's go forward on future radar. You notice we continue to start to taper things off as we go through the afternoon. It doesn't shut off, but it just gradually becomes more and more scattered and lighter all the way through the evening hours today. We'll get things out of here for Friday. Maybe an isolated shower remains, but the storm is not done yet. It's going to try to kind of regenerate as we go throughout your Saturday. We'll talk about it in your full forecast.
In Lynn, the strong wind peeling part of a roof off the building, the debris crashing onto the ground below.
In Westwood, the traffic lights were shaking as the nor'easter was passing through, showing just how powerful those winds were at the peak of this storm.
Let's go to Newton now. A tree coming down and landing on this house. Winds brought that tree down and then split into pieces. Luckily, no one was hurt. Now, if it is safe to do so, we do want to see pictures and videos of what it looks like wherever you live. Email us, send it to 7@WHGH.com, or you can use the hashtag #SendItTo7. And remember, anytime the storm moves through, you can track it using our interactive radar. It's available online at WHGH.com and inside the 7 News app.
We are following some other news today. A pedestrian hit in Boston. The victim raced to an area hospital.
Plus, tensions are high between Israel and the United States following the death of 7 aid workers in Gaza.
And we continue following the aftermath of this nor'easter. Taking a look at how wide out in Worcester, the snow is falling steadily as it has all day. Stay with us, the news station. We'll be right back.
Keith Edsel and Rob Wade. Weekend Nights on 7 News. Michael Kelly from Michael Kelly.
This is why I said she shouldn't have those fucking keys. Okay? This is exactly why. She is not going to fucking leave me alone until I'm forced out of here. I know, this is fucking crazy. She is fucking crazy, this fucking person, man. She's got Michelle's fucking boyfriend is agreed to come here with her. Well, then he'll be fucking arrested. How's that?
Designed and built in the USA, Serta iComfort Eco mattresses will keep you comfortably cool while you sleep. Now, during Bernie and Phil's spring savings event, you'll save up to $700 on these restorative adjustable sleep systems. Plus, with your iComfort Eco sleep system purchase, choose from some pretty cool premium gifts. Free delivery, setup, and removal, along with 0% financing, are also available. Rest assured, the sleep specialist at
Chances are they show up here and I'll have to call the fucking police. I know, because they don't give a fuck about the police, these people. That's why I told you she shouldn't have those fucking keys. That's exactly why. She is not a fucking tenant. Tom Kent is the fucking tenant. Oh my fucking God almighty. Well, be prepared for another phone call. I know you go, she's going to be leaving. It's the 4th of April. She's leaving by the 17th and she doesn't even have to be out till the end of the month. She just told the fucking cops that last month. Did she tell this Scott Cameron person that the police were here? You people are fucked, man. You are fucking sick. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Scott, you better fucking run and run fucking fast, man. You're going to have to get a new fucking phone number. She's giving your phone number out to people and telling them to fucking call you. That's how I have your phone number. And she was already asking me to call you again. Oh, yeah. At what point are they going to, like, tell her, we're going to have to section you to a hospital if you don't leave Mary the fuck alone? I told them yesterday I thought she was having a mental crisis. I suppose I already called the shelter yesterday. They haven't called me back. It's kind of a shitty ass day. Maybe I should just leave tomorrow, but I wanted to contact the shelter first. But don't tell her you're leaving. I still have a key to the fucking house. I know you go, okay, so she's going to come tomorrow. So I run the fuck out of here. right to the fucking cops. The landlord will actually prevent her from coming in here. It's the landlord's fucking house. Oh yeah, the landlord will go, ma'am, I don't know how you have those keys, but I need you to give me those keys. That's why I said it last night. So now that's her way of saying she's not going to hand over the keys to the house. So this landlord is probably going to have her sectioned to a fucking hospital. I'm just letting you know. They get sick like that. It's part of dementia. Like she probably thinks she took a house or something. Just telling you, these people are extremely sick. She comes in here and talks to me like she's a charge nurse. It's called dementia. Like that's all she's been doing all fucking morning is calling and harassing people about coming here again. Oh yeah, I can't even fucking sleep. Last night I slept a little bit and I thought that this was settled. Right. They said to call them again. I'm going to have to call them again, as weird as it sounds. And it'll probably be different cops, unfortunately. Right. Just, oh my mother of fucking God. Are you fucking insane? Scott told me. He wasn't fucking kidding. That's why I'll have nothing to do with this fucking person. I don't care if you have Barbara Kent or not. Oh, you can come and see her. You've got to leave me the fuck alone. Right. I put the text. You told the police that you weren't coming back here. That's why they probably depend on it being different police officers, and the police don't want to get involved. That's all you have to do is be so fucking psycho that the police, it's just like 2021. That's all you have to do is be so fucking psycho that the police go, just leave, Mary. Yeah, probably. That's probably what I'll do. She doesn't need to know that. Right. I'm not going to hand the key over yet, because I haven't even talked to the shelter yet. Right. And I was told that I could stay here till the 30th, but I'll probably have to do it tomorrow. She's threatening to come over here tomorrow with Scott Cameron, even though I told her no. No means nothing to people that are mentally insane. So I think the weather's supposed to be better tomorrow. It doesn't really make that much of a difference, except the person is fucking insane. And it's been 2 days since Tommy fucking died. Can you believe a person that fucking heartless and insane? Oh my God, she might watch TV. They don't want me to have even a fucking day. I just was talking about it before she started texting me. When they cashed in my children's fucking Gerber life insurance policies like they're dead and took a trip to fucking Ohio. And they had Barbara Bunker come to the house so that I couldn't be in that house alone a single fucking second. They're completely mentally fucking insane, and I'm done with it. Talk about having someone sectioned, Scott. It might be your fucking mother and not Tommy. Like, yeah, I mean, that was probably God explaining about a dissection, but she may have to be fucking sectioned to a hospital if she doesn't leave me the fuck alone. Right, because that's why, get why she was told to take her the fuck out of here yesterday? That's why. She was planning on coming here every fucking day until I left here. So I'm sure the cops get it now. Exactly why I did that. Right, because then you go, this is getting a little bit, okay, so what's the situation with the hospital bed? Okay. What other thing are you planning on making up you need here? Because first you said the porta potty. And then I said I put it outside, leave the keys. Now it's a hospital. It's all in a fucking text message. Fucking insane cunt. It's all in a fucking text message. I can show the police. It's called a restraining order. You can wait until the fucking 17th to come back to this house. Oh, yeah. I can't believe that she's that fucking insane. It's very sad. Very, very sad. I knew she was sick. I started talking about it a couple of years ago. But you just go, oh, my fucking God. You are so sick. She's probably, one of these days, she's going to end up getting arrested because you become dangerous. The sicker and sicker you get like that. It's like John Robert Balto. That's why I told, right in front of the police, I don't want this person to have keys to this fucking house. She clearly wasn't given a key by Tommy. Get it? I didn't give her those fucking keys. Nope, I didn't give her the keys, and Barbara didn't give her the keys. I didn't give her Tommy's wallet. Her fucking mother didn't give her Tommy's wallet. That's his mother. And she wanted to know why Cindy had those fucking belongings. I'm not talking to Michelle and Scott and let's make up a thing. You people will leave me the fuck alone. I know, because you go, am I supposed to call these? I don't even have a way to call them and go, look, I already had the police here, so you don't want to get involved. Right. She can come to here after I leave here and take anything the fuck out of this house she wants. After I'm gone. Yep. She already told the fucking police that last night. And I'm sure she's fucking lying to you and didn't even tell you that. She wasn't even supposed to be here when I got back last night. And I was fucking stupid enough and nice enough not to call the cops then. They told me if I had any problems to fucking call them again. I am quite sure she didn't tell the fucking police that. Oh my fucking God almighty. This will finally, this is the fucking year this shit fucking ends once and for all with you people. Yeah, I mean, you think Candy's gonna come to your house and fucking visit her mother? No, you're fucking insane. This is why Candy wanted a restraining order against her. All she did was come to that house for fucking what? 12 years complaining about Candy getting a house and how the fuck is that happening that Candy's getting a house? 12 fucking years of it. But Scott Cameron's going to help her fucking now harass me? Tell these people the fucking truth about what the fuck you're doing. She really needs that hospital bed. Then send her to a fucking hospital. That is what I said last night. It's called the medical transport, and then you can talk to the fucking VA there. Jesus fucking God. I know, don't you? Don't you go, is it possible that she had something to do with that entire fucking eviction? Because, no, they're all psycho like that. They're all psychotic like that. But she basically got fucking tricked. She did it to herself. I know you go, you people are this fucking insane. I probably would be in a shelter yesterday, but for you being fucking insane. That is why I said take your fucking mother and go. Get it? That is exactly why I said it. God isn't fucking stupid, you know? She thought those cops were going to tell me to leave. I already explained it. She thinks she knows some dude who has cops for children or something. She's getting to be just like Candy. Candy did it too with the Dedham police. This is Boston. This isn't Dedham. I know it takes a long time to get corrupt, and those cops aren't even from here. They don't know what Taunton Green is. So good luck corrupting them. With somebody. You know somebody that wants to force this fucking woman to the street 2 days after her fucking brother died, that she had to discover his dead fucking body in a bathroom and clean up his blood off the floor? I would like to, no, I don't want to meet these fucking police to go, okay, you're not on the police force anymore, and you're not on the police force anymore. Okay. So that's all it took. What's his name? Kenny Ring. That's all it took, okay, for you to turn that woman into that. Where she thinks she's going to do whatever the fuck she wants because she knows a dude who has kids that are cops. Can you people please stop telling people that you know fucking cops? I don't know any cop that enjoys throwing a fucking woman to the street to die. I don't know any fucking cop that does that enjoys doing that. That's one of the ways I know you're full of fucking shit. Unfortunately, I've had to, not all the time because I go to Quincy all the time and I don't cause any trouble, but I've been in interactions with police over the course of 13 years. And I think they're fucking befuddled by these people. Just, okay. You live in Norton? Okay. Is there some reason why you won't leave when you're asked to leave? That's why they told her to take Barbara out. All they had to do was have one conversation with her and go, yeah, okay, so I'm concerned about your safety. That's what the cops told me. That is exactly what the cops told me. After one conversation with her. And then they talked to Jake on a phone. Even her son lied. Yep. Yep. He goes, I didn't even have to stay gone as long as I did, you know. Right. And he goes, are you familiar with Jake? I go, well, you know, it's her son. I don't really talk to him. And he said that he spoke to him on the phone, that Jake's moving into his apartment today and that he will be here and have her out by the dock. That's what he said, by dock time. I didn't get back here till like 9:30 and she was still sitting here with no Jake. And then it took 40 minutes. That's the person they were waiting for. She called another one of her children and he showed up after a bunch of time. They took her out of here about 11:30 last night. And she's already texting me. 12 hours. 12 hours she's already texting me again. It's way too much stress. Yeah, you just go, look, I know that you want to force me out of here before the end of the month now because you're pissed or whatever. Okay, that's all fine and good. It's not going to be today. So your threat now, Cynthia, is that you're going to show up here tomorrow with another person? Okay, then I'll have to leave tomorrow morning. The weather is not good today. Yeah, like just this person is so fucking sick and insane. I thought I was going to go out later to see if anybody needed a place to stay. Is that what her fucking problem is? She's afraid another homeless person might sleep a night in a fucking house. Clearly the landlord doesn't care. Didn't she tell the landlord that I'm homeless and da-da-da? You would think a landlord goes, no, she's got to get out because I'm afraid of squatters. Get it? Deranged fucking cunt. They have hospital beds at the hospital. It's not going to matter because she wasn't planning on coming here till tomorrow anyway. And I'm telling you, that's why I knew it was bad when she took those fucking keys. And clearly, she didn't forget them. When she showed up on Wednesday, she didn't forget those fucking keys. She probably went and made fucking copies of them already. Yeah, she better make sure she tells the landlord that business. Oh my fucking God. Anyway. So much for other people are fucking wacko. Now we know it's her too. For how I was ending up in a fucking homeless shelter that many times. knowing I am fucking destitute. They've been told that these people were trying to fucking kill me, and she's still doing it. So clearly that's a fucking dangerous person. Get it? I'm sure that the cops do. And they go, these people are so fucking out of it. Is her kid still at the house? 72-hour hold in a fucking psych eval? Yeah, like you're already making up excuses to leave your mother alone in your fucking house. Where is Barbara? Like, does Michelle talk to Barbara? Okay. Well, I don't know, because I think Cindy talks to Barbara, but I don't know if Michelle talks to Barbara. Okay, someone needs to talk to Barbara, because Barbara was already concerned yesterday, Cindy told me. Okay. Yeah. It may not work out. No, it may not work out, because I'm one of these women's next to kin, and maybe Cindy doesn't know that, and she's fucking it up for herself. It's terrible. It doesn't mean she won't keep possession of her, but it might be to the point where they're going to have to do crisis management at the hospital with her. I said it yesterday. You can't, it's 12 hours. And did she sleep last night? The mother? You're already making up an excuse to leave today and then tomorrow too. If you talk to Scott Cameron about tomorrow, why do you want to drive out here today? It's all in a text message, Cindy. It's all in my phone. By some chance you can see this, you need to stop it. Right, because I do have a contact number for Scott, and I hate to involve him in it, but I don't have your other children's numbers. Like, maybe if someone wanted to contact Barbara, and then see if Barbara can call somebody about, right. If Barbara Kent needs to be taken to Sturdy, okay, and then they'll have to sort out what's going on with the VA. I don't think they're going to be able to wait till the 17th. Is Justin there? Okay, because he's moving out, right? She's making up a lot of excuses to keep leaving the woman alone, but refusing to have her admitted. Get it? That it's the second time I've been through this with these people.
Not sure where it came from, but from that ocean water that came crashing over the seawalls. Take a look at some footage from earlier today that shows just the magnitude of those waves crashing against the seawalls, reaching as high as the top of some of those homes. Just so intense. Mother Nature there on full display, and with high tide at 8 o'clock today, those waves were reaching.
I guess Barbara's going to call me. I don't know if they can see this. They're probably like, she's probably watching it right now. That's why she's doing it. Because Barbara was talking to Cindy about this yesterday. Cindy told me that Barbara doesn't think it's a good idea for Cindy to take possession of her. I don't want to fight her, right? That's why I had her take her out of here last night. I'm not having that here in this house, right? I said to it's not really up to the police probably, but someone else can do it. It's called the court section, right? Where they just go and take her out of Cindy's house. She's clearly going to think it's me doing it, but for me personally, I'm not getting involved in it, especially if she leaves me alone. I mean, yeah, the weather's pretty bad. I'm clearly just leaving with the backpack. There's not a reason for me to stick around, because I'm sure that's what it will come to, because the cops don't want to be bothered with it. If that's the problem, when people are psycho like that, I already know, right? You just go, I was trying to contact the shelter, and they're kind of probably busy because of the weather, before I just went out there. If people were wondering, I'm not trying to delay it. That's why I wanted Cindy to take her and not leave her here. Yeah, because I could tell the handwriting was on the wall. It was an excuse. It's just terrible because she had to get into it with me, and it's because it's dragging on too long. We don't get along.
Along, almost as if it had been plowed along Ocean Boulevard. Unitil is the utility up here. They tell us that about
I gotta get dressed.
Hampton and
Just-
Hampton Falls are without power at this hour. About 18,000 total in New Hampshire.
I don't know, man.
They're still kicking up. We are expecting gusts around 50 to 55.
I remember when Cindy told me that she was talking to Barbara, I was like,
Up here, especially in northern New Hampshire, up to a foot or more. Reporting on
it was so funny because she said that Barbara was like talking like she's a know-it-all because she's an adult. We're not children. Yeah, I mean, 13 years have gone by. She's an adult. She has her own children. That's her grandmother too. I honestly, I was actually defending Cindy about it yesterday, but after the remainder of yesterday, I went, oh my God, I can see now why Barbara said that. Because she knows Cindy, obviously, whereas I have cut off all contact with her. I won't even come downstairs. Remember, I wouldn't even come down here. Remember that? And she goes, oh, did I do something? She like cornered me outside. Remember that over the summer after what happened with Brian? Ay, ay, ay. I know, it's like your mother's the only reason because you keep going to the house she's at that I live in. I mean, get a clue. I hate being mean, but you go, I told Scott this. I go, I made the mistake of contacting her because I didn't know who else to call because I knew Tommy would say no because he wouldn't let Brian come here. And I was trying to get my boyfriend to a detox and she had a car. And I regretted it as soon as I started doing it. It's like no matter how many times something like this happens with Cindy, I don't regret last night. Nope, because she'd be here again this morning. The same thing. Like, whoa. I don't know. I don't know what other people's point of view is because, like I said, I have a mouth and I'm not actually two-faced because I don't usually interact with people. Two-Face is what I witnessed yesterday. But to some degree, they do it. That's why she tried to start talking to me this morning. Cindy, I don't do that. Tommy and I, as far as I knew, weren't doing that. Like I said, I was kind of mean about him too because I'm homeless. Yeah, but we were not having fights. We stayed out of each other's way. You know, just, oh my God. Because he knew that I had a medical condition. Yeah. Just, that's what I said. He would roll over in his fucking grave at this point. And it started yesterday. It started one day after the guy died. Just, whoa. I didn't know if Barbara was, I know you get paranoid. I didn't know if Barbara was doing it because they didn't want me to end up with someone's money. I've never wanted that woman's money. Like in 2021, when we got evicted, I just left and left her there with Tommy because he was packing up stuff. And he never said anything about stay with us or anything. So I left. And then I never contacted them. They weren't in the same house. I had his phone number. I didn't call him. He drove out to Quincy and saw me. He was with one of Michelle's kids. Yeah, and then he said, "Oh, we're in a house in High Park. If you want to go back with us," like he just drove up and said it, and I was like, "All right." And then he had to drop him off and do something and come back, and that's what he did. He put my shopping cart right in the thing and took me back here. And it's been 2 years now.
So we devoted to that. And nowadays, we are building them an empire. Embassy has supported us with everything we need. Yeah.
She's probably been calling everybody since last night. She was probably doing that the whole time I was out. The only person's number I have was Scott, and I said to him too, I'm like, I really don't even, that's not why I'm calling you. Like, I clearly wanted someone to talk to, but I didn't want it to turn into like talking about his mother and stuff. I really didn't want to do that to him. Yeah, because of the drama. When you talk to someone, you want to talk to someone just regular and not, I'm not interested in what some people in this family do. I'm not interested in it. Right, just Tommy died is not, for me, a family reunion. It's really not. I think it's good for their family to do it. I've said that for years. I never understood why they were doing all this. Because honestly, they all do the same thing. They really do. They all do the same thing. And it just seems like they all want to keep talking to each other. And maybe that's why Barbara doesn't care. Because she's probably like, I talk about her too as soon as I hang up the phone. That's just us. Right. Yeah. That's not my business, except I have to hear it. And then usually I wouldn't even say anything about it. I know. And you just go, oh my God, Cindy, I've only been talking to you for a day. I can't do it. I'm going to have a medical condition myself. I don't want to stop vomiting blood and fall down. I am tired. I would like to be able to rest a day. What the hell? I know, just, oh, believe me, when I finally get to the shelter, because everybody at the shelter is some version of me. Whereas these people are a different version of something that has nothing to do with me. It's very, very sad. It's a Holocaust. Right. And I'm not like a hostage that people trade around. Like you're trading off hostages. Fucking crazy. You can go to my house. I'm never going to your house. I think Scott's, that's completely spent out with Scott too. He didn't even want to come here. And he didn't say this to me. I'm speculating. Clearly, she already has keys to the fucking house, dude, that she refuses to turn over. I've got to leave to a homeless shelter when the cops told me yesterday I could stay here till the end of the month. That is what she told the cops. The cops made that up. That's the cop that talked to her. The one that bought me coffee and a croissant sandwich. Right. That's the one that talked to her. I talked to a different cop. So he talked to her and Jake on the phone. I don't think he was making it up. Nope. They were supposed to be out of here by nightfall so that when I came back, they were gone. And there's no drama for Mary. And then she told the cops she had no intention to come back here again. And 12 hours later, she's already contacting me about coming back here today and tomorrow. She did it to herself. Someone's probably going to court section Barbara. Probably is what's going to happen. I'm not the one who did it before. Yeah, I'm not the one who did it before. Because you go, this is a lot of, I mean, we understand you guys are traumatized. Like, how many days of trauma are you going to keep this going on for? When this is the second day of it? 2, 3, 4. It's the third day of it. Can Mary have a time period of? No, I don't want to join into people's drama. It's like, are you the person that's been living with this person for 13 years? Jesus fucking Christ. Are you the one who went like this and now to see a person dead with his fucking pants down? Oh, thanks for cleaning up the blood over there. And yeah, I need you to get out today. That probably happens all the time, I'm sure. Like there might be people at the fucking shelter. Yeah, I was just staying with someone too. And then as soon as that person died, they just told me to get the fuck right out. I like couldn't believe it. They fucking called the cops right on me and bloop because I'm not on the lease. Oh yeah, just like that's a way you lose all your shit too, because if you like actually bought something and then all of a sudden the person fucking died, you just go, oh my God, seriously, dude, you're dead. Like I bought 2 pairs of boots I have to part with. And then my fur coat. You just go, I don't have a way to accumulate stuff, and I don't think I would have done that here anyways. Yeah, it's really this too. That's why it's not making too much sense to me about God. But if they hadn't shut off my income, I was probably going to leave by the summertime anyway. Yeah, because he wouldn't let me have anybody over here. You just go, all right, we understand about the hospital bed. Okay. Right. Anyways, in a sense, I look at the weather and go, okay, so if I leave this house for the entire day, I don't think I should do it without the cops. Yeah, I don't think I should make any statements like that to her without the cops. That's why you go, really? I'm just going to leave to a shelter. Like you're actually going to fuck me out of even just 3 weeks of being in a house by myself. You're that fucking sick. Okay. Yeah, just obviously never fucking contact me. That's the only way that I'm sure the cops know. That's the only way they can do this, because this is not Barbara Kent's fucking house. This is a rental house that Tom Kent. That's what the landlord told her. She told me that. And so did the cops. Tom Kent rented this, not Barbara Kent, and she is no longer here. You took her the fuck out of here. Probably. We'll see if she goes that fucking far, where now she's going to have to contact the landlord again. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I think I have till tomorrow to leave, right? But it's about, she's just... How the fuck a person keeps running around still saying she believes in God is a fucking wonderment. Does it still seem paranoid to go... Like I expected her to tell the cops that she's Home Realty Group Trust. I expected her to tell the cops she's Home Realty Trust. I swear to God. You just go... And then the cops go, what? Okay. Your Home Realty Trust? So the VA is paying your brother to pay you rent? But you don't provide any care to your mother? Well, I can see why she told you to take her the fuck out of here. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess she's not renting a house in Plymouth this summer, Brian, wherever you are. I don't know if you died or not. I guess she's not having a house party with a bunch of dudes in Plymouth this summer. Well, I guess maybe she'll have Scott Cameron carry Barbara Kent in a wheelchair to a house in Plymouth for a week, just to prove she can. Just the whole thing. I don't think I got to tell Scott that part. Like, she wouldn't let us go. It was so weird. She's here inviting everybody to go, and she says, oh, you can go. And I go, can I bring my boyfriend? And she pauses, and right in front of her mother, she goes, maybe after everybody leaves. what? That's why I didn't do it. But later on, I was explaining about the detox. Later on, right? You just go, why would we have to wait till everybody leaves? I didn't even know who the people were. She showed me a picture. This is all a bunch of like 20-something-year-old dudes. Why would we have to wait until they leave? But Tommy and Barbara went. I can see why Barbara was mad, because I remember when they came back from there. I don't know if it's true. She was saying something about they were like partying. And Cindy said, oh, it was bad for Tommy because he was having a good time and then she wanted to leave. Yeah, because that's fucked up. That's why. That is fucked up. That's why they left and didn't spend the night. They were supposed to spend the night. Just, believe me, if Brian and I could have left, we would have. Yeah. I mean, honestly, in retrospect, as soon as she said she knew Kaz, I should have went, okay, Brian, this is the thing is we're going to have to stop walking real fast away from her right now before I flip the fuck out. And just we'll head right back to the fucking train station. I'm sorry. But yeah, this is not going to fucking work out. He didn't even know at that point, but I think he did know why I was doing it. Because I didn't say anything till the next morning. Like, yeah, we got to get the fuck away from her. I'm sorry I ever did this. So, probably. When's the last time Michelle talked to her? Just, we're doing what? Okay. Did they leave out the part where Mary had to call the cops on her yesterday? And she told the Boston police she was not coming back here? Yeah, I mean, most people really don't want to get involved in that. Right, you go, I was told by her and the police that the landlord said I could stay here till the 30th. I just told her I will be gone long before the 30th. She will have time to come here and take everything. I know you go, what can I possibly do, Cindy? Right, what can I possibly do to be more nicer and just leave me the fuck alone? Honest to God. You never know. They might have said, okay, and after the bed, you'll leave Mary the fuck alone till the 30th, or? Like, are you looking at this? How are you people doing this right now? Maybe I shouldn't say you people. They might be going, Mary, we're going to have to section her to a hospital. Like, I don't know. I don't know what she's been doing in the past 2 days other than here. Right, just, she hasn't slept and she just keeps calling everybody and asking people to do stuff, just like you said, and ordering people around like this. Yeah. What do we do? If she was ever doing that, you could probably start out with the police and then see what they say to do. Yeah, I'm sure there's a way to court section her. If you're one of her children, you can court section her. Okay, so clearly, probably anybody that's related to Barbara, but you have to have a reason. I mean, obviously. I don't know, but someone did it to Barbara in 2017, and the VA took her. Yeah. That's not going to help me. Yeah, that helps Barbara not be left in a house. Right. But that doesn't help the situation if someone won't leave me alone. Yeah, that's a different thing. So hopefully maybe other people can talk to her. Okay. And just... Yeah, I think that she's not even planning on staying that long. Like, it's snowing and it's cold outside. I don't even know if I'll stay here till the 17th at this rate. Honestly, what difference does that make to me if I'm going right to a shelter? Nothing's going to happen to delay that other than, yeah, it in some ways it makes it more stressful. Right, it's just take a shower, pack up a bag, and go. I explained to her last night why I didn't want Barbara left here. So I could go back and forth and talk to the people in the shelter and then go into it. I know they have a whole thing now about avoiding eviction, but I'm not a tenant, so I don't even think that applies to me. And it's kind of crazy because I don't have an income and it's a 4-bedroom house. So that seems, even if the landlord was like, that's guaranteed rent or whatever, but don't you have to go within their guidelines of rent and stuff? Some of them don't like Section 8s. Yeah, some of them don't like Section 8. So, yeah, like I have to pay an electric bill and I wouldn't have any internet. That's not as big of a deal, but you got to have electricity and because you have hot water. So it's just not worth it. Yeah. They used to have a program through the shelter where you didn't have to have an income at all. You go into one of their rooms. That's why they do it.
So the bulk of the storm has exited.
So.
Still some wind and still some snow and rain showers lingering behind, and they will for the next couple of hours. But it is.
I'm sure they're probably trying to help me, and it's probably because these people haven't talked to me in so long. But it could be why Barbara wouldn't come here. She asked for the number, I guess. So it could be why Barbara wouldn't come here. It might be something like she talks to her on the phone, because if she doesn't, she just shows up at her house or something. It might be that. So we'll see. They're not going to let her do that at a shelter, and then she won't know where I am. But I have the phone. I have Scott's number. Scott's got my number, so. Yeah, I mean, I'm almost feeling like at this point that I should at least go out for the entire day tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe I should just let her come here tomorrow if the weather's going to be all right and I just plan to be out of the house. Yeah. Yeah, because I can see why she wants the bed. It's just, oh my God. Talk about too nice, Tom Kent. We're all going to start talking like Candy now. Yeah, I'm too nice. I think sometimes people don't understand that a person is like afraid of you and you're stressing me out. Right. So, and they all do the same thing. I remember when she was talking about her son, that went away and wouldn't have anything to do with her. I remember when she said she saw him in court, she doesn't understand other people's emotions. Yeah, she goes, like, he's too sensitive. That's what she told me. He's too sensitive. Yeah, Mary's too sensitive too. Obviously. Like, Jesus God. Tommy had something too, like anxiety and PTSD and shit too. It's just, I'm not Tommy. I don't know how to explain it. He wouldn't go to a shelter. Even with an income, he wouldn't get the fuck away from these people. I'm not him. It's like, dude, $2,000 a month. He probably thought this because it makes paranoid people sicker. He probably went, if I leave, they're going to shut off my money. That's why they won't give Mary any way to get the fuck away from here. That's a valid thought. Even though it's paranoid, it's a valid paranoia. It's justifiable paranoia when you see someone doing something like this to a person. Like, how is she outside? That's never happened before at the shelter. How is she outside in the ground? Like, are you trying to say she's a mental case and she took off? The cops know that's not true. That's why I stayed in Quincy the whole time. In case people were wondering. I had a video of them knocking on the door saying this is staff on the weekend, and they wouldn't call their bosses. They wouldn't call Steph and John. And they have an outreach person that goes out in the public and gathers up the homeless people in Quincy and goes, yeah, come back to the shelter. Never once did they do that with me in 2 months. So the cops know that. Yeah, I think that the cops would prefer I'm left alone. I mean, Jesus God, I'm clearly not staying here. Like, I started thinking this morning, because I am not an asshole. Okay, so she told the cop she was never coming back here. That clearly doesn't make any sense. And that I could stay here till the end of the month. Okay, so I need to be out by the 17th when she gets the VA talks to us so she can come take all this stuff. I'm not sure I was required to be doing that. It's not I want the bed. Don't get me wrong, but did those people don't have trucks? Who's the one with the truck, Scott? Okay, maybe they don't have trucks. I don't know what they drive. But yeah, that's a lot to expect of people to transport her in a bed in one night. But you go, why would she ask about the porta potty first and say nothing about the bed? Okay, because she wanted to come today. That's why I go, is Justin still there? I thought she told me that all of her children were getting their own place. Is he getting one, but he didn't move yet? Okay. It's kind of like this, guys, like if you're her children, because I've been through this with Cindy since I was a teenager, before Scott was born. Okay. Or Scott was a baby. I think it was before Scott was born, but he might have been a baby. No. She would ask me to babysit at Veterans Road and buy me a 6-pack of beer, and then she'd be gone for 2 days. That's why I stopped babysitting for Cindy. Okay, so she's got to sort out her life. Right. She has an 89-year-old woman now in her possession that requires 24-hour care. And she's in a wheelchair, and doesn't she have stairs? Okay, so she has to set up, make sure that she can't hurt herself in that wheelchair. I know, I'm a wicked bitch. So she's anchored to that house. Is Scott coming by himself without Cindy to get it? Scott Cameron? Okay, that's a different story. Right, the issue is Cynthia Kent. Right, so, and the keys to the house for the remainder of the time I'm here, which I understand if she wants belongings, because I'm sure the landlord would appreciate them clearing out the house too. So yeah, it's like, because of the weather, whenever she was saying the 17th, I figured get out before the 17th. I told her that. So I don't know if she's expressing that to other people. Yeah, just when she said I could stay till the 16th or the 17th, I would be out by what? The 10th? That's a whole week to get stuff out. So if I have to be out by, the 16th was the landlord. Then she said the landlord said the end of the month. Okay. The 17th is the VA appointment at her house. Okay. So if they said the 16th, I'd be out by the 9th or the 10th. And then that's a whole week to clear out the house. Get it? I'm not dumb. If I was told and the cops told me they were told that the landlord said the end of the month. So if I left on the 20th, that's 10 days. That's 10 days to get the stuff out. Okay. So I actually think I'm being reasonable, even though sometimes people try to make people seem like they're wacko. You go, someone already told me they tried to tell her that already before last night. Like, first of all, she needs crisis management because her brother just died. And she seemed actually really upset. And that she said that was the only person she was talking to. So maybe she hadn't been talking to Barbara. It was when I first moved in here, I think, that she said she talked to Barbara. So maybe things have been going on where people have stopped talking to her. Okay. I don't know. I don't want to turn this into something. It's not. That's what I said. I don't usually talk to her. So,
So I went into her bathroom and looked for it. And it wasn't on the form where it would have been.
Yeah, because that's very, very true. I said that I needed her gone so I could go to the shelter. Yeah. So I don't really need to stay here till the 30th. But if we could just get through the day where it's snowing, because I left last night because of it, and it was freezing. Okay. So I don't even know what's going on with the shelter yet. I thought I explained this to Cindy. Okay. I want to be able to go out there and find out what's going on because there's other shelters. I don't want to just take a backpack like I usually do. Things aren't like they used to be. Maybe they're really reliant on Mary just goes like this, and I'm constantly going to be like carrying loads of weight and stuff. Like 13 years have gone by, people. I'm going to be 53 years old. Okay, like seriously. Maybe you should calculate when Tom Kent went on dialysis and just leave me alone. Okay? Anyways, it's not like those days anymore. Those people are not exactly nice. I spent 2 months on the ground. I just went out there again, and I had swelling in my eyes and my ankles. So it's like, yeah, I don't even know if these people are ever going to house me. So if you could just at least let me recover from that in terms of the stress of it and not stop putting more stress on me. Yeah, like, I mean, I'm sure probably as soon as Tommy got in this house, he probably had weird things going on at the beginning. And then he had to become more dominant and shit. And you're like, none of that is taking place. None of it. That's why I went, here's this paperwork, this, and I let her decide it. I told her that. You're going to decide, okay, you're doing this. Okay, then I will just go. And it was like any discussion about blood. No, I will just go. That's what a shelter is for.
Have you never made false allegations towards George prior to this?
I have.
Why?
My husband and I had gotten into physical altercations. We have tussled before.
I don't know.
What I told.
I know, you just go, okay, why does she want my number? I know, like, oh God, why does she want my number? That's why I'm trying to avoid it all, believe me.
We were just tussling back and forth. George had put me in a police hold that he wouldn't take that seriously.
Actually, over the years, Barbara seemed like more like one of the saner people. I gotta say, like, she's trying to get her life like regular. It seemed like she got married and everything. So, in terms of like sanity, it doesn't mean I like everything about her. It's just it's not. I don't really have any grudges against her.
It's just innocent. She's just flat innocent, and the man is out to get him.
I already said I will have nothing to do with Michelle. All due respect, just way too many words were said that people, believe it or not, you don't come back from. Like, I abandoned my kid screaming it to me at the thing, and screaming at my mother about something about insanity and all this stuff. So there's certain things that happen in life that you just have to let it go. So, just uncalled for things. There's a lot of people, I'm sure, that don't like me. I don't force myself on them. Right, Brian Buchanan? Right, like you just go, did you leave the hospital? Okay, bye. Sometimes. I don't know if it's because how would he know anything I was doing unless he sought me out? Get it? I don't have his phone number. I haven't been out to Quincy since last August. Get it? He would have to seek me out on the internet to see anything I'm saying. Right. So you just go, I think a person talking about you is not like stalking and harassing you. Yeah. Believe me, I've been stalked and harassed, as you can see. That's stalked and harassed. Usually these people that end up getting arrested, if you don't know this, they often have some sort of connection to the person that they won't leave alone. It's a psychiatric condition. It's not just, hey, and then it's a stranger that you stalk and harass. They generally have a connection to them that they can't get over, that the person doesn't want anything to do with them. They just can't do it. Is it 1 o'clock? Oh my God. I gotta get dressed. Let me bring this. I know. Now I'm gonna actually, everything will be done on camera now. Did this light off? Okay, good. Oh yeah. If people aren't feeling that in your knees, consider yourself lucky. I think when it's combined with the cold, you notice it more. Yeah, we're gonna have an issue. You're still on that blanket. I totally forgot you were even here. I'm not used to having to worry about a dog. All right. Are you having sore joints or you're just depressed? Because you haven't gotten off the blanket yet today. That's what I'm saying. Are you going to end up croaking now because of all this? Are you sick or just depressed? Do you want me to bring you downstairs? Can you get up? Have you been up off that blanket? I know you go, seriously, dog? That's right. I got to do something about you before I can leave. I can't leave you in this house like that. Well, I said that. At least he didn't have to bury his dog. He didn't have to bury his dog or his mother. So those two things, that maybe that would have been something he didn't think he could bear. And that's why the dog and her are still living right now. Oh, God. I know. I mean, just understand I actually wasn't bad. I mean, I'm an adult. If you saw the house I was in when Al did what he did to me, because at first I didn't have the children or my dogs. Oh yeah, just no electricity, no propane fuel. I don't think my alarm was hooked up to the company anymore, but it would set off if you opened it up if I set the alarm. So that's probably part of the reason. But it was like 4 acres with all this acreage around me. Oh, the cops are here today. I don't know if she knows that. I don't mean to sound threatening or whatever, but they've been here every day for like 3 weeks over there. It seems good that they're there with the weather like this. I know it's like a police presence rather than they're protesting in this type of weather. They would be after yesterday. Yep, they would be protesting in this type of weather. Yep. But anyways, I was fine with being in the house alone. Like at first, because this is not a rural area. I mean, if you saw my house, you'd be like, "Oh my God, this is not a rural area." It's just, I think it's not really you're afraid to be in the house alone. It's just sort of like an extension of your grief and your shock. It takes a while when you're so used to having people around to just go. I think it was actually weirder, and it's probably because Barbara's not dead. I think it was actually weirder because of Tommy. It's probably because he died. That's probably why it's weirder. Yeah. I honestly probably, I don't know. If I counted up the interactions, there's more with her when you go to the kitchen, but it's always like, oh God, I got to deal with her now. It's not really like that with Tommy. It was better than it was at the house. Yeah. So probably it was probably something that he wanted. It was probably good for him to have me around for a couple of years and not be completely here without her. I definitely could have offered him more moral support in what he was doing. But it was difficult for me to have conversations with him because of his mental illness. Like, he was really mentally ill. So I'm sure the family will probably talk about that more, where when someone's gone, they can't hear you talking. Yeah, so Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of years on someone's couch, and everybody sort of kind of like tries to ignore it because nobody sectioned them to a hospital. So, it's cold, man. It is cold, so I think I'm gonna lay her up. I know you just go, whoa, these fluctuations in the weather. And then I would like to do laundry again before I go, so I know it just sucks because she did manage to make up something in the hospital bed. I think the VA probably supplies those too, by the way. I mentioned it. I was talking about the bed to her. I was trying to have conversations with her, and she kept like trying to deflect and delay. I'm pretty like, did she even call the VA and explain the situation? Like, are they expecting her to get private people to put a hospital bed in a pickup truck? The VA can't deliver a hospital bed to her house. She should have been doing these things right on the 2nd of April. But again, she was very concerned about finances. So, all right, you went through that. Now start calling the VA. I told her that she needed to be more aggressive with the VA, not Mary, more aggressive with the VA. Because the woman probably qualifies for a hospital bed just to be delivered right to Norton, and then nobody has to do any of that stuff. Well, it's part of being something wrong with the family because they're paranoid and they won't reach out to others. Barbara Kent was not like that, you know, so they seem sicker than their own mother that they have been calling sick for all this time. When she had her brain, she was always on the phone to the VA, ordering stuff online, calling them. Oh my God, I didn't even get to try these pants on. Jesus. I'll have to do it to make sure they fit me if I'm going to take them with me. I'm not going to be able to take much. So, and then it just is unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but it's not. It's really better not to ever ask people to do anything for you, and that's generally why I don't do it. People probably, that's what I'm saying. This is a good example of it. Thank you, God. People probably make up this business about, I'm constantly this, that, and the other people. All I've ever done is stayed in a house that people were already in. Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time since I was smoking, right? So all I ever did was stay in a house that other people were already in. Like they were already paying for everything. They didn't require more money. Okay. And it was my mother's house, and then it was a rental house that Tom Kent had that his mother was living in. Okay, so I don't know if people started making statements about how unfair it was that Tommy got to live in a house. It's like he was providing care to her. I didn't understand why he didn't buy a house. That's what I said. I mean, what happened to all that woman's money? Why didn't he buy a house? Not the fact that he was living in a house with her, although I thought financially it was a bad idea, and that he probably had some selfish motives in doing it, yeah. But not he was using her money to get a house. Of course you use their money to get a house. Yeah, you're caring for them. Why wouldn't you use their money to give them a good place to live? This is way better than the house she was in. So, oh, I don't need this. Yeah, I think the VA can probably have a hospital bed delivered before the 17th. So, any talk like that, like, what the heck, blah, blah, blah. Call the VA. Call the VA. That would be my answer to what the fuck. Call the VA. Right. Just because they're not going to give you money until May 1st doesn't mean they can't deliver a hospital bed. They pay it directly. That's why I told you yesterday you need to be more aggressive with the VA and find out what this woman's benefits are. Because I mentioned things. I already said that to her about a bed. It helps if you listen and write things down. So if that's been a problem in your life until now, right, you need the clipboard for sure. You need the clipboard and a piece of paper, and to stop thinking that you know everything all the time. Right, because unless someone goes, this, yeah, we tried to get a bed from the VA and it's a problem. Okay, then someone else can come and get the bed. That's not Cindy, because Cindy's supposed to be in a house with Barbara Kent anyway. Okay, how's that work? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. His dog might not be doing too good, but do they get depressed? He won't get off this blanket now. I don't know if I should try to lift him up and bring him downstairs. Hi. Hi. No, I'm not going to hurt you. It's all right. Are you feeling sore? Do you want me to carry you downstairs before I jump in the shower? Well, all right. That's not going to, no, don't worry. I'm not going to push it. No, don't worry. I'm not interested in getting bit or scratched. So feel free to keep laying there. Oh my God, this person, it's probably the same people that run this thing, commenting on that Zoe Woody Facebook too. It goes into the internet prison that no one else can see in that Zoe Woody account. If you can avoid, if you can save yourself from homelessness, Mary, I highly recommend you do that. I just, yeah, thanks. Oh, if you have the opportunity to save yourself from homelessness, Mary, I highly recommend you do that. Okay, thanks. Oh, you ready to go downstairs now? Want to go downstairs now? Let me get rid of this for the day. We don't need this here all day, right? Nothing crazy. Okay. Come on. Come on. You gotta go downstairs at some point because you have to use the toilet. Come on. Yeah, you're gonna die because I know you just go. He doesn't want me to pick him up by the harness either, but. Hi. I'm not gonna get bitten by a dog. Hi. That's what Tommy used to do. But clearly the dog would never bite him, but he would pick it up by the harness, and now I know why. Because I think Barbara thought it was weird, like he was hurting the dog. The dog will not let you pick him up. That's the only way Tommy could do it. I still haven't put a bag in that trash barrel. I'm so used to using my own trash anyways. And it's like I'm here by myself right now, but I mean, clearly I'm not going to be here long. The powers that be are not going to allow that. And clearly Almighty God said enough is enough, so. Obviously, whoever that being is has dementia. Okay, and it's like, yeah, thanks. Thanks for the tip. Are these wet from last night? Thanks for the tip about avoiding homelessness at all costs. Whatever the hell that means. I know. Get in our car and go to our house. No, thank you. This thus concludes the shifting of hostage. That's never going to work, right? So. You got a whole family that all work, right? So no one is asking anybody to do heroic deeds. That's what a shelter is for, and they have housing. They build apartments at the thing, and they give out housing. Just a matter of when they've decided that I've been homeless long enough, then they will end it. It's really that simple. You just make up an excuse for why this is going on, and then you make up an excuse that filled a requirement that you made up. And then it ends. It's not rocket science. So apparently last year, it was deal with Tom Kent, because that's all that happened in 2017, right, was a police report of domestic violence, which wasn't even, I did not call the police on Tommy. The police were called on Norman. And it's just all a bunch of nonsense, of orchestrating nonsense. That's why I have nothing to do with people in this family. I'm not part of their family, but that's why I have nothing to do with it. Because you can see the people that want to partake in it and the people that don't. And I'm one of them that does not. Really don't. A person sitting in a room night and day trying to avoid people does not want to take part in it. Well, apparently, he said he was on a work strike. So I'm not his doctor. But Cindy told me that she called his therapist even from a medicine bottle she got out of this house. And that the therapist was rude to her. You think? Because apparently she started accusing his doctor, I guess, of gross neglect or something. She keeps talking about his belly, and she said that the doctor goes, I saw him in something, he had a jacket on. No, I didn't notice his belly. And Cindy, it doesn't even mean she said it like that, but Cindy said she said it in some weird way. Yeah, because you're basically accusing his doctor of malpractice already, like gross neglect. She's a therapist, not a medical doctor. So he had Medicaid, and he clearly didn't want to see a doctor. He told me years and years ago that he probably didn't even go to the same doctor, that his blood pressure was wicked high and they wouldn't do anything about it. So that's all you get from a person. You don't know exactly what that means. I don't know why I feel like I'm rushed, like somebody's going to be here or something, but I got to be. That's one of the things I don't like about drama with people. That's why I'm not comfortable really staying here, because you never know when a landlord is going to show up or something. It's not like when you paid your rent and da-da-da. Yeah. It's not like when you're in your house or you paid your rent and everything is fine, or you're in a rooming house that your shelter takes care of and pays for. You just do. Some people probably now have like a hatred for the homeless because they feel that they don't have any responsibility. Yeah, that's why they're homeless. Yep. That is why they're homeless. You want them to have responsibility, just like I told the DTA office. Okay? Then give me an income and I'll have responsibility and pay bills. So, how to work? It's called 6 Children in a House. How to work. Went to school for dental assisting, was flown up here. Can't do that work. Way too long has gone by, and I wasn't certified in the state of Massachusetts, and my eyesight is terrible now. So, can't sit in that type of position. Even a doctor would tell you that now because of my kidneys and my liver, by the way, if you're not familiar with dental assisting. No, you're not going to put someone in a huge belly in one of those chairs. It has a thing that goes right here. So maybe the goal is to get Mary in a huge belly by stressing her the fuck out like you did to Tom Kent. So it's a little bit swollen today because of all this being on my feet and not following my program. I guess I'll move this now over here. Are you still up here? Did you go downstairs? What the hell? I knew that was going to happen. I got to call the pound soon. For sure. It's fucking gross. I am not living like that. Jesus Christ. See, this is not gonna work out. I gotta take you the pound anyway, but I mean, you're really pushing it. Fucking gross, man. Terrible. You weren't doing that shit when your father was alive. What the hell is wrong with you? Terrible, bad dog. Come on, we need to go downstairs now. Come on. Don't even think about it. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to call animal control. It's pissing and shitting all over the place, and it's like it's gonna bite me. And Tommy's not here, so yeah, definitely gotta go. I really don't want to use towels because it's gonna smell. Definitely gotta go. Yep. Yeah, I didn't know it was gonna get like that, man. It's got something to do with there's nobody downstairs or something, because now it won't go downstairs at all. You have to carry it down there, and it's going like it's gonna bite me. Where did I see that piss? Right after I picked up a poop, I then saw you pee too, right there, right in front of the bathroom door. All right. Well, I guess I can use the Swiffer. You've got to go to the pound. I knew it was bad last night when she didn't take the dog. Well, it's like I said, people make up shit. You can't be that sort of heartbroken and stuff and da-da-da, and you're going to honor the dude's fucking legacy, but you leave his dog here. I mean, clearly I'm going to a homeless shelter. What the fuck? How am I supposed to do with this fucking dog? People are fucked, man. Those need to be washed. Oh God. I mean, if this keeps up with my abdomen, I'm not even going to be able to do any of that. It's just, yeah, okay, I'm going to take this, that, and the other. I will have to do my laundry, though. I'm going to do this, that, and the other, and I'll be the fuck out of here now. Yeah. God. What do I want to do with the rest of the day? I probably should call the shelter again, since it's been a day now. And then this is because my routine got messed up and I haven't been able to lay down or drink enough water. Well, that's why you go, can you just kind of leave me alone for maybe a week and then I'll get my belly down before I go out to the fucking street? Thank you. because it was no way like this. I've been posting photos and videos for like 2 months now. So it's definitely because of the added stress and having to be on my feet all that time. So fucking crazy, man. That's why it's certain things where you go, doesn't she have a medical condition? I mean, can you just fucking leave her alone now, or not going to be able to, huh? Well, that's what restraining orders are for. Oh yeah, it was my phone.
Through the moment that you found out that you had lost yourself?
It was September 24th in the morning, and I had gotten a text message from one of his best friends.
Bring the water down here.
Who was also
I know. I guess I really don't have to stay down here. She's not here. That was the other thing too, because actually the room I'm in is way cleaner. It's nicer to look at than all this. Get it? But I just couldn't leave her here. So then I have to be downstairs all the time now. Well, I'm kind of not Tommy. I'm not saying something bad about him, but yeah, like I can't, when she was here, I can't see staying in that room all the time.
You aren't under
But
the impression that
yeah, I mean, after a while, you gotta get the fuck away from her, I guess.
he was poisoned. He was poisoned because these pills that they're getting.
You get, I guess, a bottle of water. Even though I said I wasn't staying down here, for some reason I prefer to make phone calls down here.
Have lethal doses of it. And his autopsy showed
Yeah, maybe I can get the
there
dog.
was 6 times the fatal dose of fentanyl, right?
Yeah. 6 times. It's the #1 killer of Americans between 18 and 45.
Yeah, it's so sad. And what do you want parents to know?
It's so prevalent right now. They're playing Russian roulette if they try it. Give them a pre-packaged.
I'm actually out of soda again.
All of the things that it could
I have a little bit, but I mean, like, I'm gonna have to get soda. I moved this to do that.
One example is
Where's the
parents drug testing. I bet they do this. Or my coach drug test.
Did I take my pen back? I must have.
Or maybe all of a sudden you.
Yeah, because Barbara had to write nonsense on
You know,
the
last
paper.
week, and maybe you're getting that, you better leave. Whatever.
Right, I am not dead. Is that supposed to be a message from Brian Buchanan? She keeps saying it. He is not dead. I don't know. He looked pretty damn dead, but it's probably good you didn't have to see that. Just obviously, it's weird. I'm sure it's weird anyway, but when you knew the person, thanks for putting that on the what's it called? Boston Rescue Mission. Maybe that dog will decide it needs to come downstairs if I'm down here. Yeah. And then what do I do? I mean, if I had a gate, I would stop it from going upstairs completely. But it's not going to work out. I know that because I know this dog. I'm familiar with this dog, unfortunately, from before.
You can feel it.
Yeah, I'm sure the landlord would appreciate if I don't leave that dog here like that. So I got to look up the phone number for. Just this, you go. I know, maybe a note. Yeah, sorry, but I'm homeless and I don't drive and I have no income. So there was literally no way I could do anything with all this stuff. And I didn't purposely stay here to delay Tom Kent's family from cleaning it out. So probably that'll be the next thing. That's why you just go, I got to get the fuck out of here. Just the wheels, I'm sure, are probably churning already about. This is the Tom Kent's sister again. Right. Or or the police. She'll probably call the same fucking police. Like we need to set up a way to We need to set up a way where I can go in there. Okay, we're not setting up a way you can go in there. All right. So what day do you want her out of there by so you can get that stuff? We're not setting up a way for you to go in there. Fucking crazy. We need to set up a way for me to go in there and bother her. No. It's just like she said, you need crisis management. That's not really what that's not what the cops are for. Right. A sister does not have to talk to you. There's literally no one in life that has to talk to you, by the way, but a sister does not have to fucking talk to you. Right. That's why you were told to take your mother out of here, because that's the only excuse for you to keep coming to this house. Right. I mean, it's bad enough, obviously. I got to leave here because I have no way to pay for things. I don't even know the landlord. Right. But it's just. Didn't you just call us yesterday to see if she could stay there? Okay, what's going on? You want us to evict her now? Or why are we being caught up in this? You're not going to be, don't worry. Nope. Because obviously people do shit on purpose to fuck with you so that you just leave. That's what they do. So you don't have to worry about, I'm not involving a fucking landlord in this family's bullshit, believe me.
We've seen again that one pill kills. How does that happen? Well, fentanyl. I've written the book, We've Got Issues, How to Stand Strong for America's Soul and Sanity, because we've got people that just simply aren't standing up for this country. And
they've still got a shelter listed at 38 Broad Street. That's scary.
For what's important. And one of the things that I set forth in this book that I think is so important is do not.
They still have that shelter open? Oh my God.
There may be a lot of debate going on about immigration and illegal immigrants or undocumented immigrants. But we have a right to protect our southern border. I talk about that in We've Got Issues. And I want to give you the information you need to have a rational conversation about protecting our society, protecting our children, protecting your grandchildren. And I want you to be able to go to this book and open it up and have the dots real close together so you can make a reasonable argument about this. We can no longer allow these drugs to flow across our southern border. How many children do we have to lose? Pick this book up, read this book, use this book to change your life and be who you are on purpose. We'll see you next time.
What's up, everybody? Can I get a response from the trade room?
Trade means moving, man. We're talking about moving? Moving means contractors, inspectors, strangers judging my carpet. We're talking about staging. We're talking about a full ficus. A full ficus. Nobody's gonna be a full ficus in my house.
Can you use open door? So your house directly to them.
I guess we'll move.
Hi, my name is Mary Lagore, and I've been there many times, but not the new one. And I'm gonna have to leave where I'm staying by the 17th because my brother died. So do you? Okay. Okay. Is that a different extension? Okay. Okay.
I got injured at work and need workers' comp. Why should I call Jimmy?
Because when you're hurting a job, you need money and you deserve workers' compensation. I got a nurse who injured her neck, $99,000. I'm Jimmy, and I know what to do.
Okay. Even if I was, I did. I had Daniela. Is she still there? Is there any way I can leave her a message and then?
Doing all right. Temperatures are just barely warm enough to keep pavement dry and just kind of sloppy and messy out there. And on its way out as we speak. Still some rain and snow showers lingering behind, but a lot lighter than what it was early on this morning. Rain showers south of Boston, and really at this point it is sprinkles, drizzle more than anything else, just more of a damp feeling out there. You go north and west of 95, that's where you have the snowflakes, including Worcester. And Worcester is where you get some of those deeper blues.
Okay, thank you.
Heavy snow, or maybe a more persistent snow. You see one batch kind of on the 84-90 split over by the Charlton area, over to Worcester 290, stretching up 190 as well. And then a couple pockets of, again, not heavy, just maybe more of a steadier, bigger flake snow. A lot of the whites that you see here are literally a couple of snowflakes. This is kind of the last little gasp of the storm, if you will, and will continue to cycle itself down as we go throughout the afternoon and evening today. And as it cycles itself down, the wind will also cycle down as well. So the strongest of the wind is now behind us. We had overnight wind gusts 50, 60 miles an hour for a lot of us. Now, still very windy, 20 to 30, 35, and in some cases even 40-mile-per-hour gusts. So it will absolutely stay windy for the rest of the day today, overnight tonight, and really even into the day tomorrow. Watch our future wind gusts. Here's where we are right now. The wind gust potential 30 to 40 miles per hour. Notice as we go to 3 o'clock, they're on their way down, but it stays windy. Still wind gusts this evening, anywhere from 20 to 30 miles an hour. And tomorrow is a drier day, but it's still windy and a blustery day with cooler temperatures and wind gusts tomorrow upwards of 30 miles per hour. So from here...
Hi, I'm hoping to reach Daniela from Father Bill's Police. This is Mary Lagore. My brother passed away, and so I'm going to have to leave the house that I was in that he was renting. I got to be out by the 17th. If you could give me a call, I called the shelter. They said to call you, so it's 857-346-9591. Thank you. Someone sounds mean. I'm sure she's probably not mean. I know. There ain't no beds here. Well, where am I supposed to go then? I know, you just go. You got a phone number that says you have a shelter. You don't have to be mean. I don't know, unless it's so bad there that they're like, don't come here. We're going to pretend we don't know that's you. I don't even know if that's Daniela's phone number still. I texted Daniela the other day and she didn't return the text. So I knew it was odd because usually you get a message back. Maybe she blocked me. I don't know why. I never sent her a rash of insanity. I do my insanity online. I don't do it on their phones. That's my them, they. He said to call back in 10 minutes. Should I call this one on Kingston Street? It's always weird to go somewhere else, but.
It's definitely just 8 dudes from Reseda. This is definitely a bunch of guys. But I see, it's the juices flowing and the circulation moving and more.
There's no beds here. I get it. That's funny to me.
So I'm gonna say true. I'm going true. Intimate can help cognitive thinking. What do you think, Maisha?
Well, I haven't had an old man yet, so.
The day is young.
Okay, still so young. But I'm going to trust my instinct, and it does sound true, so I'm going to say that I think he's correct.
Correct answer? True it is. Both players on the board. That's how I like to do it. So let's just play one more time. Let's go to a man whose star sits proudly on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, Byron Allen. Hey, Byron, true or false? A woman tried to donate part of her liver to a friend until they discovered her liver and spleen had shifted to the other side of her body.
Yeah, but at least her heart was in the right place. You know what? This is
Wow. Okay.
That was my good instinct too. I think you're right.
Correct answer. False it is. 2 for 2. Wait, so you can tie it up right now. Let's go to the wickedly wonderful
Whoa, they definitely don't want you to call them. Okay. I gather that. You're probably supposed to just show up there. I don't know if that's more based on need or something. Maybe like just get out of the house and go to the shelter. Maybe. He said to call back in 10 minutes and they'll give me Daniela's number. So 205. I'll call back at 2:15. Well, I don't know if that's, oh, I should write it down and then I'll know if it's the same number that I already left a message on. It would seem weird, but it's possible she took that message off her phone. Oh, sorry, don't say your number, sorry. Did I already do that once? Did you have to change your number? Because me, I can't remember. Don't say her number on the internet. Okay. I know, I forgot the thing was on. I'm so used to talking to myself. I know you have beds there. Someone's trying to get me to go back there. I don't know if it's just a weirdo, but I mean, it seems it's probably someone in the military who has access to the Facebook platform to be doing that. It's either going to be the cops or the military. They're trying to lure me. They're saying they're Jen Vickery and that she's in one of their apartments there. It's obviously not, because I told her to meet me at this train station. So it's probably the cops. That's not really the train station, though. There ain't no beds here. Yeah, no kidding. I know, just... Probably. They're probably like, don't come here and fall on the floor and bleed all over the place, please. After I said that radiation's worse out there, too. It is what it is. I'm pretty sure she changed her mind before I even talked to her. I was talking on this thing, but I'm pretty sure the next time I talked to her, she had already had the stuff transferred over from the VA. I know you go, okay, so obviously after yesterday, I'm sure she's like, fuck her. That's why I said I gave her her out. Right? You go, you're going to be getting $3,600 on the 1st of May every month, at least while that woman's living. And you're going to let your sister go to the street like that? Oh, God almighty. How many of these people should we expect now with this storm? Is that what's going on? People flip out and kick them out? Well, this is not that. This is not that. It's because it's a rental house. This is exactly why kicking us out of that house was so bad. I stated it at the time. It wouldn't have mattered the conditions. I'm going to be on the street. I know you just go, I could have cleaned. It's now been 4 years. No, 3 years. I could have cleaned that whole house out. I told you, even if I couldn't get someone to donate a dumpster removal for me, I would have put it all in that driveway. I don't drive. And then maybe the neighbors get tired of that shit sitting in a driveway and they offer to get a dumpster. They don't even have to load it. I would have done it. So you would think if people were ever in their life going to do something good, but you go like this, you go, why would you need a house? Well, I don't anymore because apparently I don't have children anymore. No one ever has to answer that. And if you think I'm opening up a photo file, you're out of your mind. It's just like I said, I'll wait until I'm at a shelter and I can get another phone. But again, I should have been collecting $400 a month. Get it? Because I wasn't even spending all that money. I would have prepared all this time. It was like God was telling me to do it, and then you shut the thing off. I would have saved all that money and I'd have something right now. Get it? I'd have something. I could put my stuff in a storage. It's terrible. Every step of the way, people damning themselves. Probably daily now. Like, when did you shut it off? October? And there was still $600 on it. October, November, December, January, February, March. So I'd have, what's 400 times 6? 2,400? No, that can't be that much, right? 800. 4 times 4 is 1,600. 1220. Right? 1220. No, 24. Oh my God. Where's the thing? $400 times, what did I say? 6? October, November, December, January, February, March. Yeah, 6. $2,400 plus the 600 that was on there. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I would have $3,000 right now on that EBT card had you people not done that. Just know that about yourselves. Everyone gets that Social Security wasn't approved. Social Security's never mailed anything to this address. They keep mailing it to a shelter, and I'm sure it's long since forwarded back. Just mother of God. You're supposed to keep it on for like a year. I know, just, I would have $3,000 right now. And all I'd have to do is go, maybe I put a shopping cart and walk it to those Quincy storage. I can walk from here to Quincy with the shopping cart, put it right in a storage unit. I mean, why Quincy though with that kind of money? That's true. They have the cheapest storage units. Then you go into a shelter and calm down for a week or two. You don't make all these decisions right away. And then you go, all right, what am I going to do now? And then, right, is it like, do I talk to Social Security again? Or I just like, because clearly that's not a continuing income. I would have just had $3,000 saved by today. Get it? It's just like not giving me that COVID money. How much money do you think I spend? Not a lot. That was like a blitz. I hadn't had an income a long time, and I still had $600 on it. Even going to the symphony, getting some clothes at Savers, and smoking and drinking. Because I had stopped all that. I was upset about Brian. So anyway, clearly I didn't start smoking and drinking when I first got the income. Really, give it a rest. So let's see. May, June, July, August, September. So it was 5 months. 400 times 5. $900. And I still had $600 on it. I am not kidding you. That's all I spent? No, that's not possible. All I spent was $300? No. Is it possible 288 and then 188? No, it was 200 and then 188. Is it possible that the 300 was wrong? Yeah. 883. That might be more likely. So I spent under $600. Yeah, I spent under $600 because it was $900 I would have had I spent nothing from the time that I got the income till they shut it off. Even that's me on a blitz. That's me on a bloop. I spent 600 out of 900 and then stopped. And then they shut off the money. All right, let me see. No, not yet. 2 more minutes. Is there an option to talk to a case manager? Maybe there is. We ain't got no beds here. It's a heated room, right? It has a shower and a floor I can lay on because it's better than being outside. He didn't say my name back to me, so there's no way she can even know who's calling. Yeah. Yeah, so if she's mean, she's just generally mean, but I kind of doubt she's mean. It's just you have to be able to take some bit or whatever when you enter a shelter. I'm not 39 anymore when I first was sent out there. It's not easy, but you just yeah, I mean, you would hope people would be sweet and candy nice dealing with the homeless, but it doesn't always happen. It's overwhelming, I'm sure. I don't know how many people they have out there. But they might be like, don't come here. I just called the other place. They don't have an option to talk to you. I'll talk to a case manager, yeah. I'm supposed to have one. That's what I was telling them. It's not somebody new. And I already texted her, so maybe she doesn't want to talk to me. It says 15 minutes ago. Has it been 10 minutes? Oh, no, that's Daniela. It's been 18 minutes since I called you guys. There you go. How's that?
Everyone is talking about how Sonobello has revolutionized cosmetic surgery. Our innovative, minimally invasive procedures help you be your beautiful. Robin got amazing tummy tuck-like results with minimal downtime.
When it comes to your personal health and happiness, you deserve the absolute best.
That's how Jennifer became her beautiful. Sonobello, America's cosmetic surgery specialist. Call or go to sonobello.com and schedule your free consultation.
I might have hit the wrong button.
Learning to invest with Greenlight has really paid off.
Reminds me how I learned about investing.
Oh, I don't even know her. I don't know her last name.
Yeah, I never looked about investing.
I'm going to have to start over. I don't know her last name. Yeah. Are we supposed to know their last names? Oh, it's probably on the card. I don't know if I have one of her cards. Crap.
The all-important do or be done round. I'll remind you, whichever one of you players has the most money at the end of this round not only wins the game, we're going for a shot. $5 grand, $5,000. Now $300. By Asia, you're trailing, but you grab the lead right now. But John Lovitz. Hey, John, question to you. Normal gases were discovered by who?
Whoever was standing near me.
How did I get to 2?
Unfortunately, I do. What do you think?
Marie Curie.
Okay. So Marie Curie discovered noble gases. What do you think?
He's right.
The money answer we're looking for, Sir William Ramsay.
Hi, this is Mary Lagore. My brother passed away, so I'm gonna be homeless because I was in a rental house with him. And my phone number is 857-346-9591. I guess the landlord said I got to be out by the 17th of April. So I'm going to try to talk to the shelter staff again. I just spoke with them before leaving this message and see if I can find out about that while I'm waiting to hear back from you. Thank you. I got to call again because I hit 2. So that must have been what I did the other day. I think it's 0, isn't it?
Okay, great white shark primarily uses smell to hunt for food.
I think he's right.
Correct answer? Smell. There it is.
Huh? Okay, that's not right.
Economically dependent on their spouse is more likely to be
What the hell? Hold on.
Hey, honey, can I get some cash? I have a date.
cold but fun. You know what? This is false. Right, Joe?
I think he's right.
The right answer? This one, in fact, true. True. He said to snatch that lead. You can feel the energy. The toss of the zero, true or false? Legendary cellist Judy Bob was left a 266-year-old, $2.5 million cello in the back of a New York taxi.
Wow. Thank God it was his phone.
Hi, Vanessa. My name's Mary Lagore. I called a couple, 20 minutes ago about I'm going to be homeless again. I've been to the shelter before, but it's been about a year. I haven't been to the new. My brother passed away, so I was in a rental house with him, so I have to be out by the 17th of April. I had Daniela before as a caseworker. I don't know if she's still there. Okay. I had a number for her before, but I don't know if it's actually connecting to her. Okay. Okay, I have a pen right now. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's the one I did. So I left her a text the other day, but I haven't heard back, and I just left her a voicemail. So do you have a shelter still for people, or? Oh, okay. 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 Yeah, I had to do that before. Okay, I had to do that before. I'm just not to burden you. I just found my brother dead in the bathroom floor 2 days ago. So I'm kind of and then I'm having issues with, I have to get out because I don't have an income or anything. So I'm so petrified. So I'm glad to hear a human voice and know that. So thank you. So I'm familiar with the place, so I might just show up. We'll see how it goes, but I'm going to try to, since I have till the 17th, I'm going to try to touch base with Daniela first. Exactly. Okay. Thank you, Vanessa, so much. I appreciate it. Okay. Bye-bye. All right, so that's good. They have different people. Should I send her a text again? I don't want to bother her that proficiently. I know I sound terrible. Please don't bother me about my medical. Don't do it. Let's see. She's 41265. I'm aware. Believe me, because I'm up today, and I think they know because some of those people have big bellies themselves. Okay.
Medicare Advantage and Medicare Part D prescription drug coverage are important parts of Medicare. WellCare has a contract with Medicare to offer and provide these important options to you. Call right now to get your free copy of the WellCare All-in-One Guide. Call 866-740-4963 now. There is absolutely no obligation for requesting this free information. WellCare offers benefits that go beyond the basics, and we make them easy to use so you can support your best health. Call a licensed sales agent to see if you.
Well, I feel better, emotionally. That's the biggest step. Well, usually I just go in there, but obviously I run my mouth a lot, so it's yeah. No one deserves to be homeless. Don't forget.
So call 866-740-4963. Call today. Alice loves the scent of cane so much, she wished there was a way to make it last longer. Say hello to your fairy godmother, Alice.
and long-lasting gains and beans. Part of the irresistible scent collection from Gain.
They have so many people. That's why. I mean, I get it. Yeah. They have like a warming center still. So it's like people sitting up, which is not good. Right. Like I'd probably be dead in a month because I'm already like this. I definitely need like some time to lay down and like get back on my, even though I'm sitting already, but it's 2 something, right? Well, yeah, I don't know. Is everybody having this and just Tommy's health is that bad, or this is going to happen to all of us? I know. Just, I noticed. Oh yeah, this has happened to me before. Yeah, this has definitely happened to me before. So I'm probably just, I got to relax a little bit and it'll go back down. Yeah, because I noticed spotting yesterday. And that's probably why that's probably why it's been up like that, because there's hormones involved in it too. Where I went months, because I'm like, I guess that's considered premenopausal because I'm still spotting now. I think you have to go a year to be considered menopausal. So it hasn't been a year, but I went like months and months. So it was probably from June. There you go, Brian Buchanan. It was probably from June. So we're already into April, and it was last month it happened where I actually had to like find panty liners because I was spotting. It wasn't heavy. It was like wicked light spotting, but it destroys your underwear. It's wicked annoying. Like you could get away with not wearing even a panty liner, but every day you like got to scrub out underwear and you're destroying them. So anyways, not to be too personal, it's not exactly a period, but so anyways, it just started happening again last night. But yeah, it's definitely like spotting. Yeah, because I had a little bit of cramps too. So anyways, not anything bad. Cramps just a little bit. So along with this, which is related to it. And then after last month, it went way down again like it always did. Like it's still responding to that. But anyways, I noticed when I did those drumsticks before, it wasn't that maybe like 2 weeks ago, and I was doing my dinner meals, I was like wicked full. I was like, what is going on? And then it was like kind of like swallowed a rock. And it's probably because they shut off the SNAP food card, because that was February. They did it. Yeah, the stress is wicked bad for me. It's a lot of stress. So, yeah, I don't know because I have high blood pressure too, but it was obviously a year ago. It was great. Yeah, so I just got to relax and drink some water. Cindy said, like I said, she had something going on. Tommy said he didn't feel good, but I mean, he didn't say why. He said he felt sick. So. As weird as it is, she said that the autopsy is done. So, but I haven't heard. I know I don't want her to keep texting me, but you just go, and then you're not going to tell me the results. Okay, that's fine. Unless they haven't released it to the results yet. As weird as it is, I know it's like so morbid, but I'm just being completely honest. Like, I went to pick up my stuff off the floor, and I usually have a wet washcloth, and I scrub out my underwear in the shower because I want to do it, even though I put it in a washer and dryer. It's just a woman thing. Sometimes they don't get your underwear totally clean. You got to like scrub them first. And I explained the thing about the spotting. So anyway, it's just a thing I started doing to me. I do it every time regardless now, just to make sure that they're totally clean. So, yeah, like the stuff fell when I picked it up, and it like, yeah, made me think of that. And then I was like, then I took my lotion and dropped it on the floor. And when I would have heard that, yeah, like it would have sounded like say someone cracked their skull, because it's all tile. You'd have to see it. It's a tile sort of like floor, and none of the tiles are damaged or anything. And he is not a small guy. Yeah, so I would have heard like a cracking noise, because I was trying to figure out if he, like they said, if he hit his head, or if you could like break your socket or your nose, if you hit something just right, that it just kills you and you bleed out like that. It really sounds like something just exploded in his gut. And yeah. A lot of people have big bellies, by the way, and it doesn't mean that they're, I don't know, she's so obsessed with his belly, but he could have had polycystic kidney disease. It's a genetic thing with the vaccines. That's what his father had a transplant, and I have it. They say it's genetic, but you have the genes for something, and the vaccines do that to you. It's from the pork. There's probably people that were using injectable insulin that have it too. They probably just call it cysts on the kidneys. Okay, so that's in case people didn't know that. It's made, the porcine insulin is made from pigs. So there's a lot of people that are insulin dependent diabetics. Extremely high blood pressure, clearly a drug smoker. So bad diet, but I mean, I think he was hoping to lose weight because he was asking me about a diet and stuff a couple weeks ago. Yeah, it's difficult. That's why they make hospitals and stuff in the military for people like that, because asking a meek family member is never going to be able to do it. And when you put people like this, where the people that are sick have and control the money, they don't understand that doesn't make them the boss. They don't understand it. It's just a really bad situation. It's not a good place to house people like me. When you don't have control of the money, you're not in charge. Right. But it's not really good to do that. If there's any way to avoid that, but I think basically it's like a desperation of need and a lack of resources. So they just keep anybody that's available. So you get like the most basic of care. And it benefited him because if he was going to have trouble living on his own, they were sort of helping each other. It gave him a reason to get up in the morning. So who knows what he would have been like if he wasn't doing that? Because before he was doing that, he was laying on a couch all the time. So I think when I was talking earlier, I felt better. And then after the phone call with Cindy, it got worse again. So it's like indigestion. Yeah. Like I usually with this, it will help now that I'm drinking this, because it happened the other day and then I just stopped belching and then it seems better. And the laying down, and I should calm down now that I talk to them. Just like I said to the woman, none of that's a lie. You have to be nice. You have to be nice that they're working in a place like that and helping people. And it sounds like it's all different people. There might have been someone named Vanessa there. Yeah, it's just difficult. Maybe it's like not even intentional. Just it's the casework. Is the people that work there don't give out housing. So, and maybe the caseworkers don't have the funding or something. I don't know. Okay, so I was here a year ago and you flashed a domestic battery police report from 2017 that says that Tom Kent should move out of his mother's house. So Tom Kent died. Okay. And then we finally got Cindy Kent, who's a nurse, to take possession of her mother. So they're saying to stay here as long as I can. Just like the cops. The cops were like, you can stay till the end of the month. So it would be nice if, like I said, I can go out for the day. Not today. Maybe even tomorrow. I'd like to try to lay down a little bit today and get my belly down a little bit. And then maybe tomorrow, if she said tomorrow anyway about the bed. So if you're going to come out here tomorrow to pick up a porta potty and drop off keys, I can be out of the house if she absolutely has to be with him to get the bed. And she's going to leave Barbara with Justin and not alone in her house, right? I know. Imagine if Barbara was watching this, like Candy's daughter. That's what you got to say. You have to talk to her like that, even though she doesn't like it, because she's too bossy. Okay, so you have to talk to her like that. You're on a phone, so yeah. You're on a phone. You don't have her in a house like this. It's terrible. I don't want to say that. Never do that to people. Right where you go, whatever you do, don't let her in. If she comes to visit you, visit her on the porch. Is that why she was visiting them on the porch? I don't know. Is that why? Wow, that's sad. Tommy wasn't going to do that. But did they used to do it before Barbara couldn't walk? I remember they'd sometimes go out on the porch. Yeah. I know. You almost want to lay down in that thing, but I'm not going to because it's been like urinated and pooped on so many times. But there's a TV here, and I don't really want to lay in his bed. It's not really about doing that, but that I haven't washed the bedding or anything. I don't know. Maybe I should wash it right now, and I can sleep in his bed tonight. I don't think he had scabies or anything, but I know. You never know. You never know. That's scabies business.
With an extra 30% off designer brands. Plus, beauty lovers get 15% off too. Get ready for spring today at Macy's.
I know the landlord should donate this house, and then I can go out to the Quincy and find out who I know and go, okay, well, there's rooms in this house. Get it? Maybe that's what they're saying. Are you going to come out here and take some of these people out of the warming center? Is it people I know? It's way too late now, isn't it? It's already 2 something. Yeah, because they still have to be in there by 6. I'll have to do it tomorrow. That will give me something to do. Yeah, but I haven't even talked. I haven't texted her yet, so I can do it without doing that. But that way, if I came back here, I wouldn't be by myself too. But I mean, other people, you don't put other people like that. Oh yeah, I got a place to stay. And by the way, there's a crazy person that might, bother you. Yeah, no one wants that. But yeah, that's an idea. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. That would give me something to do. Look forward to. The weather's supposed to be better. But I mean, tonight's probably a good night. But they're by 3 o'clock, they'll be in line if they're still doing that. I know it's a different building now. So she goes, yeah, we're still here. It was a different person. I bet you it's her. It's probably the same person. We ain't got no beds, and they probably wait to see if you call back. Okay, please. I know you have a floor or something for me to sleep on. Come on. I'm not new. No, I can stay here till the 17th, but if I can, it depends on what she wants out of this house. I could stay till the 30th, but I think I should give the family an opportunity to take, because the landlord said the end of the month, and some of this stuff is Barbara's. It's not even Tommy's. Yeah. I got to give them some time after I'm gone to take stuff out. Oh, good. Is that her? No, she's not 781. Oh, it's Candy.
Hey, I'm a film trailer editor, married with 3 beautiful kids, and when I win the money, I'm going to take my family to where I propose to my beautiful wife in New York City.
Oh, last romance over here. I like how you roll. All right. Great luck to both your players. Let's win a lot of cash and keep the hot streak going. Have a best.
Well, that's good. She feels that she can trust me with her phone number. I think Cindy has her phone number too. Shouldn't I just call her back?
What do you think, man?
Hi. How are you? Yeah. I was asked. I know. I know. Okay. Me? Well, I don't know. I don't know because her level of care is different now. Oh, not Cindy. Yeah. This is. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, this is, I don't have anybody else to talk to, but and Cindy came in here and, Cindy. Yeah. So I'll tell you my point of view. When she came, I know how she is. She's aggressive and I'm not an aggressive person. And I wasn't even sure if I wanted to take that on. So I told her, I'm going to leave this up to you. And I gave her the paperwork because I didn't have any of that stuff till Tommy was gone. I never went through his business, never went in his room or anything. So I had to go looking for paperwork. There was things I didn't even know. I'm just finding out this morning. I didn't even know if he was in charge of her money. Nothing. I never asked him that. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And I'm shocked. I'm shocked that they didn't get a Section 8. I don't understand why they have to pay rent. Why they didn't give them a Section 8, but I don't know what type of mediation they got, because when we got evicted, I left. And I wasn't invited to go with them. And then I was in Quincy for months and he showed up in Quincy and brought me back here. He already was in the house and everything. So he took care of all that. And I was like, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, no one contacted me, but I probably would have stayed out of it anyway. I wouldn't have said anything bad about him, but I'd just be like, I don't want to say a word. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I already had the police there yesterday. She already contacted the VA and everything, Candy. She told me the VA already said they're going to hand it over to her, but she has to meet with them on the 17th, and she doesn't get. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Yeah. I suggested to her to bring Barbara to the hospital because they do crisis management. They do all that. And she doesn't want to do it. And she literally wouldn't leave the house. Like I told her, go ahead, take her to your house. And she goes, well, you can stay here and I can come or you can come to my house. I want nothing to do with her. I literally had to call the police. The police didn't tell me to leave. No, the police did not tell me. They said that they were concerned about my safety because they spoke with me and spoke with Cindy. Right. And she has keys to this house that she claims she didn't have on her. She took the keys that Tommy was in his friggin' pocket. She did. Yeah. Yeah, that's what she did. She took the phone, the keys, and his wallet, and she left the keys at her house. Oh. Yeah. It is. I have that. I didn't even know that, but Cindy has a copy of it, and he kept all his mail. So there's many copies. He had the Dedham Savings. That's him and her. I know. No. Yeah, mom and him. Yeah.
So you're not a high pressure company.
My background is in home remodeling as a carpenter.
Oh, okay. She also called the sprinkler fitters Candy, and they told her that he has a pension and stuff. I know. I'm like, oh my god. I found paperwork for that.
Easily open and close for
Mhm.
years. And with multiple locking points on our patio doors, they provide even greater security.
That's so great to hear, Michael. Thank you. Renewal by Anderson's triple.
Yep. That's pretty much how she was enticed to take Barbara to her house. That's why she wants to do it. Yeah, I know. I didn't know what you guys were saying. I didn't know if you guys were like, get her out of that house. Well, I didn't know.
781-486-4900. That's 781-486-4900.
And I told her no. The police told me to Dunkin' Donuts and said that they talked to Jake on the phone. Even Jake lied to the police. And the police said, yeah, just.
These 5 players, every correct answer now $300, so it is wide open. John, you have the only miss of the game. You go first. John Lovitz at your service. John, true or false? According to the Irish Examiner, the Los Angeles Country Club does not allow celebrities to be members.
Oh, yeah. Well, some of that is my fault, Candy, because I had to get her out of there for my own mental health and my medical.
Well, this is true. John, what do you think?
I don't think that sounds right. I mean, Los Angeles, not letting in celebrities.
That's what I told them. I did. I go, I was like, yeah, I go, that's what I said. She has a house in Norton. I go, I don't want to say mean things about it, but I think she might be having she needs crisis management. Because she's basically trying to either move herself in here or have me move to her house. And I was like, no, I have nothing to do with Cindy. How would I do that? Nope. She told me I could go to her house and I said no. I've already talked to the shelter and they were like, I think you should just stay there as long as you can, but. Okay.
According to the New York Post, the average American uses their first curse word
Yeah.
of the day at 9 a.m. Yeah, right when they show up.
Yeah. So,
I think it was correct. As someone who curses a lot, I think he's right. I'm going to say he's right.
Correct answer. This one is false.
exactly, because I was thinking in my mind, I'm like, oh my God, this is why Candy wants to get a restraining order against her. That's my concern, because how do you have Ma in a house and she keeps coming here? Because that's what Tommy just went through for 2 years with her. I don't think he was getting along with her either, but he was trying because Ma's level of care has gotten so bad. He wanted Cindy to help him. That's what it is. I don't have that problem. I know. I didn't realize Cindy was like that. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
I'm a softie by nature, so I'm going to say she's right.
The correct answer, inner beauty turns the heart. Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
This all signifies something very special. Kavan, you have been fired all day long. A perfect game up to this point. So, you nail this one, you get $300. You get a perfect
Yeah.
game. You're going for shot $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
President Garfield was known to have said, quote, "The truth will set you free, but first,
Yeah, well, it was better off for everybody to go to a different house. It's just unfortunate that there's a landlord now. That's all. But she clearly had plenty of money to pay this rent, even though it's high. It's $2,600 a month. Oh, really? No. No, I didn't know that. Who was giving it to them? Tommy? Oh, like it went at the other house, you mean? Oh, yeah. No, that I knew. I thought you meant here. I know, because I'm looking at the stuff going that he had nothing in terms of he had his income in a separate bank account too, and he wasn't getting paid for caring for her. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, she's gonna put in to get paid to do it. Oh my God. I know, because Tommy wasn't even getting paid to do it. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. You know what I definitely would support if you guys wanted to do this is that she at least has to have some kind of like psychiatric exam or something. No. I'm talking about Cindy. Like that, I would definitely start out with that there's a concern about her mental state if she's able to do it. And her propensity to take off, because it's 24-hour care. Like you can't go anywhere when you've got her at your house and you're alone like that, unless you have someone coming, you know. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, Cindy, because I think she talked to your Barbara, but she kind of stated it a different way. She was all kind of upset. And that Barbara was trying to help her, and see, she misunderstood what Barbara was even saying. That's what I'm talking about. Yep. That's what I'm saying. Cindy didn't convey that in that manner. She conveyed it in a different way, like Barbara was trying to put her in a nursing home or something. That's what I'm saying. I don't think she understands people when they're talking. Yeah, like Forever Young. You know that place, Forever Young? Yeah. Yep. Yeah. 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 No, I don't need to be in a house like this. This was Tommy's dream. Yeah, like honestly, the only way I'd ever stay here is I'd probably ask people I know that are homeless if they needed a place to stay. Because why would two people need all this space? But I mean, I don't know how much a 2-bedroom is, but if she's getting it for nothing, yeah, I mean, you could the apartments at Legacy Place, a 1-bedroom is this much money. So that might be why he did it. Yeah. But I don't understand why she wouldn't get a Section 8 to stay here. And I don't know if he didn't ask that. Yeah, I don't know. they might have told him you can't rent that house. But I mean, as weird as it is, the way that Maren is, she doesn't believe in doing that, you know. She believes if you have money, you pay for it. So the two of them might have not even thought to say, does she qualify for a Section 8? Do you get what I'm saying? She's a disabled veteran. Oh, okay. Yeah. I know people have to make decisions quickly when the woman's person died, but I could not get into a battle royal with Cindy. I just emotionally, I was in shock for about, it's only been what, 3 days? I was in shock. I did. Yep. And I cleaned up a pile of blood that was left there. So, I mean, I'm a little bit traumatized. I'm better today. Yeah. Like I told them when they came, I think I'm in shock. Like I just, yeah, no, I'm all right. It's just emotionally, but yeah, I think I was still in shock when Michelle and not Jared, geez, Scott came here, and Cindy Scott. Really? Oh, Scott Connie. Yep, I know. I have his number, and she started doing that thing with me already. This happened yesterday too. No, she has the number, but he blocked her. Oh, are you going to call Scott and see if he wants to come over? Cindy, this is not why you're taking control of your mother. Exactly. Yeah. Well, yeah, you're her next of kin. So, and so is Kathy, and so is Jim, and so am I. So. Yeah, I'm not against what you're doing, but if you guys could not tell Cindy that, because she has keys to this house, and I'm literally afraid of her. And like I said, the police said it to me. That's why they had me leave.